I live with a demon. From JD. Location unknown. It all started 3 weeks after my family moved into the house that we currently live in. Every time we would leave one of our rooms, it would be ransacked by the time we came back. Whatever it was would hit my mom's room harder than anyone else's. Her mattress would be off the bed, and her makeup would be scattered and broken everywhere. As for my room, it would always scatter my video game cases everywhere, and my covers would be messed up, as if someone had gotten back into my bed and rolled around. At first, we thought it was someone breaking into our house, but things began to happen while we were home as well. Specifically, and creepily, we would hear someone whispering in our ears. My mom was even awakened one night by someone loudly whispering, "Stop," close to her ear. After a while, my brother began to get increasingly frustrated and irritated all the time. Before this house, my brother had never been a cruel person, but something had changed in him. He would punch walls, scream at everyone. Eventually, my mother got tired of it and had to kick him out. After that, things seemed to go back to normal. It wasn't long until I was experiencing things happening. I couldn't sleep at night because I felt as though someone was watching me. After a time of this, I brought it up to my mother, who immediately simply told me it was my imagination, as if completely ignoring all the bizarre things that had been happening in the house. That night, I sat in my bed watching TV, trying to get this feeling to stop. I don't know when, but I finally did fall asleep, but a loud bang woke me up. I sat there in silence, not daring to move or make a sound. Eventually, I looked around the room, scared. I didn't know what was happening. My door that I had kept open had slammed itself shut. I shoved the upper half of my body under the covers, shivering with fright. I wanted it all to stop. I started screaming for it to leave me alone, because I didn't know what else to do. But I truly didn't expect something to reply. It growled at me, and then something began to laugh. Then my door burst open. My mom and grandfather walked into the room. My mom pulled the blankets off of me and wrapped her arms around me. I was so scared, more than I could express with words. I was 19 at the time, but I felt like a 10-year-old that had just been scared by a monster under his bed. A few days later, we had the house blessed. And 4 months after, which is the present day now, it all seemed to be over. But last night, I heard the laughing again. We're a few weeks away from moving, and I can't wait much longer. I don't ever want to experience this again. The Demon Before Christmas. From Michael. Location unknown. This is a story from my sister that she shared with me. It happened very early one morning, at 4:06, I believe. Our mom had back problems and was putting off wrapping presents until that morning at the very last minute. My sister was there helping her, and she would take the wrapped presents and put them under the tree when my mother was done wrapping them. After this was all finished, when our mother went back to our room to go to bed, my sister decided to stay up on her phone. She says a few minutes after this, our cat, Coffee, went insane. Now, she didn't pay much attention since Coffee is still a kitten, very hyper and spastic. She didn't pay attention to it until she heard the owl hooting. Now, in our area, we rarely have owls at all, and usually not at all at winter. She immediately thought of this as strange and saw that it was causing Coffee to go even more bonkers. My sister said the sound of the owl hooting seemed to play on repeat. It wasn't like an owl was hooting over and over, rather like someone recorded it and was playing the exact same recording over and over. At this point, her curiosity was getting the better of her, and she needed to know if it was really an owl that was doing this. So she decided to pull the blinds up at the nearby window, and she says that that was the biggest mistake she'd ever made. Because when she looked outside, she said she saw something sitting on the lowest branch of the tree. A creature, she said, that had pits for eyes. Its body was humanoid, but its limbs were long, and it looked like it had never eaten before. But it had horns on top of its head, horns like a ram's, thick and large and bending around. But its body was hairless and pale white, like a powdery pale white. In her own words, she described it as horrific. The thing, with its absence of eyes, stared at her somehow. She was too petrified to even scream. It took all the strength she had and several seconds just to finally be able to move and run back to her room. Once there, she jumped into bed, pulling the covers over herself, but the hooting still followed, except now it was coming from just outside her window. This time, she would not open the blinds. She said she was so terrified, she jumped inside of her closet and hid herself there until sunrise. But apparently the sound stopped once she went inside the closet. To this day, she doesn't know what the thing was, what it wanted, what it was doing there. But these days she gets a bit wary of Christmas and, of course, of window blinds. Ice Cold Hand from Lucy M. Location: Hertfordshire, England. Back in 2013, I was living with my husband and grandparents. The house wasn't old, and for the most part it was just my family that had lived there, save for one previous tenant. One night, I woke up to hear a girl crying. A wave of fear fit me as my eyes caught sight of a man at the foot of my bed. This wasn't sleep paralysis, because I had already set up. The girl's crying grew louder as I felt the menace from this silhouette grow. Immediately, I knew that this figure wanted to wish harm upon me and to the crying child. I remember being tired and scared, and I called out to the little girl that I couldn't even see. I said, "Little one, take my hand." Stupid but equally gratifying, her hand slipped into mine, tiny and ice cold. When our hands touched, the man disappeared, and I spoke to the girl to urge her to go on. After this happened a few more times over the week, it all finally stopped, and I assumed that the spirit of the girl had found peace. But the figure of the man continued to haunt me. For months, my sleep would be broken, and I would see him at the foot of my bed, his anger and menace causing bulbs to blow, items going missing, and constant nightmares. At a certain point, I thought that I was going insane. After one particularly bad episode, I had been followed all day, and I refused to go to sleep in my room, and instead opted to sleep on the settee, a small love seat with a straight back. But he followed me there. He wouldn't give me a second of peace, and his fury was so suffocating. It was like this entity wanted to end me. This had to come to an end. In the following week, I sought help from a witch and a medium. I was told to say the prayer of St. Michael every night, and I was to go through the house burning sage and reciting protection and cleansing spells. and for a while the man disappeared. I felt safe. That was until my husband and I moved into our own flat. You see, he hasn't truly gone. I've seen him out of the corner of my eye. It's more of a battle of wills now, one that is draining me. This evil entity is waiting for me to make a mistake and to forget to recite a spell and prayer. One opening may be all he needs. Let's hope I don't give him one. Demon or Prank, from Dylan. Location unknown. I was young when this happened, 2nd grade, I think. One of my mother's friends had come over, and she brought her son, and he in turn brought one of his friends. They were both older than me. The woman's son was named David, and his friend was John, both of whom were teenagers. Now I should say that I used to live in a giant igloo, by which I mean my house was white and shaped like an igloo, and it was set in the woods a bit. There is a parking space for roughly 5 cars to the right of the house near the garage, which is connected to the basement. The house was set into a steep hill, probably 45 degrees or steeper, and as I said before, the house was surrounded by forest. It was dark by then, probably 9 p.m. or later. David, John, and I were bored, so we had the idea to play hide and seek. I put on a camouflage coat and a plastic army helmet, being obsessed with the army back then, plus I thought it'd give me an advantage when hiding. Unfortunately, though, I was it first. I was able to find John pretty quickly, and with how I play hide and seek, when you find people, they have to help you look for the other person. So me and John were trying to find David now. We checked by the cars, out by my playset, by my dad's work shed, but he was nowhere to be found. That's when things got weird. John heard someone in the woods, so we headed in. At the time, I thought myself brave, like a little soldier boy, so I had no problem walking right into those dark woods to find David. We found where the sound had come from, and when we looked up into a tree, we saw a figure sitting there. Obviously, we assumed it was David, so we yelled out, "We found you, Dave! Come out!" The figure moved to look at us, but it didn't seem to react beyond that. Again, we yelled up to him, "Dave, come on, man, we found you. Get down so we can start playing again." The figure stood there in the tree, and just as we were about to shout out again, it spoke, a voice that was deep and gravelly.
"Who is Dave? My name is not Dave."
We didn't buy it. We confronted him. "Knock it off, David. We're ready to keep playing and you're not gonna scare us." Again it said, almost screeching now,
"I am not David."
As the thing that we now obviously knew wasn't David began to growl like a wild animal, John and I looked at each other and ran off screaming. We didn't stop until we found ourselves back under the backyard deck. We waited about 10 minutes. Then we steeled ourselves and grabbed some weapons. I had a hockey stick and John had a baseball bat. We didn't want to be babies, so we went back to that tree. We wanted to know what happened to David, but the figure was gone. We headed back around the house the opposite way and made our way to the cars where David was walking towards us. He was confused and concerned by the look on his face. He wanted to know what was taking us so long and what the noise he had heard was. Still creeped out, yet suspicious. We weren't exactly buying that it wasn't him that was messing with us, but he swore over and over again that he didn't know what we were talking about. He said he had heard us scream, and he had heard something growl, and so he was as confused as we were. It's been decades since, and I accept it must have been him, because even to this day, after so many years, he says that it was no prank. But there's still a part of my mind that questions, who did we encounter that night? My dad sold his soul to the devil. From Cody-Donovan 93. Location, Michigan. This happened when I was about 5 or 6 years old. It was when we had first moved to Michigan from Florida. I'm 25 now, so it's quite an old story. Now, you need to understand that my dad was a big hunter. When I was growing up, he lived and breathed hunting. He loved getting new bows and everything that goes with it. Also, I was very young at the time, so I had to ask my mom about a lot of the details that I didn't know about or couldn't remember precisely. Now, my mom didn't find out until years later that my dad had made a deal with the devil. He said one night he was drunk. He was crying. He had a lot of problems at the time. He was stressed more than ever. And on top of it all, my dad was having a terrible hunting season. Hunting being one of the few things he enjoyed anymore. So after complaining to no one in particular, he said out loud that if he could at least get a big deer, he would trade his soul for it. And the following day, he ended up getting the biggest deer of his life. About a week after that, my dad was taking a nap on the couch after work, and my mom was sitting in the living room. We had one of those huge wraparound couches, so they were both on it. She said he woke up and just started staring at the ceiling. She went over to ask if he was all right, but when she saw his eyes, she freaked out. They were a dark yellow color. She screamed at him and shook him until he snapped out of it, but he had no memory of it happening. Life went on normally for about a month after that, until one day we saw a black-looking burn on our wooden door that led upstairs. The burn was at head level. It just kind of looked like a burn at first, but that would change over the next few weeks. The vague shape slowly began to look more demonic, settling into a vaguely human form with a twisted, smiling face and even had sharp-looking teeth. Eventually, my mom got sick of looking at it and decided to put up a picture of Jesus over it, which covered it for a night. But the next day, the burn mark expanded as it began to grow a human-like body, save for 3 snake heads like cobras on its chest. After that, we stopped sleeping upstairs. Then me, my mom and dad and sister slept in the living room. Every time we would go by that door, we would hear our names being whispered, like it was daring us to go upstairs, taunting us. At this point, my mom and dad had begun fighting all the time. It got really bad, and one day my dad ended up cheating on my mom, which led to them splitting up. I also want to note that I had a bunny rabbit named Buster at the time. He was the sweetest rabbit ever. But when this all started, he went insane and would attack everyone who got close, including me. One day he got out and chewed up everything he could get his teeth on. After that, we had to put him down. It was depressing. The house was so bad that when you walked in, you could just feel a dark and depressing presence over you. And every time we saw the demon on that door, it seemed to have a different face. One day it'd be smiling, and the next it would have an angry look. Stuff would move around the house. We would hear stomping coming from upstairs. We got so sick of it that we called our uncle, who was a pastor at the time, and 2 other pastors came with him, blessing our house and trying to get rid of the demon inside, but I don't think it worked. We eventually just moved out of the house because we could not take it a moment longer. My mom and dad split up, and I stopped talking to him. I know he had a tough life dealing with addiction and alcohol abuse, also being shunned by my whole family for all kinds of things. I know some people will wonder why my mom or dad didn't just remove the door or replace it, but my mom said that she was worried that if they did that, it would only make things worse, or the figure would just show up on another door. To this day, I don't know what became of that house. I pray that another family is not dealing with it. This was a very traumatizing time in my life, but it was not the last of my stories. The Demon in My Room, from Otaku Rush. Location unknown. I'm 21 years old, and I've been fighting an uphill battle with depression for a long time now. In the past year, I've attempted to take my life twice, but for the better, I did not succeed. Now, a year ago, I began noticing that something was off when my cats began avoiding coming into my room entirely, even when I left the door open for them. Instead, they would simply stare into my room before running off. Then came the knocking at the walls. Figuring it was just a squirrel or something, I knocked back, not expecting anything worse, let alone a response. So I was shocked when I heard whatever was in the wall knocking back. Eventually, the knocking, which was located in one area, now seemed to be coming from everywhere. I couldn't take it anymore, so I grabbed my Bible and shouted a prayer. The knocking stopped, for a while anyway. 6 months ago, I was awakened at 3 a.m. to the sounds of loud thudding footsteps coming from the attic above my room. In my sleep-deprived state, I just told whatever was making the racket to screw off and let me sleep. The thudding footsteps only occurred in the attic above my room. When I told my mom about this, she said it's probably a squirrel or something. Things have only gotten worse, because now I've begun waking up with unexplained scratches and marks on my body that were not there the night before. I've been seeing black shadowy figures in my peripheral vision in my room, and I'm having awful nightmares, ones that I cannot wake up from, and I have to let them finish. I've done everything I can think of to make this demon leave me alone, but I believe it is attached to me, drawn to the negative energy I give off, and when I'm going through a depressive episode, it only gets worse. The last incident occurred over a week ago. I woke up at 4 a.m. to find long scratches on my right leg, near the ankle. I'm very thankful though that I haven't seen this entity, but I wonder why the Lord's Prayer only sometimes works. Demonic Apartment, from Starsmore. Location unknown. Let me start off by saying that the paranormal has never been something unusual in my life. My earliest memories, in fact, are of my maternal grandfather putting me in his lap and singing to me. If me or my older brother had a nightmare, he would comfort us and tuck us in again. But the thing is, we were born in 79 and 82, and my maternal grandfather passed away 10 years before that. Because of this, I was never really worried about there being a spirit living in our basement bedroom, and I even grew up thinking it was normal. When I was 16, I met a woman who would later become my wife. She too had had paranormal experiences throughout her life, and she instantly recognized the spirit in the basement as a child ghost. We fondly named the spirit Charlie, since we didn't know the gender of the ghost. Charlie was a very mischievous spirit who liked to pull blankets, open up cabinets, spread candy all over the floor, and pull out comic books from my drawers. When I was 20, I got my first real job and moved into my own apartment. It was a 1-bedroom with a hob. It was very tiny, especially for 1 person and 2 cats, but it was still very much homey, partly because I quickly noticed that Charlie had followed me there. At first, I didn't experience anything strange about it. I had heard that no one lived there for more than a year before, but I attributed that to the size. It's not the kind of place you want to live there for a long time after all. But after a while, I started noticing small things like stuff disappearing, which I would just attribute to Charlie. The cats were afraid of the closet as well, and my mental state began to deteriorate. Moving in, I was friendly, happy, and positive. But by then, I was starting to fear and hate everything around me. I developed a fear for water, telephones, open spaces, small places, using the hob, and talking to my neighbors, just to mention a few. The first time my future wife came over, she noticed it immediately. She said the apartment felt really cold, even though it was summer and the indoor temperature in all the other apartments in the complex led the other tenants to always have their windows opened. But my apartment was freezing. One night, when we were discussing ideas for a potential horror series we could make, suddenly all 4 of my windows slammed open. I had locked them tight, I know this, and there was no wind outside. It got so cold we could see our own breaths, and it felt like someone or something was trying to crush our chests. The cats freaked out, then ran to hid in the bathroom. I sat there paralyzed, but my wife just looked around the room and said, "Whoever you are, I'm sorry. We can't help you. Go somewhere else." A few moments passed and the room slowly warmed up. The cats came back into the room and we could breathe freely again. It was one of the most horrible, oppressive feelings I've ever felt. Every now and then, I was sure I could see a black orb creeping along the walls, day or night. And every time I saw it, I got a feeling of despair and unwillingness to live. I lasted 9 months in that apartment before I moved back with my parents and spent several stints in a psychiatric ward. The last time I spent there was 2 weeks before I was supposed to move out. I had attended a concert with an old friend and was in a really good mood. I called her to say I was in the apartment and hung up. When I looked up at the clock, almost 2 hours had passed since I had walked through the door. My right wrist was cut, and there was a knife with red on it lying in my left hand, 3 empty beer cans next to it. I freaked out and called an ambulance. I would later find out that several previous tenants to that apartment complex had taken their lives while living there. So I count myself lucky to have gotten out of there alive. My dad saw a demon. From Aaron. Location unknown. This is a story my father told me once. He was often reluctant to talk about it and would remain stone-faced when he would tell this story. He had never been one to make up stories before and didn't have much of a creative imagination, which helped folks believe his tale. Not to mention my uncle also saw this demonic entity, but will say nothing more than both he and Dad saw it, leaving Dad himself to repeat the tale. My grandparents divorced when my dad was 8, and his mother was awarded full custody after his father signed away all parental rights to 4 kids. Dad was the oldest of the 4, with my uncle being the second, followed by my aunts. My grandmother barely had any money, so she had to rent a small 2-bedroom house in a bad area of town, as it was all she could afford. My dad and uncle shared 1 room, my aunts shared the second, and my grandmother slept on the couch each night. In the morning, Dad complained about a non-human-like entity that was in his bedroom. He said it kept him and my uncle awake at night. My uncle was too afraid to say anything, and only nodded when Dad spoke about it. My grandmother thought that the creature was a bad dream brought on by stress of losing their father, moving, and too many late-night horror films. Dad would go on to say the demonic entity felt cold, and it would take two different shapes. Sometimes it would float in the shape of a human heart with fangs in the center. Other times it was in a humanoid shape, where the heart and fangs where the head should be. The demonic entity never physically harmed them, but would rather like to toy with them by staying in doorways or areas where they frequented, so that they'd be forced to confront it or wait for a rescue. My uncle and dad would share a bed sometimes to try to keep the entity from getting to them, as they felt they would be protected by safety in numbers. The two of them would not go to the bedroom at night, but would rather escape through the window and climb back in when they were done. It didn't take long for Dad to start developing bladder and kidney infections, because he would try to hold it in for as long as possible. My uncle developed multiple scrapes and bruises from going in and out the window all the time. My grandmother herself never saw the demonic entity, but once the infections and scrapes started, she began to believe there was something bad in the house. My aunts never mentioned seeing anything, and to this day we don't know if they did see something or if they never wanted to talk about it. My grandmother sold everything that she could and let the boys sleep on the couch while she slept on the floor. When she had just enough to rent another house, she broke the lease on the one they were living in and they left. Dad said he never knew what happened to the entity, but he did know for a long time the house had a very high turnover rate of renters who would pack up and leave suddenly. He was grateful the entity never tried to harm him, but he always prayed that he would never see it or anything like it again. The Demon on the Road. From Kristen. Location unknown. When I still lived with my parents, I used to go for walks at night. It was just easier because we lived across from a factory, and there was always a lot of traffic during the day. Plus, I had a cat named Miss Kitty that would always follow me like a dog. One summer night, probably 5 to 7 years ago, Miss Kitty and I went for our usual walk. We always walked to the end of the street where the field was because she liked to catch mice, and I enjoyed watching her play in the field. Miss Kitty was playing and I got a text from my friend. I answered it and was waiting for Miss Kitty, who was on her way back to me. I was standing on the road and she was in the field. I stopped as Miss Kitty suddenly hissed. I turned, expecting to see the neighbor's cat. Instead, I saw a very tall, hunched-over creature walking down the middle of the road toward the fields. I was in the shadows, and this thing was walking under a streetlight. It reminded me of a minotaur, but it had the face of a goat. It had large, shiny black hooves, black fur, and large, dark horns. I grabbed Miss Kitty and snuck away from it, not even daring to make a single sound. When I got home, I told my mom, but when we looked out the door, it was gone. I haven't seen it anymore, but I still think about it from time to time. I don't know exactly what it was, and I really wish I had snapped a picture of it, but I didn't think about it. I was just trying to make sure my cat and I walked away alive. The Family Compound. From Robert F. Location, Pennsylvania. My aunt and uncle live in what we call the compound, a trio of old colonial homes made up of a farmhouse, a converted barn, and a converted carriage house. The buildings are old. They were clearly built when Pennsylvania was just founded. Growing up, all the kids and cousins in my family agreed that the place always seemed weird. None of us liked being alone in the place, and even thinking about going into the basement was insane to anyone under the age of 12. Of course, the property had history. What we know for sure is that the property was owned by the heiress of the Campbell Soup Company. Yeah, the same chicken noodle soup company you know and love. Then it was taken by the Catholic Church, specifically the Jesuits, as the region experienced a boom in the building of Catholic schools. For those of you who don't know, the Jesuits are the hardcore side of the Catholic Church. They were some of the more brutal priests in the church's schools, then known for beating students for minor infractions and ensuring loyal adherence to the principles of the church's teachings. After that, we only know that the compound had been in my uncle's family since at least the 1970s. The compound has several stories related to it. A primary one is that of a spectral farmer called Mr. Green Jeans. He stays to the outside of the compound near the farmhouse, and he acts incredibly misogynistic, forcing women to feel terrified and drained. The only thing that seems to have stopped him was a small shrine to the Virgin Mary put out where he was constantly sighted. Another sighting was of a small child by a second cousin once removed of mine. When she was a little girl, she had an imaginary friend. And if you're a constant consumer of paranormal tales, you already know that her friend was probably anything but imaginary. She said her little friend was named Vulcan, but her parents thought nothing of it. Until one night, her father walked out into his living room to see his daughter sitting on the couch with another little girl in a dress who appeared to be out of the 19th century. Now, this man has seen his fair share of things in life, pain and suffering that don't make him easy to spook or prone to false stories. The girl had no legs, but somehow still managed to make her dress move, as if she were kicking legs that weren't actually there. Suddenly, chanting began, and robed figures appeared through the far wall of the room. The ghostly child became agitated and was grabbed by the robed figures, then began to plead to not be taken. The father grabbed the girl, pulling at her hands and failing to save her. Not because he couldn't grab her, but because he could not match the strength of the robed figures. As the ghostly child screamed, she vanished into the wall. My own mother had an experience in this house. When she was younger, she was staying at the house with a friend of hers from college, my uncle's sister. She was staying over and warned to not sleep with the lights out in the room she was in. This was in the farmhouse, which had several spare bedrooms at the time. It was a night of partying, which the compound is still known for, and eventually my mother had to call it a night. Settling under the covers, my mother said that she felt someone settle into the bed next to her, and she figured it was just her friend, also tired from the party, and too plastered to care that they had to share a bed. Until said friend threw the door open and screamed, "Don't turn out the lights!" As the lights came on, the weight next to my mother vanished. These are just the stories I can recall with clarity. It's been years since I heard them all, and the family doesn't like to talk about them for fear of giving the spirits in the compound attention. What I do also know is that my girl is sensitive, able to pick out negative energy from a place. The first time she went to the compound when we had first started dating, I decided I'd give her a cute little tour, while everyone else was preoccupied with another party. At first, she enjoyed the spooky stories of the place, but when we reached the room in the farmhouse we call the library, her mood immediately shifted, and she wanted to get out of the house. For the next week, she had nightmares about 9 children perishing. Freaky enough, but then there was the time that one of the children that grew up in the place played with the Ouija board. Dumb, yes, but the board claimed that there were 9 spirits that called the compound their own, 8 ghosts and a demon. To this day, the houses are filled with religious iconography, and priests come at least twice a year to bless the place. For the past few years, the place has been quiet, but as the years go on and the owners age, I wonder myself what happens if a less devoutly Catholic family decides to make changes to the compound. Changes the spirits, particularly the demon, won't like. Screaming Hills by U.S. Marine. I'm a Marine stationed in the U.S. Me and several friends decided to go camping at a local Indian reservation camp for about 3 days to get away from the base and relax. We drove 2 hours to the place, where we were greeted by extremely friendly Native Americans. One of them walked right up to us. I noticed right away that the man had an eye patch on his left eye. He asked if we were military, and we said yes. He told us he served in the army during Vietnam. After a short conversation with them, we proceeded and found a camping spot a little off the side of the road. The only way to get up this steep hill was with a 4-wheel drive vehicle, which we had. The spot was like most, trees and an open area for a fire and all that. It had a row of bushes on the side that went up a mountain, and it had an opening to go through to the side. The first night was like any normal camping trip. The next day we were all hanging around, and I decided to go look for some branches for the fire that night. I went through some bushes that had openings in them, and I found an open area with small bushes there. They led all the way up this small mountain. Almost immediately, my skin tightened with goosebumps, and I felt something was wrong. It was so sudden. It was like I had entered a portal or something. Nothing looked off. It was just a severe gut feeling. It was like I was being watched from one of the bushes. So I made sure to face them at all times, just in case, and I had a hunting knife in my hand. As I stood there scanning the ground for kindling, I heard something. I've been face to face with bears and mountain lions before. I know what they look like, what they sound like, but what I heard up there, that was no mountain lion, no bear. Its tone was so low and non-rhythmic. It was unnatural, an abomination of a sound. My blood ran cold like I just heard something demonic. I looked around, but saw nowhere for it to originate from. It came again, louder and closer than before. It continued for several seconds when I realized it was not coming from in front of me, rather behind me to the left or right. No, that's not correct. It was coming from every direction at once. I kept looking around, desperate to find what direction it was coming from. As I looked up the mountain, I saw something move. I didn't get a good look, but I remember it was larger than a bear, yet it walked like a man. It was covered in dark fur. I stood there completely confused, and then all of a sudden, I hear one of my friends calling for me. I took the opportunity to turn around and take off, but then I see my friend standing near the opening I had come from. He asked me where the heck I'd been, and I told him I've been right here. I asked why. He was like, "Dude, no, you've been gone for like an hour. We tried calling you on your phone, but you didn't answer." I looked at him puzzled. It could not have been more than 2 minutes. He assured me and then showed me his watch. Sure enough, an entire hour had passed. He then asked if I was sure I'd been over here the whole time, and I said yes, I've been standing here the whole time. He gave me a confused look and said that he had checked this area 3 times now, and I was not here until the 3rd time. I was taken aback, terrified. What had happened to me? What was going on this mountain? I turned and looked back up the mountain and noticed that the area was darker than before, the sun now setting. We walked back to the others, and when I told them what had happened, they all thought I was joking around. Later that night, the guy with the eye patch stopped by with his son, and we all chatted for a bit. One of my friends told me to tell him about my experience as a joke. I said no and laughed, but the man looked at me with curiosity and asked me what had happened. So I told him my story. He looked at his son, then they both looked back at me. The man asked in a serious tone if I had seen it. I told him I only saw a glimpse of it. "Did you see eyes?" he asked. I said no, just the figure. He sighed and told me that I was lucky. He said he couldn't tell me what it was, but just told me that I was lucky that I did not see its eyes. That night, I didn't sleep very well, and I was glad when we left. I plan on going back there again just on the other side of the camp. Just thinking about this story makes me tear up from fear. I don't know what that was, and I don't want to know. Demon at My Uncle's House by Brandon T. A few years ago, I was on my way to stay at my uncle's place. The thing is, I didn't really know this uncle too well. He was really close to my core family, and my parents trusted him entirely, but I'd never really gotten the chance to know him. So I was nervous, and at the same time I was looking forward to it. He lived in the country, where he had an entire property for him and his wife. My uncle's name is Robert, and his wife's name is Becky. They were very nice people when I arrived, both immediately giving me a hug and showing me around their large home. My uncle and I hung out for a while, giving me a tour of the property inside and out. I saw my niece in her room playing with a couple of friends. As it was already dark out, my uncle led me down to the basement, where he showed me where I could sleep tonight. It looked to be his game room. There was a PS3 set up down there, and there were a lot of games for it. So as he and his wife went off to bed, I settled in and played some GTA 5. It was extremely quiet after that, assuming that my niece as well had gone to bed. As I was so immersed in the game, I nearly jumped out of my skin when I heard a knocking at the nearby window. I immediately stopped playing and looked over to it. I didn't see anything, and I thought it was either an animal running into it or my uncle playing a joke on me. I smiled and ignored it, and I continued to play. Not 2 minutes later, the knocking on the glass began again, and just as I flew up from my sitting position, the blinds fell off of the windows, as if the vibration from the glass had caused them to come down. My heart was pounding, and as I touched my arm, which was freezing, I noticed that my skin was covered in goosebumps. That's when I ran upstairs quickly. I went over to my niece's room, tiptoeing so that I didn't wake anyone up. I saw that her light was still on, and she and her friends were still playing, although pretty quietly. I knocked on their door. One of her friends opened it. Before they said anything, I asked if they wanted to come downstairs with me to play some games. But in actuality, I just wanted company down there because I was scared. Lord knows if I was by myself all night, I wouldn't be going to sleep at all. Not in this house. As she didn't have a TV in her room, they thought it'd be fun to hang out down there. So they agreed and followed me back down to the basement. Instead of playing games, they turned on the Disney Channel, and I simply sat there and watched as the girls talked and did their own thing. I felt better, even though I wasn't a fan of what was playing on the TV. Suddenly, we heard a booming or crashing sound coming from the basement stairs, somewhere along the bottom. We all went silent. I turned off the TV so that we could listen more closely as the group of us stared at the basement stairs, wondering what in the world could have made that sound. We saw it. It was plain as day, or maybe plain as night, whatever makes sense here. It was a shadowy, human-like figure. It was far taller than my uncle, at least over 6 feet tall. There was something on its head, but it was hard to tell what it was. What came to my mind, though, was horns. The figure started at the bottom of the stairs and was walking upstairs, slowly, one step at a time. Each step it took was exaggerated somehow, echoing with an ancient wooden boom. Each time, each of us would jump, even though we knew it was coming. We were just that afraid. When it got to the very top step of the basement stairs, the figure stopped. I had no idea what it was going to do next. I think I had been assuming that it would simply disappear once it got to the top, but I was foolishly wrong. Because, more suddenly than it had appeared, it began sprinting back down the stairs, the booms of each wooden step louder now than before. I screamed, my niece screamed, my cousins screamed, and just as it hit the bottom where we were, it faded into a dispersed cloud of black. Then it was gone, like it had never even been there. Better yet, we were too afraid to stay down in the basement, but we were even more afraid of the stairs. So we were trapped there, from our own devices. Trapped until morning, until our sleepless eyes saw my uncle and aunt opening the basement door, wondering why we were all so terrified looking. That morning, I was picked up early and taken home, because I did not want to stay another night, not in that house. I was never more relieved to leave a place than I was that day, and I felt bad about it, because my aunt and uncle had been so nice. They still live in the same house to this day, and even still, I avoid it like it's the devil itself. The Jinn by KeyTube 101. This is about a story from my grandparents who had told me about my great-great-grandfather. And if you don't know, Jinn are the Middle Eastern names for demons who lurk in our world. Though unlike what we call demons, it is said that not all of them are there simply to terrorize us, though many do. And since they are of a different world, humans can't really defend themselves from them properly. I live in Sydney, Australia, but I originally came from Lebanon in the Middle East. I was born and raised there. My family has a long history of Catholic priests that go back centuries. This story occurs in the south of Lebanon, where my family originates. My great-great-grandfather was a priest for many years throughout the late 1800s into the early 1900s, traveling from one village to another to serve at masses and the needs of the local townspeople such as the poor. He would often stay for many days at a time in each village. He was a good source of quality wisdom and knowledge, something considered extremely valuable to my family. Speaking of which, my family has always had stories and experiences with strange supernatural anomalies, some positive, but many are blood-curdlingly frightening. One year, my great-great-grandfather was traveling a long distance to get from one village to another. It started to get late, and his donkey, which he was riding, was becoming restless as the blackening darkness began to settle over the land. In the village and rural areas of Lebanon, there was a large presence of wolves and hyenas hiding in the dark, often waiting for their next victims. That is why hardly anyone would travel at night unless they were decently armed. Looking out into the far distance, my great-great-grandfather could see the light of a nearby village, which seemed to be alive with laughter and dancing. As he approached the village, he realized that the laughter was coming from a local wedding party, which was taking place, and it seemed as though the whole village had attended it. Now he was fatigued and hungry, desperate for a place to stay, before waking up in the morning to continue his long journey. Suddenly, he could see from a nearby house an old wrinkled woman. She was calling him over in a sinister tone to come to her questionable house, one that was isolated from the rest of the village. It was basically on the darker side of town, where the light of the wedding party could not reach it. "Come over here, father," she said. Desperate for food and shelter, my great-great-grandfather had no choice but to move toward the creepy and old woman, who seemed very keen to get him to come inside and away from the town's people. Once inside, my grandfather was shocked to see a considerably large table, littered with amazing food that looked like they had only just been prepared a minute ago. The old woman kept pressuring him to dive into the food, which he was desperate to eat. However, my great-great-grandfather knew better as a Catholic priest. He had to raise his hands before the meal to ask a blessing for the food. he symboled the sign of the cross and began his prayer. But when he had opened his eyes, a great wind blew right over him, and the old lady had vanished into thin air. There was no longer a house around him or food before him. It was all desert and a carcass of an animal in front of him, rotting, which gave out a smell so terrible that my great-great-grandfather dry heaved. He booked it from there as fast as his legs could take him. Though he was tired and hungry, the adrenaline from the fear and confusion had built up inside of him and made him run probably faster than he should have been. The next morning, he arrived back home safe and sound and did not hesitate to tell the people of the village what he had experienced. And of course, being the priest of the town, he was respected by the people who believed that if he had eaten of that food, he would probably no longer be alive. He and the townspeople all believed that what he saw that day was a con from a jinn, a spirit trying to harm and trick him. Demon at the Zoo by Silhouette Gaming. This story happened about 5 years ago. Me and my friends, teenagers at the time, wanted to give ourselves a good scare, so we decided to go visit the local old abandoned zoo. To make it even more creepy, we pulled into the parking lot around 3 a.m., the devil's hour. And to add the icing on the cake, we had brought a Ouija board with us. After checking to see if there were any security guards there, we hopped the fence. We looked for a good spot to use the board and to hang out, just waiting to see anything out of the ordinary. We ended up staying next to where the monkeys used to be. We put our hands on the planchette, moving it in a circle 3 times and asking the usual questions. After several boring minutes of nothing happening, we took our hands off of the planchette. I didn't really believe in any of this stuff anyway, but it was fun for a thrill or two. What I learned later, though, was that when you use a Ouija board, one of the most important things you should do is to always appropriately end your session and say goodbye. We never did that, and we didn't take it seriously. Sure, we had brought it along to a supposedly haunted zoo, but it was just a board game from Hasbro, right? Well, it's not really the board that matters. It's the act, and whether it's a piece of wood from Hasbro or scrawlings on a big piece of paper, the act doesn't change. As soon as we had stopped playing, the insane things began. One of my friends began to shake, like they were having a seizure. Another friend of mine started laughing out of nowhere, but they were crying. It didn't make any sense. They were laughing but appeared to be in a lot of pain. I looked down at my hands and saw that my hands were trembling. In fact, my entire body was trembling. Parts of me were convulsing and I couldn't stop it. That's when I realized I was laughing too. How long I'd been laughing, I don't know, but I couldn't stop. It got so bad that I was struggling to breathe. I quickly grabbed the board and I ran over to a nearby trash can. It was filled with paper trash, remnants of concessions and things like that. I threw the board in and lit one of the pieces of paper. Slowly but surely, the entire bin was set into a fire, and the board was ablaze as well. Slowly, my body felt normal again, and as we all came back to normal, we jumped back over the fence and vowed to never come back to the zoo, or at the very least, never touch a Ouija board again. Ghoul on the Hill by Alex Snapping Turtle. I've had a few weird experiences throughout my lifetime, but nothing is as frightening as this one, which happened about 3 years ago. It was about 2:30 in the morning. My ex and I had a nasty argument, and I had decided to walk off any lingering frustration and anger. After 30 minutes of walking around aimlessly, I decided to head home, make peace with the old battle axe, and get some sleep. However, As I started to walk up the steep hill that led to our house, something caught my eye near the walkway. At first, I couldn't tell who or what it was, thanks to the dimly lit streets of Coatesville. But as I gradually walked closer, I could tell it was a cloaked figure. I thought to myself, okay, maybe it's just my local neighborhood larper. But then, he or she started moving, and almost instantly, I felt a tidal wave of fear washing over me. Due to the lighting and the figure's head and body being shrouded in darkness, I couldn't tell what direction they were headed. My fear was exacerbated by the fact that they flapped the edges of their cloak, which appeared more like wings. I found myself praying to a god I wasn't sure I believed in, almost begging that they weren't coming down the hill in my direction. I was frozen in my tracks, at this mercy of the thing that flapped its cape ominously with each step. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, it became apparent to me that they were walking up the hill and not down. Gradually, the fear faded as they got further and further away. As soon as the thing was out of eyesight, my legs began to move again. I made a beeline to our front porch, pounding on the door for my ex to let me in. Now, I can never really be sure of what I saw that night. As always, I'm open to logical explanations, though the people I've told this story to at different times all have a similar theory, some sort of ghoul or demonic entity. One thing is certain though, every subsequent encounter with the paranormal has been downright tame compared to that fateful night. Black-Eyed Lady by Brianna. It happened when my boyfriend and I were heading out to a state park near us. It's far enough out so there is no noise or light pollution. It gets dead silent out there at times. You have to drive a few miles out of town. It's nothing but desert and farmland, not a tree in sight until you reach the actual park. Once you pull in, you can choose whether to go left to the nearest park side or turn right and drive out some more to pass the bison to the furthest part. This was before the park turned public, so there was no curfew. You could stay out there as long as you wanted without getting bothered by the police. It's a pretty cool place. It's a quick getaway from life pretty much. It's quiet and private there. We talked and walked around for a while until it got dark. Then we laid in the back of the truck, staring up at the stars, and got a little bit romantic. It was a beautiful summer night. By around 1 or 2 a.m., it was a little late for us, so we decided to leave. There were a couple of cars out there, but they had left before us. It was really dark that night, so he put on the bright lights on his truck. We slowly made our way out of the park. We were about to turn and exit, but there was a car entering now. There's only one way to enter and exit this part of the park, so we sat and waited for them to pull in. The car appeared to be one of those stereotypical old lady cars. I didn't think anything of it until I noticed how slowly she was driving, almost like a drive-by. It made me feel uneasy. We waited for her to pass, and it felt like hours. Since our brights were on, we could see the car and the interior very well, and to our surprise, it was an old woman. She had short curly white hair and the palest skin I'd ever seen. She had to have been in her 80s. Both her old hands were on the steering wheel. She was very tiny and frail looking. Now, what the heck was an old lady doing this far out of town at 2 a.m. by herself? She was facing forward. She then stopped her car right in front of ours. Then she very slowly turned her head towards us, slowly and creepily. She then faced us and we froze. I couldn't have even breathed if I tried. Her eyes were completely black. She didn't smile or make any facial expressions, and instead just stared at us with those all black eyes. I could barely breathe. I mean, they were completely black. solid black, like large dark marbles. She didn't cover her eyes, squint, or flinch at all from the brightness of our headlights, simply faced them head on, with her completely open eyes. And considering they were dark like that, it made her skin look even more pale. Then, just as slowly as before, she turned her head forward. She slowly turned right and drove off into the darkness to the furthest part of the park. Her headlights weren't on. Nervously and scared, we quickly made our way out of the park. I was confused by the whole situation. I had so many questions that are left unanswered. One of which was, why did she have to stop and stare at us for so long? We live in New Mexico, and we've heard stories of aliens and skinwalkers before. But I don't know what this was. Maybe a demon, maybe just a psychotic old woman. Who knows? But now we make sure to never stay out after dark at the park, because that's when the black-eyed lady comes, and we don't want to see her again. Ghost of Camden by Patrick F. This happened when I was in college 9 years ago. I worked for a man named Bob K. Bob was a retired Volkswagen race car driver in the 70s and had since become an automotive journalist. He had some health issues that resulted in him not being able to lift anything or move anything around on his own. I would go to work for Bob twice a week in between classes and usually get lunch and $20. And everyone knows $20 is life when you're in college. This story is from when Bob and his wife went to the SEMA car show in Las Vegas. He asked if I could watch his house for him and take care of his dog and bird. His dog Bridget was a King Cavalier Charles Spaniel, and literally the sweetest dog ever. In the year that I'd known her, I'd never heard her so much as bark. She was soft, kind, and loved a good snack. I left my dorm room on Friday after classes, then I went over to the house. I proceeded to let Bridget out, fed her and the bird, then got myself a snack and watched some TV. After a while, I got tired and went to the spare room to get some rest. Bridget was lying beside me when she let out a sudden low growl. Very unlike her, I thought. That was followed soon after by a loud crash. It came from downstairs. I went to check it out, and as I opened the door to the bedroom, I noticed the light in the basement was on. I saw that some boxes I had stacked earlier in the day were knocked over now, and I also noticed the doors to the crawl space were wide open, with all 3 drawstring lights still on. I didn't think too much on it, because I was just down there the day before getting all of the now tipped over boxes out of the crawl space and into the center of the room. In my mind, I probably just stacked the boxes too high. I hopped into the crawl space, walked back the 40 feet to the first drawstring light, clicked it, and proceeded to do the same with the other 2. I then exited the crawl space. Then I stacked the boxes a little lower to the ground. As I walked back up the steps, I felt a chill go down my spine, but I ignored it. Didn't really have a reason to feel afraid or paranoid, you know? As I reached the top of the steps and shut the door, I once again heard a loud crash downstairs. I quickly opened the door and ran down the steps to see that all the boxes had been thrown around the room, and the door to the crawl space was wide open again. All the lights were on once more. The lights that could only be turned on by pulling a string, the ones I had just shut off seconds ago. Something had tugged them back on. I go upstairs without touching a thing, and as I get to the top of the steps again, my eyes are beginning to water with fear. The hair on the back of my neck is on end, and I realize that it feels like I'm in the middle of the Arctic Circle without any clothes on. I'm frozen stiff. Bridget, that loving little dog, rips from my side and starts to chase something that I cannot see through the kitchen, through the living room, and down a hallway that led to the dining room. There she stands, barking more ferociously than ever, saliva dripping from her snarled fangs, barking up in the corner of the dining room at nothing. At least nothing that I can see. I wasted absolutely no time. I grabbed Bridget and ran outside to the car. I took her back to my dorm room that night, and I did not return to the house until the day Bob got home. I told him of my experience and he shrugged it off. I was paid and the house was still standing, so that was honestly all he cared about. I told his wife what happened as well. She tends to have a more sympathetic ear than him. Her face goes from the traditional pleasant smile to a very pale, grim, sad look. She then informs me she has also had experiences lately when she would clean or be active in the spare room that I was staying in. She later tells me, Bob used to have a brother, but he passed away in the bed I was sleeping in while he was visiting only a few months prior. I don't know if what I experienced was Bob's past brother. All I know is that whatever was there was evil. And I'd appreciate it if you let me know if someone passed away in the bed I'm sleeping in. Something is in the Bathroom by Ollie D. I've always been a believer in the supernatural, and I've always wanted to encounter something or someone, but for my first experience, it wasn't what I had expected. It had happened back in 2013 to be exact, during summer vacation. I was busily doing my daily chores before my mother had come home, and my little brother was playing his game as usual in the living room. I live in an apartment with my 2 brothers and 1 sister, along with my mother. During this occurrence, my older sister wasn't home, and my older brother had been sleeping. It was around 2 p.m. getting closer to 3 during the day. I hadn't believed that such a terrifying event could happen during the day. As I was picking up my little brother's toys and putting them back in our room, I heard a strange knocking sound. My room is connected to the dining room, which is connected to a short hallway where the bathroom branches off of, that leads toward the kitchen. I froze in place with the toys still in my hands, unsure of where the knocking was coming from. I stood there for a couple of minutes, looking back at the bathroom door that was slightly open now, but the light was off, and my bedroom that was wide open with sunlight shining through my window, filling up the whole room. As I drew near to the middle between both rooms, the knocking grew louder. I gasped and dropped the toys and decided to run to my little brother, sitting on the couch. Then suddenly, a knock came at the front door. I jumped and hurried to answer it, frightened. I opened the door only for it to reveal my older brother's best friend, Kyle. He had asked, "Lisa, is your brother awake by any chance?" I replied no, and he said, "Will you tell him I stopped by?" I nodded, and just as he was turning around to leave, I asked him, "Kyle, could you possibly come inside and check out this weird noise I've been hearing? It's really freaking me out." He smiled and gladly stepped inside. As we got closer to my room and bathroom, we stood still and listened. After a few more times of hearing the knocking, Kyle concluded that it was indeed coming from the bathroom. He had seemed a little shaken up by it, but was determined to find out what it was. We were right by the slightly open bathroom door now, and the knocking was growing louder, as if the person or entity knew we were getting closer. I was able to figure out a pattern as the knocks soon turned into ferocious banging against the shower wall. The bangs came in threes and were faster as we entered the dark bathroom. Kyle then flicked the light switch on and yanked the shower curtain open, and the sounds stopped. We freaked out. We ran back to the living room and stood there. Eventually, I thanked him, and he bolted out of the apartment. I never again heard the knocks, but I still feel that whenever I'm in the bathroom to this day, someone is watching me. It Tried to Drag Me Under by Tia. My sister and I were getting ready for bed one night We were just about to turn on the TV, which we like to fall asleep to with it on in the background, but we decided to sit down and talk instead. I can't remember what we were talking about, but we soon were just absolutely exhausted. I, for one, could barely keep my eyes open, so we shut off the lights, turned on the lamp next to her bed, and we crawled under the blankets. Storm, my sister, was almost asleep when I thought I saw something. It was like someone had walked in front of the lamp, and their shadow had passed in front of our bedroom door. I shot right up, and I looked over to the door, but all I managed to see was the shadow disappearing at the foot of my bed. I looked over to see if Storm had gotten out of bed, but she was still there sleeping. I reached over and nudged her lightly, waking her up, but when that didn't work, I called over to her. Storm, there's something in the room." She slowly got up, rubbed her eyes, and said, "What?" She barely even made those words out. Her eyes widened. She pointed and began to shake. She was pointing at my bed. I looked back over to the foot of my bed, and there was the shadow, standing so tall it seemed to touch our ceiling, and it appeared to be looking down at me. Before I could scream, it seemed to flatten itself into the floor and disappeared. How tired was I remember thinking. But that's not right, because no matter how tired I was, my sister had seen it too. I knew that I had to get up and tell my parents what had happened, but the two of us were too scared to get out of our beds. Eventually, I gathered the courage, and I placed my foot onto the floor. The moment I did, something cold and hot at the same time wrapped itself around my ankle, and it pulled. I fell face first onto the floor as something began to drag me under the dark side of my bed. My bed frame itself is metal, and a normal-sized person could not fit under there, but whatever this was, it was trying very hard to force me to fit. As such, it was tugging at my skin hard, and before long, I felt a warm trickle running down my calf. I was bleeding. The thing suddenly let go. I jumped up on the bed, crying and screaming, holding on to the gash in my leg. It was then that my parents ran into the room. I'd never seen them so worried or terrified. They saw me bleeding, but I was catatonic, and I could not, even for the life of me, tell them what had happened. I never managed to. I could never tell them that some monster under my bed tugged at me, tried to drag me under. And to this day, they don't know the truth. Well, not my truth. They simply think that I was horseplaying, and I cut myself on the metal frame. But that is not what happened. I wish that was what happened. Luckily, as far as I'm concerned, I haven't seen or felt that presence again. But I'm always and permanently terrified of the underside of my bed. What's That Thing on My Back? By Emma S.R. I'm not sure what day this happened, but it was a very eerie experience. One morning as I woke up to my sister getting ready for church, I yawned. She told me to go back to sleep because I didn't need to be awake yet. She left and I went back to sleep. About an hour later, I woke up again and checked my phone to see the time. It was 10 a.m., and I had fallen back asleep for about 10 minutes. When I woke back up, I could not move. I got scared and tried to reach for my phone. When my arm wouldn't move, I tried to get myself up, but I failed. Then a few seconds later, my sister started to mess with me and step on my back and hand. After she got off, I screamed and was finally able to get up. I shot out of my bed and looked frantically around the room. My sister wasn't there, and I was the only one home. What in the world was on my back? I sat there for a few minutes, absolutely horrified, and I cried a little bit. I don't know if it was sleep paralysis or not, but it was still scary, so much so that I did not go back to sleep, and I slept on my back for a long time.
Angel, Ghost, or Demon, submitted by the Clay Mask Maker. So first, a little backstory. I lost my mom when I was 3, and my dad was in jail for a DUI until I was 4, so I lived with my grandma. After my dad got out of jail, he moved into this old house on my grandma's land, and he would often babysit me when she went out shopping or just needed a break from me for a few hours. My dad was also a Wiccan at the time, and he was pretty intimidating. At the time this happened, I was 5, and I had to stay with my dad for a few hours. For the most part, I just sat and watched TV, but after a while, I got bored and went to play in the living room. After that got boring, I started to realize that the sun was going down and I was still in my dad's house. Being 5 and never having to stay the night at my dad's, I was kind of scared. Then out of nowhere, I felt like someone was behind me, and when I looked, there was no one there. At this point, I looked for my dad and found him asleep in his chair, so I thought, he yells when I wake him up, so I better not. After seeing him asleep, I went back to the living room and watched out the window hoping to see my grandma's car. Then I had a sharp feeling of dread shoot up my spine, but there was also a sense of calm. Then I heard a woman behind me say,
"It's okay, she'll be back soon."
I looked behind me, but again no one was there. Then the same voice came again.
"Just stay still and wait. Your grandma will be back soon."
And the next thing I remember, I'm walking into my house with my grandma holding a chocolate milk she had bought me. A few years back, I was talking with my grandma and I said something about the house. She got quiet for a moment and then said, "After one of the times you stayed with your dad, you changed. When I would pick you up, you would talk about this lady in white with black hair and pale skin. But when we got back to the house, you would seem to forget about it and tell me about seeing kittens or a dog or other things. And when I did ask you about the lady, you just looked at me confused and shrugged. So yeah, I don't know what this lady is, and I don't even remember ever seeing her. As well, I don't ever remember staying at my dad's house except for that one night." Demon in the Kitchen, submitted by Michaela Soros. My house is relatively new. I never experienced anything paranormal or out of the ordinary in general, so this was a very new and very weird experience for me. So one night, I was laying in bed. It was around 1:30 in the morning, and I was watching Netflix, and I heard something in the kitchen fall. I thought it must have been my dog, so I continued watching my phone. After about 10 seconds, I heard a voice in my left ear telling me that it wasn't my dog. At that moment, I freaked out and I looked around my room. There was nothing there. I calmed down a little bit and continued watching my phone. About a half an hour later, I heard something outside my door fall. Needless to say, I freaked out even more. I thought maybe it was my brother, but then I remembered he was having a sleepover with his friends, so it couldn't be him. I felt the need to go check what it was. The way my house is laid out, you come up the stairs, and on the right is my mom's room, and when you walk left of the stairs, there is a bathroom and a closet. And my room and my brother's room are right next to the bathroom, and then the family room. So when you walk out of my room and you look to the right, you can see the dark end of the family room. So, when I went out to check, I looked and saw my brother's tablet had fallen off the ledge. Once I took that into account, I looked to the right of me into the darkened family room, and I saw a very dark, black figure with beady red eyes. At that moment, I knew I had made a mistake by coming out of my room. I then walked back into my room and waited until morning. Once morning came, I went out of my room to eat breakfast, and I noticed the black figure in the kitchen next to a broken ceramic bowl on the floor, which is probably what had broke the previous night. Slowly, I went back upstairs for another hour or two, and then went back down again and ate, and I never saw the black figure after that. A few weeks passed by, and I started to notice there were noises coming from downstairs every night at 3. I would just ignore it and pretend I didn't hear it. All of this came to a sudden stop when my birthday came around. I still don't know if the dark figure is still in my house or not, but I haven't heard any more noises coming from downstairs, and I hope I never will. and I definitely hope never to see that figure again. Demon Attack. Submitted by Truth. I didn't experience this myself, but my friend Bree did. This took her a lot of courage to speak of this demon attack again, but I'm telling you, this is all real. I was babysitting a 13-year-old boy named Mike. I know, that's a boy who can look after himself. But his parents asked me to babysit him because he tended to run off and get into trouble while they were gone. They left around 8 that night. Me and Mike watched TV for about an hour. Then we heard a tapping sound. It was coming from above us. I walked around the living room, looking up at the ceiling, trying to pinpoint where the tapping was coming from. And when I got close enough to where the tapping was from, it stopped, and it didn't start up again after that. The next night I came back over to babysit Mike again, or hang with him, he would say. Hours passed by when the tapping sound came back. I ignored it, but me being an easily annoyed person, I stood up and searched for the tapping. That night though, Mike seemed worried about the tapping. When I stood under the ceiling where the tapping was coming from, it stopped. Mike yelled, making me jump. I looked over at the living room from the kitchen. The TV was turned off and the lamp lights were flickering. I walked back into the living room, confused and frightened a little, and once I came back into the living room, everything went back to normal. The lights stopped flickering and the TV came back on. "What did you do?" I asked Mike, a little angry. He just looked at me, his eyes filled with fear. "What's wrong?" I asked, sounding worried. But he didn't respond and just kept looking at me. Then, a door from the hallway slammed hard. I sat down on the couch next to Mike, and we both stared at his hallway. The door kept slamming. Every slam seemed to get louder. The TV suddenly turned off, but came back on as a white screen. We looked at the TV scared, and it made sparking sounds, and then the TV started to glitch black. A mumbled voice was barely audible from the TV. Mike covered his ears, crying now. The TV then blew. The shards of the screen flew by, and I lifted my arm to cover my eyes. I looked over at Mike, who had covered himself with the couch pillow. Me and Mike jumped off the couch and ran for the front door. The lights still flashing, some of them blew up too. We made it outside and onto the road. Mike ran to his neighbor's house. I stayed still on the road staring at the house. The house looked alive and crazy. I got this horrible feeling that something evil was looking at me. I turned toward the end of the street at the street lamp. A black figure was standing under it. I stared at it. The evil feeling coming from that black figure, and the thing didn't even have a shadow. Its head seemed to lean to the side, and that just made me feel sick. "Bree," I heard Mike say, grabbing my shoulder. He turned me toward him, my sickening feeling fading. He was talking to me, but I wasn't listening. I just looked around him at the street lamp. The black figure was gone. After that, I never babysat for them again. Mike kept trying to make me come back, saying that they got rid of the evil spirit. He told me that a priest came into his house and cleaned it, so I finally gave in and agreed to hang out with him at his house. His parents were at work at the time, so I slowly stepped into his house, fear filling my entire body as I remembered what happened last time. "It's okay, you're safe," Mike told me. He handed me a necklace with a cross on it. I hastily put the necklace over my head and let it dangle from my neck. I felt better knowing that I had protection. An hour later, it was still day. I was going to head home before it got dark, so I kept checking the windows. He asked me to grab his soccer ball from the attic as he set up the goal. I stopped when he asked me that, but my courage came back when I gripped my cross on my chest. I walked up the stairs to the attic. My steps were slow and they creaked every time I stepped on one. I walked into the attic, shivering a little now. It was cold, and the dark room didn't help with my fear. Not to mention the light in the attic was broken, and the only light was from the window. I tried to stay in the light, searching for the soccer ball, but I didn't find anything. That's when I heard a sound like fingers sliding on wet glass. I looked at the window and what I saw was terrifying. The letters were still being written as I read them. The sentence said, "Do you want to play?" I walked backwards to the stairs, scared to death. The boxes in the attic started rattling. The light of the attic flashed, and now the sentence from the window was scratched into the wall. Tears were already coming down my face. A board flew at me. The corner of the wood board smashed into my nose. I fell backwards onto the steps. My head smacked a couple of times on the steps, and I hit my back against the wall at the bottom of the stairs. My whole body ached. The pain was stinging my back and head. My vision faded a little, and I felt blood flowing out of my nose and onto my clothes. I looked back up to the top of the stairs, still crying, and that black figure was standing at the top. I screamed my lungs out as I stared at the black figure. I could now see its red and black eyes staring back at me. It had a sinister grin of sharp teeth.
You want to play with me?
The voice sounded like a child, but followed with a deep, dark laughter that echoed in my head. I was screaming even louder now, running down to the door. Mike opened it, and I crashed into him as I ran. "What's wrong?" he shouted at me, scared himself. "It's in there," I cried, and that's when I felt a wrinkly, bony, cold hand grab at my ankle. I screamed out again as something tried to pull me back inside. Mike pulled me back away from his house and onto the street. His neighbors were running over to us. I was scared to death, and when I looked back to his house and saw the thing staring at me still, I wanted to run away, but Mike kept his grip on me. After I calmed down, which was about an hour later, I told my parents what happened. Mike and his parents were listening at the time. They were all shocked. The only evidence I had was that my shoulder was dislocated from falling down the stairs, but I did have 3 long, deep scratches on my ankle. I never went back, ever. Mike and his family left that house. Our family left as well. I didn't want to be anywhere near that house. 2006 Demon Sighting. Submitted by Drunty. I'm not a man of true faith, although I did grow up attending a Catholic church by the name of St. Andrew's, the same church this occurred in. Some backstory first. My great-grandmother was originally a white-healing witch in Mexico in her younger days. She would recount stories of demons she had battled whilst being a healer. I, being young, never really believed in the faith that my family practiced, but after the events of this story, I have never doubted that there are higher beings and evil beings. It was June 6th in 2006, a cliché as it sounds. I had been brought to St. Andrew's Catholic Church by my great-grandmother and my grandmother, as they believed this was a day when demons would be rampant through all people and places. I was only 8 at the time and had been tired of staying at the church praying literally all day. It was around 8 p.m. and the sun had set. I sighed and stopped praying. I decided to look up at one of the skylights attached to the roof. I don't know why, but I stared at the skylight for about 10 minutes. When I noticed a long, black figure as it slowly crawled across the exposed, stained glass. I can still vividly remember the shadowy mass shape as it slithered across the 12-foot-long glass. It had 2 long arms with sharp points at the end, 2 huge wings that easily blotted out the sky behind it, 2 long, thin legs, and a tail that swished even after its body had left the window. I, to this day, won't go back to that church, and I now have a firm belief that something is beyond this life, something that is truly evil. Rattle Demon. Submitted by Forsaken Wolf. This all started happening years ago, before my grandma died. I am pagan. I believe in the Norse gods, particularly Fenrir and Fenris, the Norse gods of wolves. I am very in tune with animals, the earth, and the spiritual plane. I was about 13 or 14 when my grandmother started getting really sick. She would stay in her bedroom in the dark, curtains drawn and lights off. There were times where I would smell rotting flesh or rotten eggs in her room. A lot of the time there, I felt cold, like something was watching me. My grandmother had been sick for years, but had quickly gotten worse in a very short period of time. At the same time, the darkness that I felt in her room got stronger and worse. Eventually, I think about 6 months after I first felt it. It was in the whole house, and it was very oppressive. Although my grandparents lived in a very hot area in northern Arizona, their house was always freezing. I would go into my grandma's room and know that this thing, which I now know as a demon, was watching me, growling at me, even attempting to scratch me. My grandma, who I was extremely close to, no longer recognized me. Her face was gaunt and different, her eyes were huge and blank, and her hair was stringy. She looked like a skeleton with skin. There were several times where I would go visit and walk into Grandma's room and hear her chanting quietly. Eventually, her chanting got louder and she became irate. She was in an almost constant rage. She would sit and chant, "Rattle, rattle, come to me, rattle, rattle, set me free." She would talk to this rattle, and it would talk through her, and it, in turn, would say horrible things to me. This demon, I believe, killed my grandma. She died at 53. There was something truly evil in her, possessing her, and it ruined her life. It also drove my grandpa into an alcoholic depression. He passed away not too long ago. I could barely recognize him or my grandma when they passed. Ever since, there's been this dark presence just waiting to come into my life. I see it out of the corner of my eyes every now and then, just lurking, stalking, just waiting for me to screw up and lower my guard. I hope no one else has to experience losing a loved one to an evil entity. It is truly the most horrific and terrifying thing one could ever experience. I know now that my great-grandma died the same way and believe that there is somehow a curse on my mother's side of the family, as my mother is now going down that very same path to her fate. I can only hope that I do not follow, and neither do my daughters. I have spent hours, days, and probably weeks trying to find anything on a demon that goes by rattle or anything like that, even just a demon that has a voice like a rattle or something. I've come up with nothing. I'm desperate to know what this demon is, because one day it might come for me. Demon Worshippers Encounter. Submitted by Saber Wolf. During my second year of high school, my 5 friends and I got really interested in airsoft. A few days before a major airsoft event, we would play against each other on an abandoned fairground. The first time we went, we explored a few abandoned buildings. One of them was a swimming center that had a large basement. We decided to stay away from that basement after we saw graffiti of pentagrams and mutilated animal corpses and black burnt-out candles. The experience really scared us and grossed us out, but we still decided to play above ground. One day, we decided to go after school just before it got dark. We went home quickly, packed snacks, our guns, and our BBs, and put on our airsoft vests to say the least. We looked like special ops soldiers. We met up at the right side of the fairgrounds, which was well hidden so no one could see us enter. There was a hole in the fence which allowed us to crawl through. After crawling through, one of my friends wanted to play a few games of free-for-all in the swimming center, even though most of us felt uneasy about the place. Finally, we all just said screw it and decided to play it cool, so none of us would think of each other as wimps. During the first match, we heard yelling and screaming, but the screaming we heard was almost animal-like, and it sounded like it was in a lot of pain. Scared and some of us pissed off, we started to shout back at the blacked-out stairwell that led to the basement. "What the hell are you doing down there?" one of my friends yelled. Then the screaming stopped, and now I could hear muffled crying, almost as if someone was screaming, but had their mouths shut. It went quiet, and a male voice came from the basement saying, "Come down and we will show you." I could see my friend's face turn pale. He was speechless as we booked it out of there, and we heard footsteps after us from behind. As we were running, we had run down the wrong pathway, and out of desperation we ran up a stairwell that led us to a ladder. We climbed up and found ourselves on the roof of the swimming center. We blocked the ladder's entrance with pieces of debris left on the roof. We waited and watched in horror as 3 tall and skinny men walked out, all in hooded jackets. One had with him a white plastic bag. One of my friends said that they shouldn't have messed with us like that and said screw them under his breath. My friend shouted for us to shoot at the sketchy men. The man with the white bag had dropped the bag and a bunch of blood spilled out. It looked like a bunch of mashed up meat was inside of it. Before I knew it, we all started to unload our clips at the men, and they started to run away, and so did we. We found a fire exit ladder, climbed down, and left in a hurry. We were stupid kids back then, but at least we were smart enough to never go back. Even to this day, it still sickens me to think of what they possibly were doing in that basement. Demon in the House. Submitted by Starwolf13. This was a few years ago. I was sitting in my room and my son was in the room across from mine. Our rooms were upstairs in what was essentially the attic when my grandma was alive, and we lived with my parents at the time. My parents had left for the day. I was watching TV and my son was playing his 360. All was quiet considering I was always hearing things in that house. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move. I thought it was a shadow of a car going by. I looked anyway and there it was. I saw a shadow of a man, but it was larger than a human, and it was facing towards me. I sat there watching calmly for what seemed like 30 minutes, but it was just shy of a minute. It put its head down, turned, and walked away towards my son's room. I shrugged it off as maybe a shadow of my neighbor across the street. A few minutes later, I saw it again. This time I leaned forwards and looked out of the window. There's nothing. No neighbor walking by, nobody on the street, no cars, just nothing. I called my son over to my room. He walked in, and the first thing I noticed was the shadow was bigger than he was. This shadow was so big you couldn't see his shadow at all. Now my son was 18 at the time. He said, like any normal teen would say, with the same attitude, "What do you want?" I just looked at him and turned to the shadow and pointed. He said, "It's just your shadow." "No," I replied. "If it was mine, it would be facing the other way, not towards me. Besides, I'm not in the light." That was when he realized it wasn't me, and he looked again. At this point, the shadow moved its mouth. I saw my son run as fast as he could towards me. He said, "Mom, it just said something." I didn't doubt it. A few years back, I was sitting with my Wiccan friend, and she told me that I had demons following me, who wanted me. She was the only one who had told me this. I am Wiccan myself, and have always seen things all my life, so this didn't bother me as much as it would a normal person. I have heard demons in this house a lot of times and seen them. I can go as far as to say I've felt them too. I have also heard my grandfather call me and seen him there, even though he has passed. That day, I went over the house clearing it of any foul spirits, and I haven't seen this demon or any others since. The Gray Demon, submitted by Joey vs. Horror. This is my experience with something paranormal. I am very into supernatural happenings and events, and always like to read about them to get the spooked feeling. I have always been curious about what it would be like to have an experience of my own, but now I regret that. It started one night in March. It was a quiet evening, and I was the last person up as usual. I was reading a book and was getting ready to go to sleep. And a quick side note, my closet door was slightly cracked open and was right across from my bed at the other side of the room. I put my book back down on the nightstand so I could read it the following night, but just as I was about to turn off my lamp, the closet door swung open with such force it made me flinch. I was terrified of what just happened. I sat there under my blankets for about 10 minutes until I finally got the courage to get up and go to my parents' room. Luckily, I made it without anything else happening. Fast forward 3 months later, I couldn't stop thinking about that night until yesterday when I was getting ready to go to my grandma's house to visit. My mom wanted me to go put on some deodorant because, I was in the middle of puberty and was getting ready to go into my teen stages. I walked upstairs and into the bathroom. Once I was done, I walked out of the doorway and to the staircase. But before I left, I heard a deep voice say something. It sounded like,
"Run."
Immediately, I looked over to where the voice had come from, and to my horror, a figure. It seemed to be 6 feet tall, and it had gray skin and deep black eyes. It was looking back at me. I was terrified, so I ran faster than I had ever run before to escape the thing. I got in the car sweating and shaking in fear. My mom was worried that something happened. She asked me, Are you okay?" "I'm fine," I said, and off we went, still terrified by what I saw. No matter what, I will always be haunted by the look of those deep, dark eyes. I feel they will never leave me. I still currently live in that house, but I'll never go upstairs alone, ever again. Demonic Life, submitted by Matt. Before I delve into telling you my tales, I must warn you that I don't mind if you believe me or not. These experiences are real, and they have shaped the person I am today. With that, let's begin. These experiences take place from when I was 7 to most recently, of November of 2015. We shall start at the beginning, the first apparition. As stated before, this happened when I was 8. I had just fallen asleep, one of those close your eyes, open them, and it's suddenly 7 in the morning kind of nights. However, I awakened around 4. The right side of my bed was pushed against the wall, so I turned my head and saw nothing but wall. I then turned the other way, and that's when I saw a figure that will haunt me until I am laid to rest. Its eyes were black, a black hole for a mouth. Its skin was greenish gray. I remember pulling the covers over my head and trying not to scream. I peeked out from the covers and saw it was unfolding and folding its arms, as well as opening and closing its mouth, almost like it was trying to say something, but no sound came out. I then remember blacking out, finally opening my eyes, only to find out that I had lost 4 hours, making it 8 in the morning. This was what sparked my experiences. My second experience wouldn't happen until I was 10. I was watching TV one Sunday before church. I suddenly had a feeling of intense dread and fear come over me, like eyes watching me. It got so bad that I hid behind the couch I was sitting on. I stayed like this until my mother dragged me out to go to church. Throughout the day, those feelings permeated my entire body. This lasted throughout the summer, each day the feelings getting stronger and stronger. Every minute I spent in my house, the greater the feeling of dread and of being watched. The first night I was feeling this way, I remember closing my eyes and seeing a white skull shape. The details are fuzzy as this happened many years ago. That feeling, though, of something going into me, and I remember feeling completely isolated and alone. I started crying and screaming for my parents. They came rushing in to find me in the fetal position, whimpering. Nothing happened again until around January of 2015, when the same feeling came back. At this time, my family had moved, not out of the state, but just a few miles down the road from where we originally lived. It didn't come on as fast as when I was younger. This time, it was a lot more subtle. I felt minor bursts of dread instead of feeling weeks of it, as well as easily shaken feelings of being watched. Now this is where it gets crazier. I started to hear a voice. It had the overtone of a child, but it had a deep gravelly undertone. It would say things like,
"You are mine, by my power."
After hearing that, I decided to seek a priest. I told him everything that was happening and was convinced that a demon was terrorizing me. He told me how to, in his words, rebuke spirits. This worked for a time, and the activity died down for a few months. It started to pick up again when I got interested in Ouija boards. It was a week before Halloween that I got one and started using it immediately. Each time I would use it, I got a feeling of what I can only say feels like something wanted to enter me. It wasn't on one specific place. I felt this feeling throughout my entire body. Each time I used it, the feeling got stronger and stronger. It is now 3 months since this time, and since I used a Ouija board last. There has been no activity since, and at this point I'm just waiting until something else happens. Sleep Paralysis Demon. Submitted by Deku Geek. It was an average humid spring night in Texas. I was spending spring break at my aunt's house, playing video games with my cousins, sharing skateboarding stories, etc. I didn't go to sleep until around midnight. By then, the entire house was asleep, and I was restlessly tossing and turning in an attempt to find a way to get comfortable in the heavy Texas air. Once I was finally asleep, I awoke, or rather dreamed I was awake, to the sound of heavy rainfall and thunder hitting against the large window and crashing outside. I was laying face up when suddenly I had a strange feeling I was being watched. I looked around the room, and in the darkness, I was able to make out an outline of a small childlike figure perched on the shelf a distance from the bed. As my eyes adjusted more, I could make out more horrifying details that made my blood run cold. It was extremely thin, body and limbs and all. Its head was oval shaped with black skin and nails, which had to have been at least a foot long each, and it had piercing white eyes. My heart froze as I locked eyes with that thing for what seemed like forever. Then this thing started hissing, the type of hiss a cat would make when it was threatened by another animal. It started to inch closer and closer to me, all while hissing still. I could feel my heart racing. I wanted to scream for someone, but nothing came out. I tried to leap out of bed and lunge at this thing, or at least make a break for the doorway. But all of my effort to get out of the bed didn't yield any result. It only exhausted me. It was as though I was paralyzed. This demon, this nightmare, was literally crawling on the bed at this point, its hissing drawing louder and louder as it drew closer. I couldn't do anything about it, but I tried to pray to God that it would go away. Somehow I passed out, and I finally woke up the next morning with tears in my eyes and an overwhelming confusion in my heart. Just what the hell had I seen, and why? I had heard of sleep paralysis before, but never imagined I'd experience it ever in my life. I did not talk about my night's ordeal with anyone, and I have not had another experience of sleep paralysis since then, and I pray to God that thing stays away. I had a demon attachment. From Pink Pepper 78. I believed the house I grew up in is either a portal or a hub of spiritual activity, and growing up there was hell. But I'd never experienced anything quite like this. I was a complicated pregnancy, and I nearly died many times in the first year of my life. This is relevant because my mother believes this is what started the activity in the home. Since one night, she woke up to a group of figures bending over my crib to watch me sleep. I grew up normal. Things happened, sure, but nothing serious or dangerous. I moved out of that house at 15 with my mom. We got an apartment in a different town. My sister, her kids, and my grandmother all still live in the home, and still do to this day. A few years back, my sister was having a joint party for her kids, as they were both born in September. At that point in my life, I hadn't been back in the house for longer than a few hours, ever since we left it. My sister's boyfriend at the time was showing me the work he did. He had finished the addition on our house that had been just bones since I was born, and had now been turned into a shop. He'd also added the foundation for a porch off the back, but it was just concrete and wooden beams so far, so they kept the door locked. That way no kids would accidentally fall out the door. Anyway, he wanted to show me, but we needed the key to unlock the door, yet it wasn't where it was usually hung up. We looked around for 5 minutes, but it was nowhere in sight. We even checked the floor, and I crawled behind the stairs because the addition was 2 floors. The second was not finished. Still, there was nothing. We were crouched next to each other. My sister's boyfriend then turns to tell me he's gonna go ask if someone accidentally put it in their pocket or hid it from the kids. Just as he says that, the key drops out of nowhere onto the middle of the floor right between us. We both just looked at each other. He looks at me and says, "She knows you're home." This may sound creepy, but there's this woman in a white dress that used to stand over my crib. She would even wake my mom up in the middle of the night, just before I started to fuss about something. He told me they hadn't seen her since I left, but for 2 days after this encounter, they could see her at night in the upstairs of the addition, rocking in a chair. I don't know why or what she was doing, but that's not even the bad bit. As the kids settled down into a pillow fort in the living room, falling asleep watching movies, the rest of us began to drink a little, watching the fire we'd built and telling our little ghostly experiences. My sister talks about how every once in a while she'll walk past the fridge, and everything on top of it just goes flying off and crashing to the ground behind or in front of her. It always just barely misses her. At around 1 a.m., we finally go to bed. My sister tells me I can sleep in the kids' room since they were all passed out in the living room. The kids' room just so happens to be my old bedroom, and I had never had a bad experience in there before. But for some reason, that night, something decided to make itself known. So I went to bed in my nephew's race car bed. There was a small nightlight in the corner, but other than that, the room was pitch black. I was on my phone for a bit. Then, when I finally decided to go to sleep, I began to get this creep up my spine, like someone was in the room with me. My eyes shot open, and of course, there was no one there. I went to grab my phone, but it was dead, and everyone else in the house was asleep. I tried to settle back in, but as I turned the other way to face the chimney, which ran from the first floor through the second, and was probably about 3 feet wide, all stones and no bricks, I saw a massive shadow. It was from floor to ceiling and was very clearly a person. It had shoulders and a head, but it didn't move. I tried to find the source of it, see if it was a toy or stuffed animal or a trick of the light, but the shadow remained. At this point, I started to freak out because the creepy feeling was back. I just stared at it, wide-eyed, and for a second I thought perhaps it was my grandfather who passed away before I was born. But I didn't get good vibes from this thing. Eventually I realized I wouldn't sleep, so I found my niece and nephew's TV, which was tiny and hooked up to an old Xbox, and the only DVD in the room was Planes. Yeah, that movie like Cars but with planes. I watched it on repeat the entire night, and anytime I dozed off, the movie would end and I would be wide awake again, starting the movie over. I remember watching the time fly by on the little clock and the sun slowly beginning to rise. That shadow stayed the entire night, and so did the terrible feeling. Eventually, I could hear my grandmother up, and I ran downstairs, telling her I wanted to go home. I didn't have a car at the time, or else I would have been long gone. I felt drained, sick. I had a headache. I chalked it up to being hungover, and went to sleep the minute I got home. For the next week, I felt off and on the verge of nausea. I'd randomly get these severe migraines that also made me nauseous. I threw up when I ate, and I just thought I got sick or something, because I am prone to stomach bugs. I thought nothing of it, and eventually everything was fine. I felt fine. But I had this feeling of someone watching me everywhere I went. I didn't have that feeling in the house I lived in before, so this was odd. I met a guy online. After about a month of dating, he stayed over. In the middle of the night, I remember waking up. He was just lying in bed on his back, with his hand behind his head, staring at the bedroom door. I was like, "What is it?" Because I didn't know if my cat was out there or not. And he says, I've been awake for a while. I feel like something is watching me." I immediately sat up and stared at my door. So it isn't just me, is what I remember thinking. Then suddenly, I got dizzy and nauseous, and felt like I was going to throw up. I curled up and tucked my head between my knees, trying to ground myself and stop the spinning. Then, without even thinking it, without even realizing what I'd said, I spoke. "He doesn't like you." My boyfriend turned towards me with wide eyes, obviously concerned and scared. I looked at him and was like, "I don't know why I said that. I don't know what's happening." He just got up and shut the door tightly. Then we held each other. The vertigo and nausea continued. Then I was chanting in my head over and over, "You're not welcome here, leave," very angrily. Soon the vertigo stopped, and the nausea slowly went away, but I had a bad headache. I said, "I think it's okay now." My boyfriend then told me he kept envisioning us in a bubble of light, safe and protected. I haven't had any problems since. I still feel like I'm being watched. I don't know if it's our demon friend or another ghost, as the house we live in now does seem to be haunted. The stuff on the fridge still falls around my sister, so there must be something else trying to catch her attention, unless my demon friend went back to them. And despite my demons, or ghosts, the guy I met online and I have been together for 3 years now, so things are a little less scary.
Haunted by Good Intentions, from Itty Bitty Demon. This all began in the summer of 2012. It was in the first apartment that my husband, Jason, and I lived in after we moved clear across the country from Honolulu, Hawaii to Northern Virginia, roughly about an hour south of Washington, D.C. I was working in retail, a full-time student, made some friends, and had finally gotten past the culture shock of being on the East Coast. At the time, living in the unit below us was Amelia and Stacy. I knew Amelia from work, and we became fast friends shortly after Jason and I moved into the apartment. I never met Stacy and only saw her once or twice. Even to this day, even after what happened, I sadly still don't know anything about her. Now, on to the beginning of the actual story. Jason and I were relaxing by watching TV before I had to head into work around 4 p.m. Suddenly, we hear a persistent knocking sound coming from below us, and shortly after it began, the knocking turned significantly more aggressive. It was like someone was absolutely putting all their effort into pounding on a door or a wall. It was seriously loud enough and hard enough to shake the entire apartment. Then, there was an incredibly teeth-rattling boom, followed by silence. After a very pregnant pause, the screaming began. It was this gut-wrenching constant wail of despair that made my heart drop and my stomach clench. There was so much pain in the sound. At this point, Jason and I both knew that the sounds were coming from the downstairs apartment. We had tried to ignore it in the beginning, but that god-awful screaming was so hard to ignore. I was worried about Amelia, since she was a friend of mine, and I hoped she was okay. I figured I could ask her what all of that was about the next time I saw her. As I was leaving for work, there was a fire truck, an ambulance, and multiple cop cars outside of our building. I noticed Amelia in the parking lot, looking so lost and shell-shocked. After speaking with her, I learned that apparently Amelia had not seen Stacy for a few days. She knew Stacy was home since her car was in the parking lot, and her bedroom door was closed and locked. That morning, Amelia knocked on Stacy's door to check on her, but did not receive a response. She did this periodically throughout the day, but still no response. This is when she became concerned. The knocking and pounding that we heard from our apartment was the police doing a welfare check on Stacy. The loud boom was them basically kicking her door down. The pain-filled wailing was Amelia discovering Stacy's dead body. I'm not sure how she died. I'm not sure if it was by natural, criminal, or self-induced means. All I know is Stacy had passed away and was locked in her room for the last few days. Several weeks later, Amelia had approached me and 2 other girls at work, asking if we could help her soon because she was moving out. She said she simply couldn't live in that unit anymore, that she was now afraid to be alone there. She also said that she had not been staying in her apartment for a while now. She said that the apartment was bad luck because someone had died there. She was so deeply disturbed to be there that she was willing to pay the penalties of breaking her lease, even though she had renewed her lease shortly before Stacy passed. We 3 agreed to help. The date was set for next weekend. We would start Friday afternoon and work to get her packed up and all her stuff in the moving truck by Sunday night at the latest. The other girls, Cheryl and Donna, were already at Amelia's apartment by the time I arrived that next Friday. I was surprised to see a huge pile of trash bags lining an empty wall. She said that she was only keeping the things that she initially brought to the apartment, such as her clothes, accessories, shoes, bedding, and some kitchen appliances. Everything that was shared, such as dishes, furniture, and just about everything else, was being thrown out. I was shocked. She was tossing about 3/4 of the apartment, all the foods and spices included. I asked why she didn't want to sell or donate all the stuff, as some of the furniture looked brand new. She said she refused to take any of the bad luck with her, and she didn't wish it on anyone else. Therefore, it all needed to get dumped. Now, Amelia is from the Philippines, and I have relatives from the Philippines from my dad's side of the family. Much like a lot of other cultures, Filipinos can be deeply religious and very superstitious. Her logic was that if someone took some of that furniture from the dump, it wouldn't be on her conscience since she did not personally give it or sell it to anyone. We packed her things efficiently over the next couple of days, never once addressing the elephant in the room, Stacy's room. I peered into the room a few times as I walked by out of curiosity. The door was hanging off its hinges, the room was empty, and the single window opposite the door was wide open. On Sunday, Donna finally broke the silence and asked about the open window in Stacy's room. Amelia said that she was way too scared to go in there to close it. She began to fret about having to pay for the water damage to the wall below the window, as it had been raining on and off for the last few weeks. All the while, that window had been open. Stacy's family had come by to collect her things, but no one had thought to close the window. I shrugged and walked into the room to close the window myself, since Amelia, Donna, and Cheryl were too scared to do it. I noticed that inside the room was chilly, despite it being warm out that day. The vibe or energy in the room was so strange, heavy, and uncomfortable. As I said before, I'm part Filipino, and I was born and raised in Hawaii. Both sides of my culture can be very superstitious. One of the beliefs is that if you're entering a place that doesn't feel right because of a presence of some sort, you should just apologize, tell whatever it is why you're there, and let whatever it is know that it's not allowed to bother you. Under my breath, I said, "I'm so sorry for entering your space. I'm not here to intrude. I just want to close this window and I'll leave. You're not allowed to harm or follow me." I closed the window without difficulty and simply went about my business, finishing helping Amelia. Now, this is the point where things started going to complete and utter crap. We had been in Virginia and living there for a while without incident, but after helping Amelia move out of her apartment, things in our apartment began to go so far left. I began to have debilitating migraines. The migraines were not new, however. I used to only have the throbbing head pain and light sensitivity. But now, I was unable to move without throwing up. Any type of sound or light would cause me physical pain. I would have light auras so bad that my peripheral vision would be completely blocked out, and nothing but sleep would help. This was a catch-22 for me, because whenever I did sleep, I would be plagued by horrible nightmares. This was not the normal, occasional nightmare, though. It was every single night. Nightmares so bad that I would be shaking and inconsolable. I woke up a lot in my nightmares, only for something messed up to happen, causing me to jolt awake again in the nightmare. Rinse, cycle, repeat. It often seemed so real that I sometimes couldn't tell if I was asleep or awake. My mental and physical health was taking a beating, and at the time, I had no idea why. Then the knocking sounds began, all hours of the day and night. From the walls, from the ceiling, from the floor, things would disappear and end up in places that made absolutely no sense. Jason's things would get misplaced so frequently that he started accusing me of moving them. He felt there was no way that he would place his car keys in the fridge, nor would he ever put his work-issued phone in the sink, especially since waterproof phones were not really a thing yet. Lights would turn on or off. The volume on the TV would suddenly jump to eardrum-destroying levels if you walked out of the room. Several times the dishwasher would turn on, even though the door was not latched. There was one day that I was getting ready to do some laundry. I took a bunch of clothes hangers out of the closet and placed them on the bed before I walked out of the room to get the laundry out of the dryer. When I came back into the room, all the hangers were in the middle of the floor, just sitting there in 3 perfect stacks. Have you ever had clothing hangers fall off the bed and land in 3 perfect stacks? Because I sure as heck haven't. On another occasion, I had plans to clean the kitchen and walked into the kitchen to find the broom standing upright, as if playing sentinel or waiting for me. Sometimes when I took a shower, the shower curtain would pull open a few inches before closing again. Now, I understand that heat and steam can cause shower curtains to rise or sway a bit. However, this wasn't that. You could hear the rings sliding on the metal rod as it slid open halfway and then closed. Things like this happened to the both of us while we lived in the apartment. This isn't everything that happened while we lived there, but it was the most stressful for me. While it did stress me out, especially when I was home alone, Jason tried to be rational about it, saying things like, "The noises are just the neighbors moving around in their apartments," or "sounds can travel through the vents from one apartment to another," or "the nightmares and migraines are from stress," or "faulty wiring." The following is the last event I'll share here, even though much more has happened in that apartment. This was definitely the most terrifying for me. Now let me say that Jason is always worried for my safety. Even when I'm home, he worries. It's just in his protective nature, and I know for a fact that he would never do anything to jeopardize my safety. At this point in time, I was so terrified of being in the dark and of the nightmares that I couldn't sleep without Jason in the room. If he weren't with me, I would panic if I could not see the whole room. Anyway, Jason had to leave the house every day around 6 a.m. to get to work by 8 a.m. because of traffic on northbound I-95. I would usually still be in bed when he left for the day, and he would always turn on the light in our closet, leaving the closet door cracked for me so that I would not freak out by waking up alone in the dark. It was mid-fall, and the temperatures would dip into the 40s. On this day, I woke up and almost had a panic attack because I woke up in the dark. I immediately jumped out of bed and rushed to turn on the closet light. After taking a few minutes to calm myself, I frowned when I realized that our bedroom window was wide open. I closed it and checked my phone for the time. It read 5:50 a.m. Jason could still be home. With phone in hand, I opened the bedroom door and stepped into the short hallway, only to realize that every single light in the apartment was turned on. The guest bedroom, the hallway, the bathroom, the kitchen, and living room lights, all turned on. And to my complete and utter horror, every single window, the balcony door, and the front door were all wide open. Jason would never do something like that to me. Our apartment was on the 2nd floor, and the stairs were located directly in front of our door. That means if someone had come up those stairs with bad intentions, they would have had free rein to amble right up the stairs and straight into our apartment. I ran across the apartment, not caring about the stomping noises that I was making to close the front door. As soon as I closed the door, all the lights simultaneously shut off. I noped it out of there. Just me, my phone, and only wearing one of Jason's tall tees that I went to bed in. No shoes, no pants, no keys. I ran barefoot to the gym that was on the other side of the complex parking lot, where I sat and sighed and cried. I called Jason and hysterically told him what happened. He of course tried to console me, but I'd had it by that point. That was the absolute last straw for me. Needless to say, we did not live in that apartment much longer after the incident, just long enough to give the complex our 60 days notice and to find a new place. I also never stayed home alone after that if the sun wasn't up. I began to leave the house whenever Jason left. It did not matter if I had to sit in the parking lot until the sun came up. At night, I would go to work and hang around until Jason came home, even on my days off. Once we were out of that apartment, nothing ever happened again. Life went back to normal, but I've not really been the same ever since. I had told a close friend of mine about all these events, and he said that when I had spoken out loud in Stacy's room, it's possible that I didn't hold any conviction in my own words. Like, I said them, but I didn't really mean them. I have no idea if it was Stacy that was haunting me. Was her spirit lingering and followed me home? Was there something else in her room that was drawn to all the pain and suffering there because of Stacy's passing, and it just happened to latch on to me? Was it demonic? Was I experiencing a psychotic break and didn't realize it? I have no idea. I really and truly don't. All I know is that my path to hell began with the good intentions of wanting to help a friend by closing a freaking window. I lived in a haunted apartment. From Rosinator. This is a short story of one of the many events that took place in this building, but I still remember it clearly. Now, the building had shopping carts in the lobby to bring large loads of whatever to different floors. It had an old elevator too. I was around 12 years old, and I remember being called down to the lobby by my mom to bring up a load of groceries she had ready to go on a shopping cart. I was to bring it up to our apartment on the 4th floor, unload the food, then bring the cart back down. Being a music lover, I had just downloaded more songs to my unlimited playlist on my MP3 player, which I was thankful to have. I decided it would be a good time to listen to my new music, too loud for my ears. I put on my slippers and walked down the long hallway leading to the elevators. Down in the lobby, I got the groceries sitting in the cart my mother had left. I went back up in the elevator and still had the music way too loud. I started walking down the hall leading back to the apartment when suddenly, I felt 2 hands grab my shoulders and shake me, like someone was deliberately trying to scare me or get my attention. I laughed, thinking it was one of my cousins, so I whipped my head around to see nothing. No one was standing behind me. I took out my headphones and just stared blankly into an empty hallway. I almost ran back to the apartment, still pushing the shopping cart. I unloaded all the groceries and soon heard my mom coming back into the apartment. She reminded me that I now had to take the cart back to the ground floor. But I really didn't want to.
Demons in the Dark, submitted by Evelyn. This happened around 3 years ago. I went to sleep over at my cousin's house for a weekend, and my Aunt Jenny was all into this paranormal crap, like Ouija boards and all that kind of stuff. My cousins and I believed that if she played with the Ouija board, then demons and spirits would enter her house. Olivia, Harper, and me all shared a room that night. We stole my aunt's iPad and watched horror movies because we liked to get scared. Eventually, it was too much for us, so we decided to turn it off. My 2 cousins fell asleep soon after that, but I couldn't. It took me a while just to feel tired. Eventually, I was about to nod off, and I started to hear voices, but everyone in the house was sleeping. No one was awake. Olivia and Harper had a 2-year-old little brother and parents, that was all. So I woke up my 2 cousins, and I told them, I hear voices, and I don't recognize them. Olivia looked at me. We got up and walked out of the room to Jack's room, her little brother. As soon as we walked in, the lights turned on, and then shortly after, they began to flicker on and off as if someone was playing with the light switch. Then those weird voices came again, and let me say, now that I could hear it a little bit better, They sounded like they were speaking in a different language, and for some reason they just wouldn't leave. Right before we picked up Jack out of his crib, a shadowy figure around 7 feet tall appeared over it. We all jumped back. It seemed to be blurry. We couldn't make out its details very well, but it looked to be crying blood or something red. We were all frozen in place. This thing seemed to be looking down at Jack, but then it slowly turned toward us. Then, in a very slow, steady motion that seemed to take ages, it raised up what appeared to be hands with scraggly fingernails at the tips, and it waved at us. And at that moment, I felt fear and anxiety stronger than I've ever felt before, than I think I'll ever feel again. Its hands didn't even look like hands. They were so monstrous. I picked up Jack quickly, and we ran out of the room and back into Olivia's. We stayed there all night, watching the door, unable to sleep. The next morning, we told my cousin's parents. I remember their horrified faces. Now, in the typical stories, you'd expect the people to say that it was just a nightmare, that we're just kids with creative imaginations or something like that. Not this time, because they told us that they thought their daughter had walked into their room and crawled into bed with them. But eventually, she got out of bed, and the figure was no longer their daughter, but a tall black shape. This demonic figure walked out of their room. Later that year, they moved out, and I like to believe it's probably because there were demons in that house. To this day, what scares me the most is that my aunt was the one that brought that figure into their home. She practically summoned this demon as it began to haunt her family not long after playing with that stupid Ouija board. And now the image of that thing waving at us, it follows me in my dreams, and every time I close my eyes, that demon is there waving at me. The Devil's Stare, submitted by Zmeister. Years ago, my mother and I used to go to the southern part of Texas known as the Valley. My mom's side of the family lived there and also in Corpus Christi. It was a great getaway since our whole house was always full. With 4 sisters and my mother and only 2 rooms, it was a fiasco. One weekend, my mom said for us to pack a few articles of clothing because we were going to go to Harlingen, where my grandmother lived, and we'd be staying with my aunt in a nearby town about 20 minutes away from my grandma's. I always had a good time there, because the cousin that lived with my aunt was my age, and we got along very well, so I knew it was going to be fun. We arrived in Harlingen and visited my grandmother all day. Then finally my mom said, "Let's go, your aunt and I are going to go out later, so I need to start getting ready." We drove to my aunt's house. Now, her house was once a housing unit for soldiers way back when, and the home was huge. I stayed with my cousin in his room, and we played video games well into the night. My mom and aunt finally left at around 10 p.m., and they said they'd be gone for a while. So, of course, my cousin and I kept playing video games. Later on that night, my cousin asked me, "When you got here, did you get a weird feeling? Did you feel anything?" I told him I didn't know what he was talking about. I didn't feel a thing at all. Puzzled, I asked why. He told me, "Well, I've seen things here, and I saw the devil himself." The moment he said that, I had a creepy feeling in my stomach because he had the look of fear in his eyes I've never seen. I couldn't disbelieve him. I tried really hard to let that feeling go, and it got more intense later in the night. Eventually, I fell asleep on the floor by my cousin's bed. I woke up in the middle of the night, and I looked up toward him, only to see him sitting up in bed, staring into the doorway. The hallway was dimly lit from the porch light, and we were at the other end of the house. I asked my cousin what was wrong, and he said, "Hush, I hear something. I think it's happening again." After he said that, I turned to look towards the hallway myself, and what I saw changed my life forever. It is forever embedded into my memory. We heard footsteps with the noise of spurs on boots, and then a tall black shadow that looked like a man in a trench coat with a black cowboy hat came into the doorway and began walking towards the back door. I gasped quietly, and as soon as I did, the figure stopped. He stood motionless for a moment, and then he slowly turned, looking to where my cousin and I were. The smell of sulfur filled the room, and after what seemed like an eternity, the figure turned again and walked towards the back door. We did not hear the door slam, so we waited an hour or so until we got the courage to get up and look. We turned on all the lights in the room and walked to the door. The hallway was freezing cold, and we saw nothing. The smell of sulfur was still there though, and the door had a charcoal handprint on it. We even tried to wipe the handprint off, but it stayed there no matter what we did. When my mom and aunt came back, we told them everything that had happened, and they were scared. My aunt prayed over the house. She sprayed holy water through the whole thing. After that, my aunt moved out, and my cousin and I still talk about it every once in a while. Since then, though, I have never felt fear as palpable and powerful as I did that night. Someone Else's Demon, submitted by Caitlin. This happened a few years ago, and I've told only family members and a priest about all that happened. My friend, let's call her Ash, had always told me there was something in her house, and yes, I had a feeling of something being there. Now, my sister says it seems that some of our mother's side of the family have a sense of things like this. At first, Ash told me there was a ghost in our house, and it wasn't anything bad. And honestly, from our experiences, it seemed to only play with people if they had long hair. Once I fell asleep and woke up with my hair braided. One summer, Ash was dating this guy who was a complete jerk. I hated the guy. One day, Ash starts telling me there was something new in her house. Well, it was new to me. She told me this thing always came when she started to date somebody. I didn't think much of it, but then she explained how things were starting to get bad. One day, she woke up in the middle of the night, feeling something in her bed. She woke up and her sheets were ripped. Not ripped like there was a hole torn in it, but more like something had clawed through them. She began to wake up with claw marks and bruises on her body. She started to have me over more often, especially when her mom, stepdad, or sister were gone. And let me just say, things were getting scary. One night we were in the pool and I felt as though we were being watched. I looked up on her roof, and I swear to God, I saw something moving. It looked like someone was on their hands and knees, crawling around on the roof. At first I thought it was the neighbor kid, playing a joke on us. But I saw red eyes, and I could hear the claws clacking on the roof. I stared at this thing for a minute, and it stared back at me. I'm not a church-going person, but at the time my mom was battling lung cancer and wanted to go back to church. Quickly I started to say a prayer, and the thing closed its eyes and literally disappeared. After that experience, I told Ash again and again to get someone to bless her house. She didn't listen, and it only got worse. One day we had another friend named Ty come over to help. He was a Wiccan, and I had hoped that he would back me up, telling Ash to get the house blessed. We go back to Ash, and Ty wanted to make a ring of protection and try to figure out what the thing wanted. At first, I didn't think anything would happen, and almost wanted to leave, but then something did. Ty's eyes became black, and he grabbed Ash, growling and yelling at her.
You know what I want. You know what you did.
He said it in a voice so deep, it could not have been Ty. Being from a Catholic background, my instincts kicked in, and again I said a prayer. I put my hands on Ty, who tried to attack me for a moment, but then he stopped, and soon he came back to himself, asking what had happened. We told him, and I could see his face turn pale. We had to break the ring for someone to turn the lights on. You can probably guess who it had to be. Yep, it was me. I ran across the room as fast as I could and flipped the lights on. The moment I had stepped out of the ring, I could hear flies in my ear, like thousands of them were buzzing around me, and it only stopped the moment the lights switched on. We sat there in silence, taking deep breaths, trying to relax, when Ty said he had to go to the bathroom. The only one in the house was downstairs. I sat there with Ash to keep her calm since she was in tears. Then my phone began to ring, and it was Ty. Confused, I tried to answer, but I couldn't hear anything on the other end, so I was assuming he butt dialed me and hung up. But again he called back. On the other line, there was no breathing, no sound of movement whatsoever. After a while, Ty came back. Ty is a chubby guy, and he was moving rather quickly. You could tell he was scared. He came in asking why I didn't answer my phone. I told him that I did, and I didn't hear anything on the other end. So I asked him what was going on. He said he had gone downstairs and he was walking to the bathroom. You have to go through the living room to get to the bathroom, and he was walking through the living room when he heard someone call his name. Of course, he turned toward the noise, and what he saw in front of him chilled him to the bone. When he turned, he saw something 6 feet tall, something a human shape with red eyes, watching him. Immediately, he ran to the bathroom and locked the door and called me. After a moment, he began to walk out of the bathroom, but he could still see those eyes, so he stepped back in and made another call to me. When he didn't get an answer, he made a run for the bedroom we were in. After that, Ty was done. He left and I stayed with Ash that night. I had told my parents what was going on, what was happening to Ash, and how she was scared to stay alone. About a week later, Ash was on a trip to Florida, and it was a nice summer night, so I had my windows opened. I was about to go to bed and only had my eyes closed for about 10 minutes before I heard something. I looked, and standing next to my bed was a little boy. All in a flash, the boy jumped into my bed, grabbed me by my wrists, pinning me down, and he told me,
I'm not scared of you.
I struggled violently for a moment. One moment my eyes were closed and the next they were open, and in that time, he was gone. All that was left was a bruise the size and shape of a tiny hand. First thing I did was call Ash. I told her what happened, and she was very quiet. She stayed quiet for a moment before saying that she had Ty come back and that he had brought a spirit board. They both knew there was no way in hell that I would ever mess with something like that, and if I had a chance, I would toss that thing out of the window. The demon, as I started to call it, asked them,
Where's your little friend?
So of course they asked who it was talking about. My name is Caitlin, and I do go by Katie, and I wasn't surprised that Ash told me that that's what the thing replied. Soon after that, Ash was over at my house, and I was giving her hell for being on the Ouija board, and she was blowing me off, saying it was nothing. Then she told me that this demon told her its name, and I immediately recognized it. She kept saying it and saying it. Now, unless you're someone trained in dealing with this kind of thing, saying the name of a demon can give it power. I kicked her out of my house, and I had my parents call the priest to bless our home. About a year later, I was hanging out with Ash and another friend named Emily. It had been a long time since I had spent the night with Ash, since I got sick of her boyfriend and his short jokes. Ash was telling me that her mom had saged the house not too long ago, and that the demon was finally gone. When I walked into that house, I noticed that it did feel somewhat different. Not like the thing was gone, but different. I just thought I was on edge because of everything that had happened in the past. After a night of driving around going to places that were said to be haunted, we got back to Ash's and turned in for the night. Ash and her boyfriend were in one bed, and Emily and I were in another, in the same room. After sleeping a few hours, I woke up. I noticed that I was in a different spot in the bed than when I had gone down to sleep. Emily and I had seemed to switch places, and I was very sore and I felt just completely drained. A couple of days later, Ash called me and asked if I remember anything from after I fell asleep. I said no and asked why. She told me that her boyfriend had woke up around 5 in the morning and that he saw me standing in front of the cubbyhole that housed her Ouija board, that I just stood there in the dark, silent. After that, we had a falling out, and I just did not have the time for her or her Ouija board crap. My mom was dying and my sister was getting married. Another year had gone by and it was about a week before my mom died. And my mom kept telling me to get the boy away from her, to get the boy away. While my dad just thought it was her dying and seeing things, it made me wonder. Honestly, my mom was not a great person. And I wondered, could it have been the demon that's been haunting me? Choked Out. Submitted by Jeterix. When I was younger, around 18 or 20, I lived for a while at my paternal grandmother's house. During this time, I was with a girl who became pregnant with my son. This story is about something that happened to us when she was over one day. It may have ended in tragedy for everyone if I was just seconds late. My grandma's old place, she now lives in a very nice condo a few blocks over, never gave me the creeps. I had never heard stories about anything unnatural happening there. And even with my other experiences, I had never encountered a negative presence in the house. And I had been over a lot when I was growing up, when my parents were working or away on business. I should mention that my parents had been separated since I was young. When I stayed at my grandma's in adulthood, I got my old room in the basement, dark and unfinished, but still comfortable. On this day, my pregnant girlfriend, not my ex, was over relaxing, talking about baby stuff, usual dating things. She got thirsty, so she asked me to get her a glass of water from the main floor kitchen. So I jumped up and headed upstairs, getting slightly sidetracked by my uncle who had come by, but only for a few seconds. After a brief conversation with him, I grabbed her a glass of water from the tap and I came back downstairs, pushing open the sheets to my room, our makeshift door. What I found was my girlfriend on her back. Her eyes were bulging and bloodshot, and her face was beginning to turn blue. It looked like she was being pinned down. She wasn't able to move. I swiftly ran over, unsure about what was happening. I tried talking to her, but got no response. I tried handing her the cup, but she still did not move. I grabbed her shoulder, seemingly knocking her out of it, and she suddenly gasped for air, like she had been running for miles. She was shaking and muttering and crying. I helped her up into a sitting position, slowly giving her sips of the water I had gotten. She explained to me that as I went upstairs, she was suddenly grabbed, forced into the bed, and felt two strong hands gripping around her throat. They were squeezing tighter and tighter by the second, while something kept her from being able to fight back. The room felt suddenly darker, like something was angry and watching. Something was indignant that it didn't finish the job, that I had interfered, however accidental that help was. My sanctuary, my home, it now felt like I was very much unwelcome, and as if this thing hated me being there. I got mad. I was upset, not only at this thing for making my safe place unwelcome, but obviously at it for risking my girlfriend's life and the life of my unborn child. I come from an Irish Catholic family, so I began to pray. I began to use whatever will I could muster to tell this thing to bluntly go away. It didn't completely work. Sure, it felt like it moved further away, maybe backed off, but it was just like it was pacing outside whatever border my will and prayers created. It felt like it knew I couldn't hold it back forever with just my will. My room was now its hunting ground as far as it was concerned, and instead of 2, it now had 3 targets that it wasn't willing to let go whatever tiny barriers I could come up with. But I did have an idea. I quickly rushed her as safely as I could over to the other side of the basement. I wanted her to be closer to what I thought would help. It was the small shrine of crosses and crucifixes dedicated to my late grandfather. This thing seemed to realize what I was doing, and it felt madder and darker, and I started pressing closer as we moved into the room with this beautiful shrine dedicated to the great man. It was fast, but thankfully we were faster. We got to the now brightly lit area of candles and religious symbols. It stopped dead outside whatever barrier this caused. I believe we had beaten it. I got her situated and began to ask God and my grandfather to protect us, to get this thing to leave. It was not welcome in this house. I prayed and begged hard, for the sake of myself, my girlfriend, my son, and my family that lived in the house. Finally, with some kind of feeling that resembled an angry growl, the feeling of darkness in the house disappeared. From that day on, though, I kept a cross in my room and around my neck. Demon Sighting, submitted by Dimitri. I've always loved to explore abandoned houses and buildings. Every trip I would find the usual stuff: broken furniture, shattered glass, and lots of junk. On a few occasions, though, I would see a homeless man or a group of teens smoking or drinking. On this particular day, me and my girlfriend, who we'll call Vicky, set off to explore this abandoned building we had seen close to our house. The building appeared to be an old hospital or nursing home, based on the number of wheelchairs and medical gear thrown around the place. When we first entered, the only thing that seemed off was that there was a very odd smell. Not bad, just odd. Almost like burning hair and rotten meat. We ignored it, thinking it was a dead animal or old rotten wood. As we continued, We seemed to be going deeper into the building, getting closer to this odd smell. After about a half hour of walking through, we came to room 135. The door was demolished. There were chunks blown off of it, large gashes and weird stains all over it. But somehow it still managed to sit on its old rusted door hinges. I pushed it open with my foot, and honestly I expected a crap-filled empty room like the rest. But no. Instead, we found a room filled with random animal carcasses. Birds, rabbits, things like that. Each with varying amounts of decay, some bone, some fresh. It was the fact that some were fresh that really disturbed me. Wanting to impress my girlfriend, despite the creepiness and grossness of it all, I raised my shoulders and I walked ahead of her. Everything seemed to be fine, I guess. I turned to my left at one point, and when I did, I saw something extremely terrifying. There was a large black and red figure crouching down, and it was clawing at a piece of wood. It seemed to be blurred for some reason, as if the image of this thing was glitching somehow. It had a large black torso with strange shades of red all over. The legs and feet seemed to be too long for the body. I couldn't make out much, but I could tell that its neck was extremely thin, and it seemed its head ended in a snout, and from that snout something dark dripped. I must have stared at this thing for a full minute, before finally something even worse happened. It spoke to me.
Nice night, boy.
It sounded like 20 different voices speaking at once, but with a deep and guttural undertone. Immediately, I ran towards the door, grabbing my girlfriend by the hand. We ran together, but I don't think the thing followed us. When we got back to the car, we drove for about 5 minutes before I stopped. I got out, walked to the side of the road, and puked up my guts. My girlfriend asked me what I saw. Apparently, she didn't see it. She didn't enter the room after all, and that means she did not see the demon thing, but she did hear the voice. I lied, and I said that it was just some homeless guy. Because what would I tell this girl? That I saw a demon? No, I wouldn't say that. I would sound crazy. But to this day, it haunts me. That voice, it still comes to me in my mind. And I still wonder, why was it so calm? And why did it not chase us? To this day, my girlfriend thinks that I threw up from all of the dead animals in the room.
My Demon Fiancé, submitted by Dan Ong. I was born, raised, and currently live in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I am Malaysian Chinese, and Christianity is what I believe. This story happened roughly 3 years ago, and happened to me and my then fiancée Nicole. It was an experience that really left a scar on both our lives forever. Well, 3 years back, Nicole and I just got engaged, and I was looking for a new place we could call home to start a new life in, and maybe even start a family. To my surprise and luck, I found an old house with a really reasonable price in a really strategic place of the city. I discussed it with Nicole and decided that we could renovate it together after we bought it. The previous owner was really happy that we took it off their hands and even offered to lower the price for a fast transaction, which I should have found as odd as I reflect on it now. Anyway, we bought the place and immediately began renovations on it. When it was all done, we moved in immediately and began shaping the place into our own image. Back then, I really wasn't paying attention to that little gut feeling you get when something is wrong. Even though I was having it quite a bit there, I was far too busy with the moving and the wedding coming up soon to even care. If only I knew then that the nightmares would come as a result of my actions, or my lack thereof. About a month after we moved into the place, I returned home from work one day, and as I walked through the front door and past the living room, I saw Nicole sitting silently on the sofa, back-facing towards me, and she was staring blankly into space. It was odd to see her like that. So I walked up to her, putting my hand on her shoulder, and I was about to ask her what was wrong, when literally she just faded out of existence. I stood there, dumbfounded, wondering whether I was going crazy or not. when suddenly my phone rang. It was a message from Nicole saying she was tied up at the office and she wasn't going to be done until later that evening. I was taking this all in when I began to hear loud crashing coming from the kitchen. Then I heard audible footsteps running up the stairs toward the second-floor bedrooms. Every new sound shook me. I checked everywhere, but I found nothing. Not a sign of a break-in. No one was in my house. All I did find was broken dishes everywhere on the kitchen floor and an eerie sense that I was being watched. I was beyond creeped out at this point, but quickly cleaned up the mess and decided that I would go to the mall and wait for Nicole to get off work. I wasn't going to spend a night alone in this house, not until I was sure of a logical explanation of what had just happened to me. Later that night, over dinner, I told Nicole everything that I'd experienced. She seemed to think that I was only joking. She even laughed at first, but when she saw the fear and confusion in my eyes, she had to believe me. We talked about it for a while, trying to come up with a sensible explanation, discussing how we cannot afford to move anywhere else as the money was needed elsewhere. We finally decided we would try to make it work for the time being. Nothing much really happened for the next 2 weeks, until one Sunday, as we returned home from church. We got back to the house to find our bedroom a complete wreck. Lamps were turned upside down, our pillows and books were scattered across the room. But the worst of it was that Nicole's cheongsum, a traditional Chinese dress, was ripped to pieces, and there were stains all over it. It looked like someone had used it to cover a wound. We were paralyzed with fear at the sight of this. No animal could have done this. Nothing had been taken from the house, so it wasn't a thief who had broken in. We were just so horrified. Nicole began sobbing, and I comforted her. I told myself that I was done with whatever this was, so I decided to call a priest to bless the house. But the church called me back and told me I'd have to wait a couple of days, as the pastor in charge of these kinds of things was away on a missionary trip in Africa and wouldn't be back for about 3 weeks. When I heard that, I wasn't sure if we could wait that long. But we did. We waited every day as the footsteps and banging increased in the middle of the night. We even heard growling at one occasion, coming from the toilet when there was no one there. Then one day, things finally climaxed in the middle of the night. I woke up with a start to find Nicole standing in the middle of the room. She was once again motionless, but now she was staring at me with this weird blank look on her face. I asked her, "Nicole, are you okay? What's wrong?" Then she began to laugh in a voice that wasn't hers, and all the while she began to grin across her face, a grin that I'd never seen before in my life. Immediately, I jumped up from bed and rushed towards her, grabbing her by the shoulders and pinning her to the ground. I was not going to let this thing, this demon, whatever it was, take my fiancé away from me. I shouted at it, "Who are you? What do you want with my fiancé?" I honestly didn't expect an answer, but the thing before me in Nicole's body actually replied,
She's gone from you now.
It began to laugh in this god-awful demonic voice. I began praying as loudly as I could, goosebumps and chills taking over my body. All the while I hugged my fiancé in tears. Then slowly, I began to hear Nicole saying in a soft voice, Dan, what is happening? Why are we on the ground now?" The moment she came to, all I could say was, "We're leaving, now." I threw everything in one bag, and I helped Nicole do the same, and we hightailed it out of there. I didn't care if it was the middle of the night at 3 in the morning. I called Nicole's parents and told them we were coming over right away. Then I called my parents, asking them to meet us there. I said that I would explain everything when I got there. When I reached her parents' house, they were bombarding us with questions as to what had happened, why we were so messy. I explained everything to them, all the things that happened from the first day we were in that house. After they heard all of that, both sets of parents began to comfort us, telling us everything was going to be okay. Nicole's mom went into the kitchen and began to boil some traditional Chinese herbs. They're said to have the power to ward off evil spirits, and they told us both to wash our faces and hands with it. Then they began to pray over us, muttering a Chinese prayer that I heard of when I was a kid, and at the same time the Lord's Prayer. For the next few weeks until the pastor came back, we stayed at Nicole's parents' place while both her dad and my dad figured out what to do with the house. We were discussing whether we should sell it or just leave it as it was. I considered both, but I really couldn't afford another place anymore, so we decided to just wait for the pastor. Finally, he returned, and all together we went back to the house with the pastor to perform the blessing, but we left Nicole and both our moms at her place as the pastor said this demon was specifically targeting her. We entered the place, and to my horror, the place was in a total wreck. The furniture had been turned upside down. There were scratch marks all over the wall. There were stains everywhere that weren't there before. I could tell the pastor and both my dad and Nicole's dad were scared out of their minds. You know what they say, seeing is believing. We did the blessing over the place, and we even asked some of the church elders to pray over us and spray holy water into dark corners of the house. After all of that, right away, the place felt calmer and more homely in contrast to the heaviness at the beginning. Even after that, it took us quite a bit of time to finally move back in, as the horrors of what happened there stayed with us for quite some time. But slowly, we did manage to put it all behind us finally and move on with our lives. Since then, we've gotten married, and we're now on the way to starting a family. I'll forever be grateful for both my parents and in-laws for the comfort and the help that they brought us in our time of need. But to be honest, I still think of the events of those nights, and sometimes I discuss it with my wife. Even now as I type this, I still wonder who that demon was and what did it want with my wife. For as long as we live in this house, that question will haunt me. Some recent experiences, submitted by Anna. Since I was 6 years old, I've had multiple experiences that have ranged from hearing voices to seeing actual things. The experiences I'm going to share with you today have happened to me over the past year. The first experience happened on New Year's Eve. My parents had left for a party about an hour before. I was in the guest room watching a cop show on Ion, and my brother was sitting on the bed next to me, watching YouTube videos. The chair that I like to sit in is right next to the window. I was expecting a friend to be over, so when I heard what sounded like a car pull up in the driveway, I immediately assumed it was her. I didn't bother to check, since I figured she would just let herself in, as I had left a key for her under the mat. I even heard the front door open, and I began to hear footsteps. But when I didn't hear the footsteps climb the stairs like I had expected, I could still hear them walking around downstairs. I called down for my friend, and when I didn't get a response, I decided to go down slowly to see if she was looking for us down there. Halfway down the stairs, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they were finally approaching the staircase. I paused on the stairs, puzzled. Then those footsteps stopped directly at the bottom of the stairs, and that's when it registered my friend hadn't arrived yet. I stood there for a moment, staring at the base of the stairs, but there was no one there. I didn't see anything, but I could feel something staring back at me. I stood there for about 2 minutes before moving, and once I moved to the next step, the footsteps headed back down the hallway and then out the front door. I was so confused. I checked all the rooms downstairs after locking the front door. Then I looked out the front door. There was no vehicle outside. No one was there. I noped it back upstairs and stayed there until my friend FaceTimed me, letting me know she was now outside. The next experience happened only a couple of weeks ago in my dorm room. This was roughly a day or so before my roommate moved to another room. She had gone to bed around midnight or so, but I, on the other hand, could not get to sleep. I ended up falling asleep around 6:40. As soon as I fell asleep, I had a dream that some family I didn't know was being attacked by a demon that eventually succeeded in ending all their lives, and I could only sit there and watch. Needless to say, that dream jolted me awake in a cold sweat. I raised up out of bed and wiped my forehead, and I began to rub my eyes, and right after, I scanned the room around me, still creeped out from the dream. But as soon as I did, I noticed the two figures sitting at the foot of my bed. One of the figures was on my bed, crouching over my feet. It was the one I saw in my dream. It had the same scarred face, dark and matted and wavy hair, and a white gown. The other one looked more normal. It was a handsome boy. He appeared sad and more scared than I was. Both of the figures looked at me with completely black eyes, and the first one appeared to be smirking at me. I stared at them for 10 seconds, then I began to crawl away. But luckily, those figures disappeared. For the next week, I found it hard to sleep in my room. I know I was awake when I saw them, because I remember leaning up and wiping my forehead, but it freaks me out that the first nightmare that I've had in about 2 years was seemingly more than just some dream, and I'd be more than glad to never have another nightmare like it. My childhood was scary. Submitted by Michael. Let me start off by saying that I never realized how odd these things actually were until I looked back at my childhood and my teenage years. It is possible that, though I never knew for sure, I could have been mentally ill or something like that, but I doubt it. Probably the one real strange thing is that some of these began to stop just last year during the beginning of spring. Anyway, I'll start with the story my parents have told me. The first time hearing this was from a conversation with my mom about how curious of a baby I was. She said that I had an imaginary friend who she thought to be a parrot, because whenever I would imagine it, I would stare at one specific spot above me whenever I was in my cradle, and I would smile and giggle at it. Only one day, while I was smiling and giggling at my so-called imaginary friend, my mom was strapping me into a car seat, and when she closed the car door, I stopped giggling and I began to cry and scream like someone had just hurt me, and I wouldn't stop staring at the same spot. She said she thought she had squished my imaginary bird friend and that I was really sad all of a sudden. It was a weird story because one of my oldest memories was a blurry scene of staring at a car door while crying. Of course, that could just be me visualizing what my mother had told me. The next event was the first domino to fall. I was eating some cereal at night while watching TV when out of the corner of my eye, I see someone moving in the kitchen. When I looked over, I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything either, and my parents weren't inside the house at the time. This spiraled into some crazy things. After passing by a room or a hallway at a good distance, out of the corner of my eye, I would always see a tall, faceless, shadowy figure. Every time I saw them, I was scared and I would run to the closest adult. I was still young at the time, maybe 7 years old. I remember being so scared, afraid that they would one day cross the edge of my vision and appear straight ahead of me. When I entered my teenage years, I still occasionally saw them, but I was used to it by then, so I would only be surprised for a moment and I would continue on with whatever I was doing. Along with this, I would sometimes hear voices calling my name, asking me for things. I could be listening to music, When I would suddenly hear someone call for me from across the house, I would think it was my parents calling me. 9 times out of 10, I was wrong. The most vivid time it happened was last year when I was sitting in my room. I suddenly heard a loud and calm voice yell for me. It said my name. It was airy and seemed to have a strange and recognizable voice to me. I was alone in the house entirely, and when I heard it, I was definitely spooked. One time, about 2.5 years ago, I was relaxing on the couch and watching TV. The couch I was on was around the center of the room, and the back faced the kitchen, and a hallway was just diagonal of it. Out of nowhere, I felt a strange feeling, like suddenly I felt there was someone behind me, behind the couch, just looming over me. All my life I've heard the cliche thing about feeling when you're being watched, but I never really believed it. But this event is probably the one time I would use that cliche to describe it. Only instead of just watching me, whatever this was staring me down, eyeing me up and down like prey. I froze. I never felt this sensation before. I had a feeling of dread, that I was in mortal danger. The TV was the only sound aside from my heavy breathing. I couldn't even will myself to turn around, like whatever was behind me was about to pounce and kill me. Eventually it faded and I felt safer. I moved to the couch that sat against the wall after that. It was only much later did I discover that on the back side of the couch I was originally on was a massive claw mark, a mark my parents got mad at me for, even though I didn't do. Discovering that gave me massive chills. Call me strange, but I don't believe in ghosts. I do believe in demons though. My family is decently religious, although they've become less so in the past years. I'm probably the only one in my family who tries to keep up with my beliefs and practices them normally. Whatever those shadows were, or that strange presence, or even the voices, it seems to have stopped, for now. I haven't experienced anything since moving into my new house, but that still doesn't stop me from feeling like something is in the dark, waiting for me. Demon in My Garage, submitted by Rachel W. Some very terrifying activity has been going on for a few weeks, and I honestly can't take it anymore. It started at the beginning of June. It started in my garage where we keep our bikes and our barbecue stuff, things like that. My dad told me to grab the grill as we were going to have burgers, so I walked into the garage and picked it up. Nothing unusual really, until I noticed there was an awful and weird smell, like sulfur. For anyone who doesn't know the smell of sulfur, it's a vile smell, a smell like rot. After these experiences, I learned that sulfur is a sign of an evil spirit or demon. But at the time, I didn't know. I thought something may have just been rotting nearby, or maybe it was some weird mold. Fast forward a few days, I'm in the house on my own as usual, as both my parents worked full time. I'm sitting there in the living room with my dog, when I hear a sudden and very loud crash from the garage. It sounded like something heavy and made of metal fell down, so I got up out of my seat and I went to go check it out, thinking maybe something had just been balancing in an awkward position and had fallen. As I walked into the garage, this burst of freezing cold air hit me, and I mean, yeah, the air was on, but it was like a freezer in the garage, and our air conditioner doesn't even go out in the garage. Not to mention I was blasted by this wave of that sulfury smell again. I reach out with my hand to flick the light switch, but it doesn't come on. Just my luck, I thought. I scan the room, which is engulfed in darkness, and then I begin to see something. A dark mass, somehow darker than the already dark garage, in the top right-hand corner of the room. What is that? I say under my breath. Maybe it's just my eyes playing tricks on me. But then my dog, Kiera, walks into the garage and immediately begins to growl and bare her teeth. She's facing towards the dark spot. Kiera is the sweetest dog I've ever known, so seeing her like that was a big shock to me. With that, I knew something was off, so I very slowly backed out of the garage and I shut the door, making sure Kiera was with me. Nothing else happened after that day for roughly a week, until again I was in the house on my own. This time I was a bit wary, so I stayed in my room the whole time with Kiera at the foot of my bed. I was just on my phone playing games until I needed to get up for a glass of water. I reluctantly rolled out of bed and opened my door. Now, so you can get a better idea of my house layout, when you walk in the front door, there are stairs to your left, the garage door to your right, then a corridor leading to the kitchen, living room, and bathroom. When you go up the stairs, straight ahead of you is another bedroom, and if you turn left, there's my room, and right, there are 3 other bedrooms. As I walk out of my room, I hear a door somewhere else in the house slam shut. This jolts me, and I'm thinking maybe it was the wind blowing through an open window, making it slam shut, but I knew I was in denial. And again, that smell of sulfur hit me. What the heck, I said, contemplating whether I should bother getting a drink of water or not, at least until someone else got home. And then suddenly, I hear a sort of hissing sound coming from just downstairs. It was like a snake, but far bigger. I slowly stepped over to peer down the top of the stairs. I looked around the corner, and that's when I saw it. Something with yellow eyes, black skin, large claws, and a tongue like a serpent. It was on all fours, clambering up the stairs, coming towards me. I screamed louder than I ever had before. I spun around, heading back to my room, and I swung the door shut behind me. Kiera's head raised and tilted to one side as I hauled my chest of drawers in front of my door, because just to my luck, my room didn't have a lock on it, so this was the only thing I could think of to use as a barricade. My doorknob began to rattle, and I heard scratching coming from just outside, as that thing was trying to get in. I stood there crying for about 5 minutes as the thing behind the door got louder and angrier. I honestly thought it was over, like this was how my life ended. Suddenly, the front door to the house opened, and I heard my mother shout up to me, "Hi, honey." And at that exact moment, the banging stopped, and everything went quiet. Still shaken, I began to pull the chest of drawers away from my door, and I slowly turned the handle and swung the door open. The creature was gone. I began to cry again as I ran downstairs towards my mom. By the time I got to the bottom, I told her everything. I told her about the smell, the coldness, and the creature, but she just said that I must have fallen asleep and had a nightmare. She said I used to have them a lot when I was younger. No one was going to believe me, and to be honest, I can't blame them. Who would believe a 15-year-old when they say a demon is haunting their house? This happened only a week ago, and I'm still very, very terrified. Everything has been pretty calm since then, but I'm just worried that next time, Mom won't come home so soon. A Demonic Presence, submitted by Talina. This happened to me when I was 9 years old, and I'll never forget it. At the time, I was at my grandmother's house, and it was about 3 in the morning. Even at that age, I had pretty severe insomnia, so sleeping was not an option for me. The room was deathly cold at the time, and it gave me a bad vibe, and suddenly I felt a jolt of electricity through my body, and I sat up immediately, scanning my room, only to see my grandmother standing there at the door. My grandfather is a sports writer and leaves the state a lot, so we often locked the doors when it was just me and my grandma. but in this case the door was open wide, still slightly creaking open, as I saw that figure standing there, staring me straight in the eye. Its eyes were cold and not normal. I blinked and rubbed my eyes to make it go away, but it was still there. This was no dream or hallucination. You see, what makes this so terrifying was that the thing at the door looked like my grandmother, except on that night, I was next to my grandmother in bed. She was lying there asleep. I reached over to wake her up, to shake her awake. She wouldn't wake up at first, and I looked back at the thing that looked like her, and it was still there. I could see it breathing. More chills flooded my body. Finally, my grandmother woke up, and when she did, that thing disappeared. Still, I told her what had happened and what I saw. I told her that something that looked like her was standing by the door, and the door was open now. But when we looked back at the door, it was locked shut again, like nothing had ever happened. When I got up to go check the door, because I knew I wasn't dreaming, I saw a picture of me on the floor, slightly ripped. To this day, that memory gives me nightmares.
The Demon Lady, from XX Dean XX. I was about 7 years old. My brother Reggie was around 9. My mother, who was a stay-at-home mom, took care of me and Reggie almost 24/7, while her girlfriend was away at work. We'll call her girlfriend Jay. She worked at the Comfort Inn Hotel in town and was away at work for the usual 9 to 5. Jay had begun dating my mom a few months after I turned 1 in November of 2006, and I was really close with Jay. I'd like to say out of us 2 kids, I was the favorite. Now skip ahead to when I was 7. This older lady, who appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, had stayed at the hotel for a week. I'm pretty sure it was to see her family. She had got to the hotel by some sort of public transportation, and when the week was over, she had to leave. But she didn't have any more money to pay for a ride home, and ended up asking Jay to drive her home. Now keep in mind that apparently she lived all the way in Ohio. That was a long way from our small Pennsylvania town. But Jay agreed, so they put the lady's things in the trunk of Jay's little Mazda SUV and made their way to Ohio. A few months later, I was watching TV in the living room eating a PB&J, drinking a Capri Sun pouch. You know, the typical little kid things. When Jay walks into the living room from the kitchen and announces to my family that we're going to stay at Kay's house. I looked at her confused, because I'd never heard of this Kay before. So I said curiously, "Who's that?" "Kay, you know, the old lady from the hotel." Then I remembered who she was talking about. I guess I was confused because I didn't know her name. I was curious as to why we'd be staying with her. She was a complete stranger, right? But I didn't question it, because being so young, I figured the adults know best. So I innocently said, okay. We had finished packing up around an hour later. Once everything was packed up in the car and ready, we set off for Ohio. It took what felt to be the longest 3 hours of my life to finally find this woman's house, but we eventually did and pulled into her driveway. We saw her waiting on the sun porch. From inside the car, I began to observe the outside of her house, and I saw that her garage was just hanging wide open. There weren't any cars in there either, nor were there cars in the driveway. Ours was the only one there. To me, that was a little weird, but I just set the thought aside and exited the car to help my family bring our stuff inside. Once inside, I continued to observe my surroundings, which is what I usually did when being in a house I'd never seen before. Her place was dimly lit because she only had dim lamps turned on in her living room, and the rest of the entire house was totally dark inside. My parents began to ask Kay some simple questions, and one of her answers cleared up my suspicion as to why there were no cars in the driveway. Jay had asked if she lived with anyone, and she said she was a widow, and her son had moved away to college, which is what cleared up my curiosity. After she showed my parents around the main floor, she took us outside to cook hamburgers and such on her grill. She had offered my mom some soda, which my mom kindly accepted, and she asked us kids as well, but we said no thanks. While the adults were on the back porch talking and grilling food, my brother and I were playing pretending to be Transformers or something. My brother was Optimus Prime and I was Megatron, I believe. We were in her backyard. Soon the food was done, so they turned off the grill and we all headed inside to eat. When she started serving us hamburgers, I sweetly declined because I'm weird about who makes certain foods for me. Like, I would only eat mashed potatoes if my mom makes them, or I would only eat hamburgers if Jade made them. Since me and my brother didn't want any burgers, she told us with a sweet smile, "Wait right here," and walked over to her stove, pulling out a pan and came back over to where us kids were. There were freshly baked brownies in the pan. It smelled so fresh and chocolatey. They looked delicious. She asked if Reggie and I wanted some. We excitedly said yes. She dished out a couple of slices of brownies, one for me and one for Reggie. After that, she told us, "By the way, you kids can call me Grammy K." It was in the sweetest but creepy voice. I thought this was the strangest thing the lady had said so far. Our brownie slices had been devoured by me and my brother pretty quick. It was really good. Too good, if I say so myself. Eventually, everybody had finished eating and such, so she took my family to the dim living room to just talk and watch TV. When Reggie and I sat down to watch TV, there was this weird show about Jesus airing. It was discussing how he died and was resurrected and things like that. It wasn't very interesting for a kid like me. I remember being more interested in shows like SpongeBob or even Dora. The rest of my family didn't seem to be really into the TV program either, but after what felt like forever, everyone decided they were tired and it was time for bed. Kay asked if my brother and I could sleep downstairs in the basement with her, which I thought was extremely creepy, but apparently my brother didn't. He said yes over and over about 5 times in the most hyperactive way. And for another odd reason, my parents said we could. We headed downstairs with her, though I was hesitant. The basement was actually surprisingly well kept. It had carpet, drywall, a ceiling, nothing like the expected brick walls and cement floor and such. She told us we didn't have to worry about bugs or spiders because she had her basement sprayed for bugs like that every month. She then took us through the doorway to the other room off to the main room to show us around in there. There were multiple sections of the basement. Once we made it to that other room, it was pitch black, and you couldn't see anything, not even from the light coming from the main room, because like her living room, it was dimly lit. While we were standing there in the doorway to this mysterious dark room, she reaches for something on a table next to her. It was a flashlight. Once she switched it on and shone it throughout the room so we could see. She told us it was dark in there because when she had her basement remodeled, they didn't fix the lighting right, so the light for the room didn't work. When I looked around to observe the place, it wasn't as nice and homey looking as the main area. This room looked like the typical scary basement. Brick walls, cement floor, and a rafter ceiling. My brother had asked Kay jokingly, "Are there any demons in there?" She looked at him with almost a stern expression for a second, then said back with an innocent fun laugh in her voice, "No, we had the exterminator spray for those too." She took us back to the main room to lay down for bed. She gathered up some pillows and blankets for us, and finally we were comfortable and ready for sleep. Around half an hour later, right before I drifted off to dreamland, I heard Reggie say in a desperate whisper, "Dean, are you awake?" Annoyed, I opened my eyes, directing them to him, and I whispered back, "What?" He says to me, kind of worried, "I'm scared. I can't sleep." I asked him why, and he responded,
"There are demons watching me from the other room. If I move, they're going to get me."
Being a 7-year-old, I had a big imagination, and it took me until I was an astonishing 12 years old to finally control it. But when he said that to me, I thought he was trying to scare me. I was the crybaby of the family. Just about everything frightened me. I told him, "Nuh-uh, just go back to sleep, Bubby." I had closed my eyes and tried to fall back to sleep, which was very hard for me when I was younger. I had ADHD, which turned into ADD with age. But to fall asleep, I had to take melatonin, which later stopped working. Then I had to start taking clonidine to fall asleep. Anyway, as I was slowly falling asleep again, I hear my brother start up once more with his nonsense. This time he said it with more fear than the first.
"She is staring at me. She's watching me, sissy."
Once I heard him say this, I had a mix of worry and confusion and annoyance. I said back to him, "Bubby, what are you talking about? Mommy and Jay are going to be mad at us if we don't get some sleep." He replied with tearful terror this time,
"No, she's watching me, and her eyes are solid black."
Following that, he tells me to
"Look at her. Her eyes are black. Dean, look at her."
I look out of suspicion, which was quickly turned to fear, when I see what he's talking about. And her eyes were black, blacker than the night itself. I know this is hard to believe, but I swear on my life that her eyes were black as darkness. It was the old lady, Kay, just lying there where she'd been sleeping. She wasn't saying anything, she wasn't moving. She was still covered with her blanket, staring right at my brother, not blinking. I must have been in shock. I didn't know what to say or do about the black-eyed, motionless lady we were stuck down there with. Trying to be brave, I told Reggie, "Bubby, come over here. Stay close to me." Tears were welling up in his eyes as he whined in his whisper of a voice,
I can't. If I move, she'll get me."
Neither of us knew what was going on or what to do. We lay there silently crying for a moment, when Kay sits up. Her body was very still. The best way I can explain to you the posture of this woman's body was like she was standing in formation, as if she were in the army or boot camp, how they stand very firm and perfectly rigid. Her eyes were still black. We were both scared, very scared, not wanting to move because we didn't know what she would do if we did. I know this story sounds odd. I don't know how I can stress it to you enough that this memory is vivid and real. I wish it was a dream. I wish it was fake. In that moment, I was in such terrible shock that I stopped crying, and I sat there darting my eyes back and forth from Kay to Reggie. I was almost in what I could describe as a trance of fear, which was why I wasn't moving or crying anymore, but rather just sitting there, waiting. During that state, I hear my brother start yelling for my mom and Jay, which I guess broke me out of this trance. I hear their feet come stomping towards the sound of a terrified boy. They were down there faster than the Flash himself could ever go. As soon as they reached the basement where we were, they flipped on the light, and strangely enough, as soon as my mom's finger hit the light switch, Kay's body fell back down, loosely, back to a comfortable sleeping position, and her eyes closed, as if she was pretending to be asleep, like she knew she had been caught. My mom and Jay start freaking out and asking us what had happened, and Kay wakes up, seemingly clueless as to what happened, saying, "What's going on?" My parents are asking the same question. Me and my brother are trying to explain that to them. They believed us. I don't know why, but they believed us. They took us and ran upstairs, Kay coming upstairs shortly after. They take us to her room, which is where they were supposed to sleep, and they shut the door with my brother and me, my mom and Jay freaking out. Suddenly, for some reason, my parents open the door and step into the living room, telling a confused Kay that our friend who was looking after our pets at the house called and said the upstairs had flooded, even though that was a lie. A lie to get us out of there. We gathered our things in a hurry, and right before we made it outside, she came up to us and handed me and my brother these glass objects, which she explained to us that when you put them in the windowsill and let sunlight shine through them, it would create a pretty shadow in the shape of the glass on the wall. My mom accepted them from her hands, and we quickly got our stuff packed up in the car, taking off, heading back home. On our way back, my mom stopped at the next gas station and threw the glass things away. Then we continued on. After a 3-hour drive, we just went straight to bed. None of us had any idea what had just happened. I think the reason why my mom believed us was because she had a few paranormal experiences of her own. She was a big believer of ghosts and such. To this day, I'm still a little confused as to what happened. But I know what I saw, and I will always remember the fear I felt. I know I'd never felt that much fear in my life. I believe that what I saw was perhaps a demon attempting to possess the old woman, or having already possessed her. That might explain the weird TV show about Jesus she had playing on the TV earlier. It might be why her house was so dim. It just might be why her eyes turned black and why she had been acting so strange. I have had many paranormal experiences since then, but nothing as terrifying as this. Maybe I'll share them another time, but thank you for listening to my story about the Demon Lady.
Eyes in the Night by LNIAX. One cool but comfortable evening about a month ago, my fiancé and I went spotlighting for deer in eastern North Carolina. We started out on the back roads around our home, with the beam of our spotlight piercing the dark wood line. Here and there, we would stop and get out when we saw deer that were blinded by the light so he could gauge if they were bucks or not. About 30 minutes in, we find ourselves down a gravel path that we had not known was there. We headed down searching the woods, and then I turned the beam to a patch of woods where multiple sets of slanted yellow eyes in a single tree were staring back at us. Stephen exclaimed out loud, wondering what could be, and told me to stop the car. As I did so, a wave of uncertainty washed over me. Something wasn't right with this scenario. We got out of the car with the light still fixated on the sight before us. The tree was about 100 yards ahead. Utter silence ensued, with my heart feeling like it was beating to a heavy metal crescendo. I heard Stephen start counting the pairs, reaching 8, and as he did, they started disappearing until only one set was left. We took a few steps, albeit reluctantly on my part, as Stephen started walking faster towards the tree. I stopped him as I zeroed the light onto the center of the tree. What we saw still has us baffled and scared to this day. The creature was moving side to side halfway up the tree, with the eyes never blinking or moving away from us. We could detect a long, pale body moving back and forth as it stared us down. The dread I had been feeling finally made its way up to my head, and I told Stephen to get to the car. I walked backwards, never taking my eyes off the creature until I reached the safety of the car. When I zoned the light back up to the tree, the creature was gone. The ride home was quiet for the first few seconds, until the shock ran off, and Stephen asked if I had seen the same thing he had. All I could do was nod my head as I was shaking from what we had just seen. Needless to say, we haven't gone spotlighting ever since this occurred. A week later, we were sitting in our living room watching a movie one night. Our house is situated literally in the middle of nowhere, with fields and trees surrounding us on all sides. Next thing we know, we hear 3 knocks on the window behind the couch, followed by a scratching sound. Terrified, we couldn't do anything but sit frozen, listening to the scratching Our dogs went crazy barking and carrying on with their hackles raised while they followed the sound throughout the length of our house. After about an hour, it ceased. It hasn't returned. We did some research online and are thinking it must have been either a Wendigo or a skinwalker. While doing this, I recalled a memory from when I was 16 to 17 years of age, riding home with a girlfriend from a school event. I must have repressed this until I started searching for answers to what Stephen and I saw on the woodline that night. My girlfriend was driving down this long, windy road heading home to Bath, North Carolina, while I was manning the radio. There were a few houses scattered here and there, but mostly forests and fields lined the road. I found a song we both liked and settled back into my seat. Turning my head to the right, I saw this shape running parallel with the car. At first I thought it was a dog, but as I peered more intently, I noticed it was almost shaped like a square and really low to the ground. Its legs were disjointed looking, like a spider, but with only 4 legs. No other features were discernible as the moonlight was ebbing as clouds moved through the night. I yelled my friend's name and she startled, cutting the radio down, wondering why I had screamed. When she saw the shape keeping pace with her car going 60 miles per hour, her face went pale and she stomped on the gas pedal. We hit 80 miles per hour with this monstrosity keeping pace. As we came up to a curve, the creature veered off from beside us and disappeared into the night. We never spoke of this incident again until I called her up and asked if she remembered that night. She went quiet and said she had never spoken to anyone about what she saw, but our recollections were the same. All I can say is this really happened to us, and if you don't believe it, then it's on you to go venturing into our forests at night. There are things in these woods that we can only begin to imagine.
Never open your door for the late trick-or-treater. From H.H. This experience occurred last October on Halloween. I've been looking for the right place to share it, but now I figured I've got the right spot. At least in my neighborhood, there's an unspoken rule that trick-or-treating ends at 10 p.m. Usually the kids walking around come at different times depending on their age. The cute little 4 to 7-year-olds come earliest, when it's still light out. They're probably my favorite. Then comes the older kids. They're kinda awkward and silly. Finally comes the kids who are a bit self-conscious about still trick-or-treating. Freshmen and sophomores, really. They're the best for pranking, so I enjoy that a lot. Last Halloween died down around 9:50, and I retired to my couch with the leftover candy. Outside, the sounds of kids faded as they deserted the streets one by one, signaling the sound of Halloween. I fell asleep around midnight. The surrounding area, a graveyard of Jolly Rancher wrappers and lollipop sticks. I woke up suddenly to a timid rap on the door. Sitting up half asleep, I'm pretty sure I asked who it was, but my mind was too foggy to be sure. The next knock was much louder and shook the cobwebs from my brain. I jumped off the couch and cautiously approached the door. Through the peephole, I saw a small boy wearing a surprisingly authentic-looking classical suit. It was perfectly ironed and inky black. His face was pale and smooth, with a vibrant blush in his rounded cheeks. The most stunning part, however, were his bright blue eyes. They were piercing, almost. I opened the door and greeted the kid. I asked him what he was doing up so late and where his parents were. He replied that he was hungry and just wanted candy. He ignored my second question. I hesitantly brought the candy bowl to him. He fished through the bowl and dug his hand to the bottom. He felt around for a while, never actually looking at the bowl. I found that odd, but I didn't say anything. All of a sudden, the kid screamed and pulled his hand out of the bowl. His hand was bleeding fiercely. I freaked out and grabbed paper towels, trying to wipe the blood away, but the kid kept screaming and slapping my hand. He gave me a haunting, accusing stare with those deep blue eyes. He pointed at me and yelled with tears running down his cheeks. He yelled that I tried, but now I'll pay. I had no idea what he was trying to say. I then noticed these fishhooks stuck in the boy's hand, and at that moment I thought that this was a ruse to pin me for trying to harm a child, so some desperate family could get me for money. But the kid screamed, continuing to bleed. His eyes went wide. He grabbed his arms and swatted all over his body like they were bees attacking him. I watched in horror as fishhooks protruded everywhere from his body. My porch was now a puddle of blood. I slammed the door, and within a few minutes the screaming stopped. I wondered how no one had heard the child scream, and I hoped desperately that it was all some twisted hallucination. But then I woke up. I felt refreshed at first. The sun was shining brightly through the windows. It seemed like a good morning. The events of the previous night, they seemed to be a vague memory, rather a dream. In fact, I was almost entirely convinced it was a dream. When I stepped outside, to be sure, there was no puddle of blood. None of the neighbors said anything about hearing a screaming child in the middle of the night. It was normal. But there was one thing that keeps me from setting this aside as simply a dream. Halfway through the day, I realized that I had been clutching something in my hand, and when I looked, it was a small, rusty fishhook.
Demons in the Closet by the Stormgatherer. When I was a little girl, about 6 years old, my family moved into an old Victorian-style house on the bad side of town. It was the best we could do at the time. My family consisted of me, my younger brother, my 2 older sisters, and my mom. We're born-again Christians, so demons are nothing new to us. Right off the bat, we could tell something was off about the house. My mom would hear children's laughter coming from upstairs when no one else was home. People would get pushed as they were walking down the stairs, causing them to fall. And occasionally, we would see the back of a woman resembling my sister-in-law, who did not live with us, running on all 4s up the old servant's staircase that went from the kitchen into the back upstairs bedroom. For about 2 years of the 7 we lived there, the creepy encounters were fairly harmless. But something changed. I'm not sure what triggered it, but things took a sort of a meaner turn. One night, I was laying on my bed reading when I heard something rustle in my closet. I assumed it was my sister's cat, so I ignored it and kept reading. A few minutes went by and I heard more rustling. Starting to get a bit creeped out, I put my book down and sat up to listen, hoping it had just been my imagination. That's when I heard it. A low whisper coming from behind the door. Tempest. Hey, Tempest. Come over here and open the door. We want to talk to you. At first, I thought it might be one of my sisters trying to scare me, so I responded to the voice saying, Tessa, if you're trying to scare me, it's not working. I'm trying to read, and if you don't leave me alone, then I'm going to tell Mom. The voice quietly laughed. I'm not Tessa. Come here and talk to us. We have something we need to tell you. The doorknob started slowly turning, and the rustling got louder. Come here. We won't hurt you. I was scared now. I didn't want to see what was in my closet. I didn't want to hear what they had to say, so I stood up on my bed and clutched a pillow in front of me as I said to the voice, I'm not going to open the door, and I'm done talking to you. I know what you are, and you can't hurt me. I swear that door started to slowly open. Whatever was in there had decided it was coming to me. I threw my pillow as hard as my scrawny 8-year-old arms could at the closet and leapt off my bed to the bedroom door just a few feet away and ran screaming downstairs to my mom. She had heard me scream and was already running to the stairs, ready to beat the crap out of whatever had scared me. She immediately went up to my closet and whipped the door open, only to find nothing. She searched the entire house, including the attic and the basement. Absolutely nothing. The next day, my older brother came by. He and my mom went through the house, anointing every doorway and praying over every room. That stopped the majority of the activity, but occasionally one of us would wake up with a 6-fingered handprint bruised into our ribs or across our necks. I wish I could say that the activity stopped after we moved. Unfortunately, it continued, but that's another story for a different day.
Red. From Jess. Some years ago, I opened a convenience store in the front part of my barn. A wall divided the store from the storage. My neighbor, a single woman with 5 children living at home, used a Ouija board to search for her true love. Her children would come into the store for the free snacks I'd give them, and a lot of times they'd even come for supper when their mom didn't feel like cooking. They began to refer to me as Grandpa, and loved Red, my dog. I had installed a heavy plank door securely locking between the store part and storage to keep customers from entering. One afternoon, as the children munched snacks and spent time with Red, they spoke of the bad thing in their house, a thing that pulled covers off of them at night and tried to pull them out of bed by their feet. They said that it did bad things to their mother. I wondered if it wasn't just their overactive imaginations. Now, I usually stayed open until midnight before closing out the register. One evening, I was interrupted by a masculine sneeze that came from the storage area. What the heck? There was no way anyone could be in there. Both the outside and inside doors were locked. I went through the locked outside door just in case. There was nothing. The next day, the children came again, but I had to walk them home in the growing dusk a bit earlier than usual, as I had heard 3 heavy pounds from a fist on the inside door, which once again should not have been possible. I went to check again, but there was nothing, just like before. Later that same evening, a customer came in to buy cigarettes. He was a nickel short, but I gave him the pack anyway. As he left, he said to me, "God bless." Immediately, it sounded as if a heavy metal chair was thrown against the inside door. It scared the heck out of the customer. I decided to set up a trail cam to see if I could get a picture of the activity. Of the 6 shots, all were blank except one, which looked to have a glow stick in front of the door between the storage and store. The pounding from there would continue, and the fact that I played a CD of gospel music that ran all night just to piss it off probably didn't help. Eventually, I grew tired of whatever it was that was scaring my customers and the kids. I got some sage and sweetgrass to cleanse the entire building. When I removed the bar that secured the door, it fell inward. The screw holes for the hinges were rounded out. I must admit that bothered me, but I cleansed the inside of the place. There were no further problems that night until I let Red out to do her thing. I watched from the window to make sure she didn't head for the highway, when suddenly she screamed and turned vicious into the damnedest dogfight I'd ever seen against something that I couldn't even see. Whatever she was fighting against, she chased it out of the yard. After that, I had no more problems. This is a true story. There's no exaggeration here. Sometimes weird things happen, and you just can't explain them.
Fort Sill, Oklahoma. Submitted by Logan. This is a story about myself and my best friend Richard's experience. I'm in the United States Marine Corps, being part of the artillery side of our branch, Everyone who has the MOS of 0811 goes to Fort Sill, Oklahoma for training. It's a relatively big base, but the Marine Battery is located out of the way of most of it. It's located right next to a cemetery, which makes the following events even worse, especially since I didn't believe in ghosts or demons until now. It was around April or June of 2016. Myself and a couple of buddies had just arrived at the battery. It was around 1 in the morning, so we were all extremely tired. The duty NCO, non-commissioned officer, checked us in, gave us our room cards and sheets and pillows for our rooms. He instructed us to be in formation by 0445 or 4:45 in the morning. Myself and Richard were assigned room 211. It was on the first floor about 50 feet from the duty desk. We began walking towards the end of the hallway when we noticed 2 doors on opposite sides of the hall, both leading down to what we assumed was the basement. On the doors there were signs, no unauthorized personnel beyond this point. Naturally, we assumed it was probably an armory or something of the sort. We joked about how we would try to get down there and see the weaponry. Looking back, what happened in the following moments, it should have been a massive red flag as to what history Fort Sill held. As we resumed walking towards our room, we heard a massive bang. My first instinct was that someone had fired inside the barracks. It sounded exactly like that. The door to a room a few paces away opened, and a Marine stepped out. He looked at us and told us to keep it down. We told him it wasn't us, and that it sounded like it came from the basement. The minute we mentioned the basement, his demeanor changed completely. He quickly and nervously told us to get into his room. We followed him inside, and he locked the door behind us. He sat down on his rack and began to speak. "You two have no idea what you're in for," he said. There were 3 barracks in the Marine Battery, one of which was for the new Marines, the second for the Marines in class, and the third was entirely locked down. That one appeared to be in the process of remodeling. "What the heck are you talking about?" I said. "All of the buildings have a past. The one you're sitting in used to have an electric chair in the basement. The others were an insane asylum and a morgue. Didn't you see the bars in the windows as you came in, and how all the others didn't have them?" He answered me thoroughly. "The thought didn't cross my mind," I replied. He began to tell us about an incident that happened when he first arrived here. He said, "Our battery gunnery sergeant found 2 Marines screwing around with a Ouija board one night. Being the way he was, he confiscated it and threw it away. The next morning, he found it sitting on the desk in his office. His office is locked by a key lock, a number pad, and a card swipe. Nobody was getting in besides him. It was my job first thing in the morning to report to him and to clean his office. When I walked in, I saw him cutting the thing to shreds. We both thought that was the end of it. Again, the next morning, he found it on his desk, as if it had never been cut. He was so desperate that he called in a priest to bless the 3 buildings. Then he locked the board in a chest surrounded by holy water, and he placed it into the basement. Ever since then, I haven't been able to get a good night's rest." I asked him, "Is that why you can't go down there?" He said, "Probably, yeah. That and the armory is down there as well." We chatted for a few minutes before going off to bed. About a week would pass before things got worse. I was sitting in my room and we were done for the day, just playing the PS4 I'd recently bought. It was the weekend, so we had liberty, so I didn't have to go to bed. My buddy Richard was coming back from the gym, and we had both decided we wanted to find that Ouija board. He grabbed a screwdriver, and we walked out into the hall to one of the doors. It was about 11 p.m. and almost everybody was knocked out. We used the screwdriver to pry open the door, then we headed down into the basement. We couldn't turn on the lights for fear of being noticed, so we used our phones instead. It was extremely cold down there, cold enough to see your breath, even though it was 90 freaking degrees outside. At this point, I was getting nervous. The air shouldn't have felt that way. We walked into the medium-sized room. In the center, you could see a large metal plate with bolts. It appeared to be secured to the floor. Above us on the ceiling, somebody had done a shoddy plaster job. You could still see some of the wires poking through. This must be the electric chair room, I said. It made perfect sense. There was no way it wasn't. I told Richard, but he told me to be quiet, that I didn't know that for sure. As soon as those words came out of his mouth, and I will remember this moment for the rest of my life, we heard a voice, unlike anything I've ever heard before. Like fingernails on a chalkboard, sandpaper across glass, almost excruciating to listen to, and I swear I could barely make out a word. What was that? I almost yelled. Shut up, Richard hissed at me. You're gonna get us caught. But you heard that too, I asked. Yes, I did. Man, I don't like this. I'm not down to screw with ghosts or demons, I retorted. We spotted a small window overlooking the other building that was completely sealed off. But on the third floor, behind the bars of one of the windows, I saw a shadowed figure move, briefly. Not enough to know if it was a person or not, but something was definitely moving. Richard tapped me on my shoulder, and I turned around. My heart stopped. Fear unlike anything I've ever felt before came crashing over me like a wave. Standing in the corner was a figure blacker than midnight itself. One of its arms was raised to point to the staircase going back up to the first floor, and in that same wretched voice, it spoke to us, the words scratching through our skulls as they came.
Leave before you can't.
And that was all the reinforcement we needed. We both took off, bolted out of there, running faster than we ever did before. I flew up the stairs, 4 at a time, and crashed into the door, hitting the bar to open it so hard, I flew out onto my face in the hallway. The on-duty NCO came around the corner right as Richard and I crashed into the wall and the door shut behind us. "What are you two doing out here?" he yelled at us. "Gunny is going to have you over a spit." The next morning, Richard and I both had our liberties revoked the rest of the time we were there. We spent countless hours scrubbing toilets and mopping floors. The day we graduated and left to go onto the Fleet Marine Corps Force was the happiest day of my life. I swear, even to this day, I'll never go back there. I'll sooner go AWOL than to ever step foot on that base again in my life. The Talking Branch, submitted by Kara. This happened when I was 7 years old. Back then, I lived in a 2-story apartment. We lived on the top floor, and the apartment next to us was connected by a patio. My sisters and I loved playing on the patio, and we were always seen there. But something I encountered there has changed my view on the once light and happy playground of my childhood. One day, I was outside on my patio alone, playing near our neighbor's house. They had a little walkway that led to the back door. In that walkway were a pair of bikes, maybe a few sandals, and a branch from the tree growing next to the apartment. It was long and stretched all the way into the middle of the walkway. It was just resting there until I saw it beginning to shake, like wind was causing it to move up and down. Thing was, there was no wind that day. As I stared at it, I heard a voice coming from the walkway. I was certain there was no one else there, and the voice was about a yard away from me. It was raspy and rather high-pitched. Sadly, or maybe fortunately, I can't remember what the voice said for the life of me. As a kid, I never really listened to what people said. But I do remember one word, something along the lines of
listening.
I wish I could remember everything that it said, everything it wanted to tell me. But as a kid, I thought it was the branch talking, so I dubbed it the talking branch. Years later, I discovered a show called A Haunting and became very fascinated with the paranormal. After putting the pieces of the puzzle together, I found out it was probably a demon or spirit that spoke to me that day. I shuddered, scared like I wasn't before. I probably should have been scared when I heard it. One of these otherworldly things spoke to me. When I knew that, I wanted to know even more what it was saying to me, but at the same time, I wanted to just forget, since I know where this thing might come from. When I was talking with my family about their experiences with the other side, my mom said she had heard a raspy voice say her name a long time ago, before she was married. I'm a very good voice impressionist. I'm able to mimic quite a few of my favorite cartoon voices. One voice that I'm able to mimic perfectly is the talking branch. I had been practicing it because I was so curious and spooked by my previous experience. I mimicked that voice for my mom that night, and I asked her, was this the voice? And she nodded yes, with a terrified look on her face. It just makes me wonder if the talking branch was the same voice that spoke to her. Later on, I was able to move past it and just accept that it was part of my past, but I can't help but wonder if I will ever hear that voice again. My basement horror story, submitted by White Lioness. My family seems to have always had this connection with the paranormal. Ghosts, demons, shadow people, they've been through a lot. I guess you could inherit this kind of thing, because I myself am very sensitive and have had a few paranormal encounters of my own, whether I like it or not. I'm the kind of person that can get that nope vibe from a mile away without even knowing what I'm supposed to be avoiding. Anyway, having said that, my parents are divorced. I live with my mom and stepdad, but used to have to go visit my biological father. He always seemed to attract bad energy. I was staying with him in some house he'd rented, and I really liked that house as it was clean, spacious, but it had one problem: the basement. Yes, just like a horror film, what happened there is the reason. I understand that basements weren't put in horror films just because someone thought it would be fun. I was fairly young at the time, still a preteen. I would go down there to play video games, specifically Kingdom Hearts and Alien vs. Predator for my PS2. I guess it wasn't really your typical basement, as it had a bathroom, a kitchenette, and a little area to sit and watch TV. The first time I went down there, I felt like someone was intensely watching me. Like everywhere I moved, it seemed like someone had their eyes wide as possible, just watching me angrily. I disregarded it because I was kind of a paranoid kid for obvious reasons. I didn't listen to my gut as much back then, but that incident is most likely one of the reasons I don't ignore it anymore. Each time I went down there, even with somebody else, I felt like someone was watching me with almost a sort of hatred. My brother, who was just a little younger than me, got weird vibes going down there as well. One day when I walked down to the basement, trying to ignore my fear and paranoia that seemed to only be building, when I tried to turn the TV on for some reason, it wouldn't turn on. I thought it was odd, so I pressed a lot of buttons and fiddled with the game console. Then I saw it, coming from just behind the TV, where the wires and wall were. A large black, almost gas-like form rose. Honestly, it reminded me of a Dementor from Harry Potter. It had no face, and there seemed to be a small cloak flowing from it. This happened for only a second, like a flash. Literally, I blinked and it was gone. No, it wasn't like the Samara from The Ring. I just sat there, still feeling something was staring at me. I sat there in shock for a long time, before finally getting the courage to go upstairs, and if memory serves correctly, I didn't go back down. Just to clarify, I don't do any sort of drugs, nor do I have a history of hallucinating or a health condition. When I think about this incident, I like to hope it didn't actually happen. But I can't stress enough, please never ignore your gut feeling. It's there for a reason. Later, my biological father told me the place was haunted. Haunted, I thought. That's hilarious. More like possessed. Something very malicious followed us. Submitted by Anonymous. I'm 18 years old. I've never been on anything, but I do drink only a little bit. A few nights ago, me and a few friends were invited to a party. You know, stay up stupid late, get drunk in a park, that sort of thing. At about 10:30 that night, one of my friends, James, said he was going to leave to go buy some stuff off of a dealer. Me and another friend, Joe, decided to go with him as he was very intoxicated, and we both wanted to make sure he would be okay. I myself had only a bit to drink. I don't normally go to these things, and I'd only come to hang out with a few friends I hadn't seen in ages. We got there okay and did the deed without incident. On our way back, I was basically sober sitting my friends because they were so messed up. We missed the bus to go to the way back, so we decided to walk back. At my friend's suggestion, we cut through a graveyard. I was very careful to avoid stepping on where people were buried, but my friends, being drunk and high morons, decided to jump from headstone to headstone while saying really vile things about the people buried in them. This rubbed me the wrong way, and I suddenly wished I'd never gone with them. Other than that, I didn't think much more of it. It was definitely in poor taste and offensive, but I obviously didn't think anything would come of it. A couple of blocks later, James started begging me to roll him another one, so we decided to go sit down behind a local pool. While I rolled one, my friend Joe held an umbrella over me, while James stumbled around smoking a cigarette. I was just finishing up when everything around us seemed to grow distant, and everything went silent. We were beside an air intake, and it all of a sudden shut off. I couldn't hear anything coming from the nearby road. I looked up at my friends and instantly knew that they had noticed the oddity as well. All of a sudden, I felt something brush past my ankle, and we heard 4 very loud, distinct bangs coming from the other side of the cement wall we were beside. I felt really freaked out and just immensely uneasy. We all decided to get out of there. My feelings were corroborated by my 2 friends. Joe said that he felt like something was very angry with them, and James suddenly felt that the space around us had become bad. I felt acutely aware, like I was being watched as we walked away. After we reached the far side of the parking lot, that feeling had blossomed into a feeling of being followed. So immediately, I looked behind me and caught a very faint image of the thing. It was too quick for me to really get a good look at. It was large on all 4s with a very wide hunched body and backwards bent legs like a dog's. It had very large paws on its rear feet and appendages similar to hands on its front legs. It was very skinny. I could see its ribs pretty clearly, but it was also sinewy. It was covered in a sparse pitch black fur, with parts of its fur missing to reveal a very pale, scratched, and bloodied skin. It looked almost like this thing had been whipped. If it stood upright, I'd say it would have been 7 feet tall. The 2 things that really stuck out to me were the facts that the hair on the back of its neck were raised and almost looked sharp, and that its eyes were a luminescent red color that seemed to leave a sort of trail wherever it went. I just caught a glimpse as it darted behind us and into a bunch of bushes beside the parking lot. I grabbed both of my friends and told them to look behind us. I pointed at it, and we all saw the eyes. They both wrote it off as a parked car's taillights through the bushes. As the thing stayed perfectly still and blended into the shrubs perfectly, we kept walking, me ahead of the other two, and at this point I started to drink more, as I was stressed out about whatever was happening, and I was trying to convince myself it wasn't real. When we got back to the park we were all at, my friend Joe said that he heard two voices talking. Both me and Joe were silent. We had been completely silent since we had walked away from the parking lot. A few moments later, I heard the voices too. They were low, sharp whispers that were speaking very fast and very angrily. At this point, we were all spooked, and we were happy to be back with everyone else. After doing a bit of digging around, I've decided that this thing was most likely a hellhound, a demon of some sort. The fact that something brushed my leg and then knocked on the other side of a wall, with no easy access to, it eliminates the possibility of it being anything physical and lends itself to a more ethereal or paranormal explanation. Two things further have happened since the incident. Firstly, I have had incredibly lucid, detailed, and dark dreams about my friends and loved ones being possessed and tormented by a very evil being. And secondly, I always feel watched. I close windows and shut the blinds every chance I get, because I always feel like something's waiting for me outside my house. Don't disrespect the dead. There are things out there that do not take lightly to such things. I think I'm being haunted. Submitted by Nerd336. I've never been much of a sleeper, tossing and turning, waking up at the slightest noise, or just waking up thirsty for some water. However, last week something terrifying happened, and I really hope it's not the beginning of something darker. Now, I want to say that about 75% of the time I fall asleep watching some sort of cartoon or nature documentary, because I use them like white noise. My TV and Xbox are both set to turn off after about 90 minutes of inactivity, so when whatever streaming service asks, "Are you still watching?" the timer usually begins. Last week, I followed my same routine. Put something on the TV that would help me drift to sleep, nothing unusual. However, much later in the night, I woke up and I saw something, or someone, on the couch next to my bed. When I opened my eyes and I observed someone there, I remember asking myself if I was still dreaming. I laid there for a moment, just taking in the dark and silence of the room, and being completely scared by what I was seeing. The silhouette was of a woman, a business type of woman. She was sitting on my couch with her legs crossed. I could make out her silhouette perfectly, but who was she? When the realization that this wasn't a dream began to come over me, fear started to overcome me. I could feel my fight or flight response kicking in. By her movements, I could tell that she was not aware that I was awake, or at least she wasn't looking at me. So ever so quickly and silently, I slid my hand out of my covers and reached down beside my bed to grab my Xbox controller. As soon as I felt the buttons on my fingertips, I grabbed it, turned on the power, and moved to grab my remote and flicked on the TV. I've never been so rushed and scared before. Now, I did all of this without taking my gaze off of the stranger on my couch. As the TV lit up the darkened room, I could see the stranger notice the movement, and as the room became light, the stranger smiled a big smile and disappeared. I had assumed that whatever had happened, whoever that was, or whatever it was most likely my imagination, or if it was paranormal, just a one-time thing. However, another night she came back. After dinner this evening, I began binge-watching one of my YouTube subs when I fell asleep hard. I'm talking drool-covered pillow hard. However, at some point during my slumber, I began to slowly wake up, and eventually was wide awake. When I did, this woman in business attire walked into my room and told me to follow her into the kitchen. Caught completely off guard, I did. I followed her beckoning, oddly sharp finger. The woman seemed so familiar, yet I had no idea who she was or why I was following her. There was a darkness about her, and I couldn't exactly put my finger on it. When we got to the living room, she said something to me, but I remember just brushing her off. I grabbed something to drink from the kitchen, because after sleeping so hard, I was thirsty. I remember the woman being in the living room and messing around on her phone, so I decided to go back and continue watching my YouTube. I got back into bed, drank some of the water, and then this crippling drowsiness took over. I laid down and fell back to sleep. I didn't want to go back to sleep. I tried to force myself awake, thinking if I took another drink I'd be okay, but I was just so tired. Then I remember hearing this very loud, annoying ringing noise. I'd never heard this noise before. I kept tossing and turning trying to figure out what it was, where it was coming from. So in a last bit of effort, I opened my eyes and I was awake. Awake. I opened my eyes and had been asleep the whole time. I even surveyed my surroundings, and the glass of water I had just gotten, it wasn't there, like I had never walked into the kitchen. I dreamt of all of that, and then a rush of fear came over me. It all had felt so real. So what really happened? I've never had that sort of thing happen to me before, and I knew right away that that woman, that thing, was the cause of it. I just hope that's the last time I'll be seeing her.
Demons, Dybbuk's, and Crazy Cultists by Anthony. Back in January, I was on my way to become an ordained minister. I'm an Eastern Greek Catholic. That doesn't mean I'm Greek, it just means I go to an Eastern Greek Catholic church. When I got ordained, I thought, hey, this would be a good learning experience for when I do actually become a priest. A few months go by after I got everything I needed to really get my ministry going. I got a website, advertised, etc. I can do most of the rites of a regular minister, such as exorcisms, house blessings, weddings, baptisms, etc. A few weeks after I put my ministry up on Facebook, I got a message from a couple asking if I would come to where they lived overnight and perform a house blessing or exorcism. I'd like to state here that an exorcism does not always have to involve someone who is possessed. It can be a particular place or even an object. These people told me that they believed in the devil, God, and such, but they didn't follow any organized religion. My ministry specializes in helping people who don't have a faith or belief system, so I told them I'd do it, but I don't do exorcisms alone, and this is for my own safety and to prevent any spiritual attacks. I asked them if it would be okay if I had 3 other people come help out. They said yes. I prepared 3 of my friends who were devout in the Christian faith. They were James, Kyle, and David. We set off for the couple's house that night. It was a little bit further away from our local area than expected, but we still felt obligated to go. There were people in need after all. We packed up an RV and drove over to the house. When we got out, the owners of the place were outside on the front porch. They seemed really nice, perhaps a little too nice. I introduced myself as the head minister, and then I introduced my 3 other friends as deacons. They came over to say hi as well. Their names were Benjamin and Kathy. They came over to each one of us to shake our hands, and as they did, they stared at the crucifixes we wore around our necks. We all decided to not think about that too much. Maybe they were just admiring them. Before we began the blessings, we all sat down for dinner. The food they prepared was great. However, before we all ate, it was a custom for me and my friends to pray. However, Kathy and Ben didn't join us in prayer. And when we offered them holy water to drink to begin the blessings, they didn't want it. Now, my friends and I were kind of creeped out by their behavior. But again, we assumed that their customs and belief systems were just different to ours. When my friends and I began sprinkling holy water and oil at each and every entry of the house, the couple decided to go into their room as we were performing the blessing. We told them that they could be involved, since they were the owners of the place. They said no thank you, they were fine. Then they went back to their room. Now, you may have thought that after that we would have just left, but by then we felt that something was spiritually attacking these people, and we wanted to help. After we were finished sprinkling holy water and oil at every point, Kathy and Ben came out, and we all decided it was time for us to get some sleep. When we were heading out to the camper, they offered us a guest room that we could sleep in instead. I'll admit, their house was pretty nice, and we again wanted to do anything we could to help them. So we thought about it for a moment, and decided to take their offer. They prepared 4 air mattresses set up for all of us, and I'll admit it was more comfortable than all of us sleeping in a single RV. The RV only had 1 couch and a bed. Before we all went to bed, David, James, Kyle, and I took a look around our room. The room had 1 closet, a nice flat-screen TV, and a couple of dressers, so we had room to put our equipment. While we were looking around, I took a look in the closet, and I was kind of perturbed by what I saw. There was an old Ouija board, but someone had drawn a perfect pentagram on all 4 corners of it, upside-down crucifixes on the wall, a small statue of what appeared to be a goat-like demon. There was also an older-looking box or a small chest. Again, I'm a devout Catholic, so when I saw all of these items in one place, I was overcome by a sinking feeling. I took the box out of the closet, told everyone else what was in there, and they all thought what I was thinking. These people were messing with something they shouldn't have, and may have gotten themselves possessed. My friend James took a closer look at the box, and as I was holding it, he told me to drop it now. I freaked out and asked, "Why? What's wrong?" He told me that that was a Dybbuk box. He says that it was a box that was a dwelling place for a Dybbuk, a very malicious spirit that likes to attack and torment the living. Before we all decided that it was time to leave, we could hear whispering coming from the box. It was hard to hear what it was saying, but I swear I heard something like, "Get out." As we were about to pour holy water on the box, Kathy and Ben came in the room at that moment. They stared at us, not in curiosity, more like in a malicious way. We needed to leave, but before we did that, I wanted to confirm our suspicions about these 2, so we decided to test them. David and I went over to Ben, while Kyle and James went over to Kathy. We put our hands on their shoulders, which we had poured holy water onto when they weren't looking. They screamed at us, "Get those things away from us!" We grabbed our things and ran out of the room, and as we did, Ben pulled out a knife, and they chased after us until we left the house. Before I ran out of that front door, I swear to God, I heard whispering getting louder and louder. But with my adrenaline pumping now, I was able to get out of there with my friends in one piece. We bolted out of the door and towards the RV. We started up the RV, and we floored it out of there. When we got back to our hometown, the 4 of us agreed that we were never doing that again. We're not going to take any more requests that are out of our area. I took down my ministry Facebook page and decided that I'd only be answering people that I give my business cards to. And even then, I rarely answer any house calls. I can only say I hope that couple got some help, because if they didn't, who knows how they are now, or what they may have done. Haunted Jungle by Cameron P. I'll never forget the time when my girlfriend and I were going on a hiking trip in the nearby forest, just about an hour away. We stopped at a nearby pizza place before heading out. As we started making our way into this literal jungle, and with the night slowly falling, I couldn't help but notice a dark feeling of being watched. I found myself looking behind us every few seconds. I tried to ignore it, but my girlfriend felt the same. She asked if it was really safe to be out here, and I assured her that everything was going to be fine. But something told me in the back of my head I was wrong. Eventually, we got our tent set up for the night. I got a little fire going, and I noticed that my girlfriend had been staring into one section of the jungle for quite some time. I nervously asked her if everything was okay, and I nearly got chills down my spine when she lifted up her arm and pointed silently into the woods. I noticed at that point what she was looking at, and my heart nearly dropped right into my stomach when I saw what it was. A tall, dark figure. It obviously wasn't a typical person, but I panicked. I stood up and said something I regret. I called out to it, saying, "Hey, what are you doing out here?" The non-person thing turned to face me, and by this point, my girlfriend was crawling into the tent. She was so freaked out. I realized I couldn't move. Maybe it was the fear. Maybe it was this thing doing something to me. But standing motionless, I watched the tall, dark figure slowly creep towards me. My girlfriend yelled, breaking me out of my stupor, telling me to get inside the tent right now. I listened. I climbed inside and zipped it back up, and hoping that nothing would happen. When I saw my girlfriend in the nylon shelter, I saw that her face was covered in tears. We got under the covers to try to show no emotion and to make no sound to the approaching thing. I saw its shadow covering our tent as it drew closer. God, I've never felt such utter terror in my life. I felt like this was it, like I knew our ends were near. Suddenly, the shadow over the tent disappeared, and just when I thought it was safe, an inhuman scream shattered the silence. And it wasn't just a single scream. For the rest of the night until the sun came up, the screaming continued. When the sun was up and the noises were gone, we packed up at a record speed and left for home. I believe what we experienced that night was some sort of demonic entity, and if that's the case, I won't be going back to that jungle as long as I live. Creepy Bedroom by Alyssa. For a long time now, I've been convinced that my bedroom is haunted. It sounds cliché or even weird, sure, but hear me out. When I was 9, I woke up one night and saw an odd-looking little girl. When I rubbed my eyes and got a closer look, the girl was standing in a puddle of blood at the foot of my bed. I was freaked out and crawled back under my covers, hoping to wake back up. When I opened my eyes again and checked my bedroom, she was gone. I rolled over to my side and tried to go back to sleep, shrugging it off as a nightmare. But that's when I felt breathing in my right ear. I'd never jumped out of bed so quickly. That experience was the foundation for the belief that my room was haunted. It wasn't hard to move on and forget that moment. It was easy to convince my 9-year-old mind that it wasn't real. I'm 15 now, and I'm not so sure it was just in my head. Last summer, 2016 summer to be exact, as of writing this, I was in my room, sitting at my desk with my dog curled up on my bed. It was almost midnight, so I was the only one still awake. I was watching Friends, but my TV began to pause and fast forward on its own. Annoyed and figuring the TV or remote were broken, I simply unplugged it. Suddenly, my dog began to whimper and began to pace around the room. It was like he was trying to hide from something. He would occasionally stop and growl. Meanwhile, I'm sitting in my desk chair about to have a panic attack because I was remembering vividly how dogs supposedly see things people can't. I wasn't sure if that was true or some supernatural BS, but at that point, I was believing it. I grabbed my dog and ran out of the room, going to wake my mother. Irritated and annoyed, she told me it was fine, but as I was walking back to my room, I heard my rocking chair begin to creak. There was no one in there, so that should have been impossible. A few months later, I'd gotten over the situation. November rolls around and I'm lying in bed. I was trying to fall asleep. I had SpongeBob playing on my TV, and the TV remote was sitting on top of my desk nearby. I say that because my TV suddenly paused itself again. I didn't really think anything of it at first. I got up and unpaused it, then I laid back down. When I got comfortable, the TV began to change channels. Now, this wasn't too bad, just a normal TV error, I thought. Except on the channel it turned to, The Exorcist was playing. Even if that was just a coincidence, it was freaking terrifying. I laid there, heart pounding, waiting for the movie to play, but the screen remained black. I finally had enough. I got up, turned the TV off completely, grabbed my dog, and ran out of the room. It's now March, and so far nothing has happened. I don't have my TV on much anymore, though. Partly because there's nothing interesting to watch, and mostly because I'm afraid that something might happen. I still wonder if something else will happen, or if it was all nothing but a mix of nightmares, waking dreams, and TV mishaps. The Portal Behind the Mirror by Lucia P. It all began back in May 2012. My sister and her fiancé were staying in my parents' house because she had recently been in a severe accident and couldn't afford medical bills as well as rent. We didn't have much money either, but we did and still do live in a large 4-bedroom house, so having them stay with us wasn't an issue. I was a lonely 13-year-old girl at the time. I'd been homeschooled all my life, so even though it was the start of the summer, I didn't have any plans or friends to hang out with. I spent most of the time in my bedroom with the curtains drawn, playing music and reading paranormal stories online. I'm not afraid to admit I was depressed, desperate for someone to spend my time with. To be honest, for a time there, I looked into satanic spells and things like that. I performed a lot of different rituals, read a lot of spells out loud, prayed to different entities that weren't good. But after a time, I stopped, as it seemed silly to me. I realized it was all ridiculous at a certain point. A week or so after finally stopping all of that satanic stuff, I was sitting in bed and reading. I remember this night very vividly, because it is by far the scariest thing I've ever experienced. My parents were downstairs along with the rest of my family, watching Sherlock Holmes. It wasn't them pranking me, I knew that, as much as I wish it were. Anyway, I was playing Pink songs softly in the background when I noticed a low scraping noise. I thought it was something wrong with the recording, so I paused the song. However, the scraping continued. Scrape, scrape, scrape. By then, I realized where the sound was coming from. The large mirror-doored closet that took up the entire far wall of my room. "Whiskey?" I called, thinking my cat must have crawled inside the closet and got stuck. My cat is very vocal, though, so when I didn't hear any response to me calling, I stood up and approached the door. I slowly opened it, and the noise halted immediately. I checked behind the hanging clothes and everywhere that my cat could have possibly been, but I found nothing. That was when I realized that when I'd moved the clothes to the side, they had made the same scraping noise I'd heard before because the hangers hung on a metal bar. That realization made me shut the door and hop back into bed. Did I imagine it? I told myself I must have, so I simply turned up the music and continued reading. But moments later, scrape, scrape, scrape. I kid you not, I felt every hair on my body stand up. What the heck was in my closet? I revved up the volume on my songs in an attempt to drown it out, but the louder I made the music, the louder it got to combat the noise. I turned the page that I'd been on in my book, then I paused the music and simply listened. Sure enough, the scraping stopped for a moment. I thought, oh, thank God, it's over. But I thought too soon, because within seconds, I could hear a slight clinking, like metal bumping against metal, followed by dragging sounds, like long clothes trailing on carpet. The noise moved out of my closed cupboard door, past the end of my bed, and over to my younger sister's bed, where it seemed to either stand or sit, because the noise stopped. All I could do was sit there like a deer in headlights, staring at the empty spot on the bed across from me. I saw nothing, but I could very audibly hear breathing. You know that feeling you get when you can tell someone is staring at you? It was like that, but worse, because I couldn't see what was doing it. I remember trying to call out to someone, anyone, hoping that my mom had come upstairs and would enter my room. But no sound escaped my lips, just a pitiful croak, and terrified tears that streamed down my face. I couldn't move. I eyed the door to the hallway, then back to the empty bed. I felt the tension in the air break, and I darted for the handle, and I made it out. I bounded down the stairs like my life depended on it. Who knows, it probably did. I sat behind the sofa as everyone continued to watch TV. They didn't notice me, shaking, teary-eyed, behind them. But at least I was no longer alone. A couple hours passed with me just sitting there before my mom told me it was getting late and that I looked like I needed some sleep. But I was not going back up there alone, so I asked my sister to come up with me. She sat on her bed and I explained what had happened. I couldn't tell if she believed me, but I was visibly shaken, so she offered to leave her nightlight on. I slept well, surprisingly. No scraping noises, nothing. A couple of days passed, and I was spending less and less time alone in my room. I did not want whatever was there to come back. Then one morning, I opened my eyes just as the sun was rising. I looked around my room, noticing the first few rays of light streaking in from behind the sea blue blinds. An immense weight was pressing down on my chest, so I looked down. There was a strange face not more than 6 inches from mine. It was paler than my bedsheets, with human-like features, narrow lips and nose. But the lips were icy blue, and the pupils were barely visible. Just tiny gray slits. I could see what looked like stitches all along the outside of its face, and the beginnings of black hair, but no body. like it had stuck its face through a portal to watch me sleep, but I could still feel its body weight. All I remember is staring at it and then feeling incredibly drowsy and falling back to sleep. I've spoken with several people about this, and they told me it sounded like sleep paralysis. However, I could move my head, so I don't think it was that. Things happened quite frequently after that. Light switches turning on. The music box in the fireplace even wound itself up once one day, while I was in the living room. I actually started to think that maybe it was a friendly spirit, because it didn't do me any harm. It simply followed me. But I was definitely wrong. Things took a turn for the worse one night when I had waken up from a vivid nightmare in which a pale, bald creature with deep black pits for eyes rose out of a lake of black water and slowly walked toward me. I remember jolting up and asking my sister if she was willing to put her bed next to mine, just to make me feel better. However, she kept complaining that her bed kept getting tugged away from mine during the night. Things got worse and worse. My sister would complain that she would feel hands around her neck when she tried to sleep, or feel eyes watching her. I thought it must have been my fault, so I moved into the spare bedroom. The first night I stayed in the separate room, I heard my sister calling my name from the other room. I went to see what was wrong, and I found her bawling her eyes out. She told me she had just turned off her light to go to bed when she heard someone tapping on the window from the outside. I went to check behind the curtains and saw nothing except the pitch black dark outside. Bear in mind the room is on the second floor, so the window is about 15 feet from the ground. I didn't know what to do, so I offered her to stay in my new room with me. I started having vivid nightmares every night. In all of them, I would see this tall, dark figure with a long black trench coat and long, dark hair. It would tell me detailed stories about things it had seen. I actually started to look forward to these encounters. I would call it Allie, short for Alistair. It was a name I'd never heard before, which only made things stranger. I ended up talking to my parents about things that were happening, which I soon regretted, because it made Alistair angry. The dreams changed. I would get touched forcefully, and even sometimes during the day I'd feel things moving around under my clothes. I ended up moving rooms again, and everything was back to normal for a couple of weeks. But one night, I woke up to pressure on my lower body, and looked up to see the silhouette of a bony, bald, humanoid thing on top of me. The next morning, I went immediately to tell my mother. I couldn't hold it in. I broke down in front of her, which was very unlike me. Thankfully, she took it seriously. She had a group of spirit healer friends, and they prayed over me every day for a week. And luckily, I think it worked. Things got better. I'm so glad I wasn't stuck in that horrible loop, being haunted every night. All I can say is, don't laugh off everything you read. Sometimes there's more than what meets the eye. The Man at the Window by Matthew C. I grew up in a religious household. We went to church every Sunday, so I always believed in demons and such. This took place when I was 7 years old. I was at my mom's house getting ready for bed on a rainy night. I remember I had multiple cases of sleep paralysis in that house, and it scared the heck out of me every time. I never told my parents about it though. For some reason I thought that they wouldn't believe me if I did. I watched some Adult Swim TV shows and quickly fell asleep at around 9. At around 1 in the morning, I awoke to the deafening sound of thunder in my ears. The room was absolutely dark. It scared me so much I tried to sit up, but I couldn't. I was in a state of sleep paralysis. As I realized this, I had a sinking feeling in my stomach, one I had never felt before, despite having several episodes of sleep paralysis in the past. I felt as if I was being watched by something with terrible intentions. There was a window to my left, and I could clearly see out of it. When I looked over towards it, that's when I saw it. There was a bright flash of lightning, and I saw what scared the living heck out of me. A tall, black-cloaked figure standing at the window staring straight at me. All I felt in that moment was pure terror. I wanted to scream, but I felt as if I could barely breathe. I wanted to run, but I couldn't move. I couldn't do a dang thing about it. All I could do was stare back at the thing, making my life a living hell. I closed my eyes, hoping I was in a dream. I told that thing to go away in my head. Tears were streaming down my face. After several minutes of hoping and praying, I dared to open my eyes again. I couldn't tell if who or what had been in my window had left, until another flash of lightning came, and I saw that nothing was there. When I saw that there was nothing, my bout of sleep paralysis came to an end, after which I immediately jumped from the confines of my covers in bed. I ran, crying to my mother. I climbed into her bed, and she asked me what was wrong. I explained to her what I saw. She assured me that it was just a bad dream. She comforted me until I fell asleep. I don't like to talk about this experience with people. They always blame it on sleep paralysis. Whether the hallucination was just that, or something real that was outside my window, that doesn't make it any less terrifying. I hope I never experience anything like that again.
A Paramedic's Tale of Demonic Possession. Submitted by Josh H. Let me begin by giving you a little backstory to this particular situation. It was a humid summer night in June of 2008 or 2009, around 2 a.m. I'm a paramedic in a very, very rural area. We have a population of about 22,000 that covers about 500 square miles. The service I work for covered all 911 calls during this time. I'd been a paramedic for about 2 years. Prior to that, I had been an EMT for 3. The majority of the calls we received were either shortness of breath, due to 50% of the community being retired coal mine workers with some form of COPD or emphysema, and the rest being drug-seeking individuals with the occasional shooting, stabbing, or car accident. That particular night, I was dispatched to a call of a female patient who was hearing voices and seeing things that weren't there, according to her spouse. Around this time is when bath salts and all that synthetic medication stuff exploded, and people were overdosing quite frequently. In my mind, I knew this was what was going on before I even left my station. Looking back now, though, I honestly wish it was just that. When I was given the address, I was kinda shocked. It wasn't in the usual slums that we pick up overdoses. It was in a part of the county that was known to have very nice homes of the working class people. Upon arriving to this person's home, it reassured my thought. The place was a well-kept 2-story brick house. When I knocked on the door and announced my usual greeting, "EMS, did someone call for an ambulance?" I was met by a 40-ish-year-old man. I did not need to ask where the patient was. Across from the room sat a female around the same age, just staring at us with an empty glare. It sent chills down my spine, and the look on my partner's face, it told me he must have felt the same. The type of stare I've never witnessed again, just empty. I introduced myself and my partner and asked her name. Her eyes moved from my partner and looked me dead in the face, and with the voice that should not have come from a 130-pound female, she said,
"You are too late, Joshua. They are already here."
The voice gave me goosebumps. I shook it off and I asked her who was here. She was still staring me directly in the eyes and had not blinked once, and she said,
"Don't you feel us around you?"
At that time, I had already decided I wanted to get the heck out of this house. All I felt was heaviness in that house. It filled me with unease. She had no medical history, or took any medications according to her husband, and she was a very healthy-looking individual. Things just didn't add up. I refrained from asking any questions and just walked her outside as quickly as possible towards my ambulance. During this time, she's muttering to herself and whipping her head from side to side as if someone were speaking into her ears. I'm not a religious person at all, but this made me wonder if I was the right person to be taking care of this patient and not a priest. I loaded her into the ambulance and began my normal assessment. She hadn't looked at me, but she was just shifting her eyes left and right, never looking at anything for more than 2 seconds. I took her vital signs, I applied a cardiac monitor, and I told her I intended on starting an IV on her. She suddenly stared at me once again and smiled with a malicious grin. Then she said,
"Do what you please, boy."
I've never felt in my life so weirded out by such a small woman. It was like looking into the eyes of evil itself. After starting the IV, I sat behind her and I began the 10-minute transport to the hospital. All the while, I couldn't wait to get this thing out of my ambulance. All of a sudden, 5 minutes into the transport, she began chuckling in a low, deep voice that turned my blood cold. I moved back over in front of her and asked if everything was okay. I was met with that same malicious grin and silence. She wouldn't speak, and didn't for the remainder of the trip. About 2 minutes out, I called the local ER and informed them I was coming with a very unique patient. I personally knew all the nurses and physicians from working years alongside them. They laughed me off until they saw her with their own 2 eyes. She wouldn't speak, just grin and stare. They placed her on the same equipment I had put her on and returned to the nurse's station. I began to explain what had happened. They all got a good laugh at my expense as they could tell I was visually shaken. So I just told them, if you don't believe in evil, she will change your mind. At that time, the monitor they placed on her that can be seen at the nursing station alarmed. Her respirations were 40 times a minute. Her nurse, who was a very good friend of mine, walked into the doorway of her room and just gasped and placed her hand over her mouth. She was petrified. Of course, curiosity got the best of me, and I went over to examine her myself. How I wish I would have just stopped there, just dropped her off then and ran back to the station. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. She was only touching the bed with the tips of her toes and the back of her head. The entire body was in an arch, arms laid flat beside her, and her eyes locked on the 2 of us. She was panting in a way that sounded like a growl. We called the doctor into the room, and we just said, "Oh my God." He ordered her a very powerful sedative called Versed, which is what they give you right before you have a surgery. 2 milligrams is plenty enough to put a decent-sized man to sleep for a while. She remained in this position for at least 5 minutes, but it seemed a lot longer. Her eyes were dark and empty. Her voice was otherworldly. My blood again turned to ice. She didn't fight at all when they administered the medication. 20 seconds later, she was asleep, or so we thought. The doctor ordered a full head CT and blood work. I was pulled into her room by the nurses just in case she became violent or worse. I reached out for her arm to place a tourniquet to help draw lab work. As soon as I touched her skin though, her eyes peeled back open. She stared at me with that same empty look as the nurse went to get another dose of Versed. 2 more milligrams and she was still staring into my soul. I broke eye contact in hopes she would just go to sleep, but it never happened. The amount of medication could tranquilize anyone. We drew labs without an incident, all while hoping she would test positive for something. Her lab work came back as well as her CT. Everything was negative. Nothing was out of the ordinary in the slightest way. She hadn't even taken a Tylenol. While we were discussing with the doctor what they would do next, the silence of this small town ER was broken by a blood-curdling scream, followed by words in a deep, raspy voice that I will never forget.
I am Legion.
Then silence. By then I had had enough. I returned to the station. I called the ER back about an hour later to see if anything else had happened. She was transferred to a psychiatric unit about 2 hours away. I never cared to check up on her, and have no desire to this day. I pass that same home from time to time, and it sends shivers down my spine. This has become somewhat of a legend around the hospital. No one truly believes everything that happened. For the 7 people who did witness what happened, there is no doubt something otherworldly was there. Just writing and recalling that night filled me with chills. It is one night I will never forget. That was the only time I looked at pure evil, and I hope it is the last. I'm 29 years old now and still work as a paramedic, and every time I get a call of someone hearing voices, I can't help but think about her. The Girl in the Corner, submitted by Lynn and read by Shivers.
I made a stupid mistake when I was 16, and now, at 21, I have a 5-year-old daughter who we will call Sophia. I don't regret it though. She is the light of my life. I also didn't end up like most other teen moms. I finished high school, and now I have a stable job and a wonderful boyfriend that treats my daughter like she's his own. About a year ago, I was sitting in bed surfing the internet on my laptop, and it was close to midnight. Also, my boyfriend worked night shifts, so Sophia, who was 4 at the time, and I were alone in the apartment. I was just about to go to bed when I heard loud crying from my daughter's room. I jumped up from my bed and rushed to her, but when I opened the door, Sophia was sound asleep in her bed. I decided to ask her about it the next morning. Her response was, "Maybe it was the girl in the corner. She gets a little upset sometimes." As if that alone wasn't creepy enough, after this conversation, Sophia became obsessed with the girl in the corner. She would scream if you even looked at the corner across from her bed. She had trouble sleeping, nightmares and night terrors, and sometimes she would sit in her room facing the corner, just staring. It got so bad we took her to see a psychiatrist, thinking she had early onset schizophrenia. Then, about 3 months ago, I got a job offer that was better than my previous job, but it was on the other side of the city, so we decided to move. And as soon as we stepped inside the new apartment, Sophia's issues vanished. No more nightmares, no more girl in the corner. I even asked her about it, but she just gave me the most confused look, as if she had no idea what I was talking about. I don't know what it was, but I'm glad it's over.
Probation, submitted by Scarolina. I'm a male and I used to work as a juvenile probation officer for a southern state in the United States. As you can imagine, working in juvenile justice can be very unsettling. Some of these kids needed some help, and some needed intensive help. Then there were those that were monsters in the making. One kid I met in that category was a kid I'll call Tony. Tony was put on probation for a year on a drug charge for simple possession and fighting in school. He seemed like a nice kid though, quiet, very polite, always kept curfew and did great in school. He kept all of his probation appointments, and most of his teachers really liked him. Other than the drug charge and the fighting incident, he had no record. He was pretty much a model probationee. About 3 months prior to him finishing probation, he came in for a drug test, and unfortunately he failed the drug test. Even though I liked Tony, I told him that the drug test meant I had to file a violation of probation, or VOP, charge against him. He begged me not to file the charge, but I told him he failed the test, so I had to file the charge. That's when things hit the fan, so to speak. He began mumbling something under his breath. I said, "Tony, if you have something to say, speak up," or something to that effect. So he says to me, "ABC 987. And I said, "What?" "ABC 987. was his reply. I said, I don't know what that means. What are you talking about? ABC 987, now in a lower, more menacing tone, with a very creepy grin coming across his face. Then it hit me. Tony was repeating my license plate number. Every time I'd gone to Tony's house or to his school, I was always in a state vehicle, and to my knowledge he'd never seen me getting in or out of my car, and there were several cars parked in the parking area, all belonging to the building I worked in, because it shared a parking area with about 3 other medium-sized office buildings. The look on my face must have told him that I knew what ABC 987 meant, because his eyes lit up, and his smile became even more sinister. As an aside, I've had to deal with some insane kids that made plans to kill other people, a kid that liked to drink animal blood, kids that raped people. I even performed an initial assessment on a kid that was planning on doing a school massacre and filming it for the internet. But nothing has creeped me out as much as that smile did at that moment. I will be the first to admit that all professionalism went out the door at that moment, and I began to yell obscenities at him. My boss came into the scene, and he had Tony escorted out. Then he talked to me. After I told him about telling me my license plate number, she decided to file an additional charge of making threats to a public official against Tony because it was clear to her what he was doing. I testified at the hearing about a month later, and yes, he was not locked up during that time, so I was fearful that something might happen. The judge sentenced him to an inpatient psychiatric hospital for an evaluation. That would be followed by another hearing and further recommendations based on the evaluation. Right before he got out of the psychiatric hospital, I transferred to another department with the state. However, I heard that right before he left the hospital, they found a list in his room with the judge's name, my name, and his public defender's name, the prosecutor's name, and some teachers' and students' name, all with the words, "Altar Sacrifice," written on the page. Needless to say, at the hearing, which I was permitted to attend, normally juvenile hearings are closed to the public. The psychiatrist that prepared Tony's evaluation recommended that he be sentenced to the state hospital for an extended period of time, which the judge agreed with. I hope Tony was able to get the help that he needed, and I hope that he turned out all right. But one thing it taught me is that sometimes even a monster can hide in plain sight and under the guise of innocence, and that the most horrible and creepiest monsters out there are human beings. Though I'm not sure if Tony was a human, a demon, or something of a host for a spirit far more sinister than I bargained for. Who knows if that was really him, or something that has attached itself to him. My Beloved Doll, submitted by Clara, read by Shivers.
So, it's been a long time since this happened, so please excuse me if I forget to mention something that did happen. I've dealt with multiple paranormal things in my life, from a ghost of a little girl to some sort of hate-feeding demon. But this story I'm about to tell you was sort of close to me. I used to have a haunted Krusty doll. A little backstory. Since I was little, I have always loved watching The Simpsons. My favorite character being Bart for his antics and twisted sense of humor when it comes to watching cartoons. So when I had found a Bart doll, along with Krusty the Clown and Marge inside an antique mall that was just outside my town, my mom said I could pick out two, knowing that I loved the show so much. I had picked Bart and Krusty, cause for whatever reason, Marge was missing her dress. I've had these dolls for years, and never noticed anything strange about them, until I was 14 or 15 years old, when my life started getting really hard, having to move a lot. My parents fought, and my mom and sister treated me like shit, and I developed a really bad problem. I was so incredibly lonely and hurt, I would go to my plushies for comfort. Snuggling them, or just having them near me while I played video games, would make me feel better. So as my 15th or 16th birthday started getting closer, my mom asked me what I wanted. So I told her I wanted a plushie of Dr. Eggman from the Sonic the Hedgehog series, cause he was my favorite. After a month or so, I had got him in the mail. Then, of course, I had added him to the collection on my bed. But things started getting weird after this. I would find my new plush in other places like on the floor or under my bed, or even sometimes across the room. One night, I just held onto my new plush, cause I was tired of having to find it every morning. But when I woke up, I was holding onto my crusty, and my new plush was at the closet door on the other side of the room. At this point, I was a lot more aware of the paranormal activity with this doll. I started leaving the doll on the other bed that was in my room, but when I'd come back, it would either be fallen over or on the floor in between the beds, or back on the bed I slept on, where it used to sit. Currently, I don't have it in my possession. Due to moving so much, I had left it in storage. The storage place sucks, so I won't be surprised if it's eaten by rats now.
Tormented by an evil spirit. Submitted by Anonymous. A little background is necessary so you can understand how it relates to what has happened. I am a Wiccan, and I'm no stranger to the occult or spirits. Strange things that scare most people happen around me all the time, so most weird things don't really frighten me. I don't like to tell too many people that I'm Wiccan. I would rather do what I do and be left alone. That being said, I do help people when they have problems of the spiritual kind. In October of 2016, I was on Facebook, and I saw some sort of advertisement for a movie about children and Ouija boards. It was getting to be Halloween time. I did a post about it and tagged one of my friends who was also a practitioner. I was being facetious when I did it because movies like this annoy me and my friend both. There's always some skeptic out there that thinks it's a child's toy. They end up getting one just to prove that it's only a game. Then they come to find out the hard way that it can be something much darker. And then in the end, they end up no longer being skeptics. Ouija boards easily open doorways that at times are harder to close. They open gateways on the other side, and anything can come through. If you don't know how to safeguard yourself, if you don't know how to close these doors, you can find yourself in serious trouble. Susie, a woman whom I am friends with and used to work with, made a comment on my post saying that I shouldn't post things I don't understand. She didn't know I was Wiccan, and she did not know I was actually criticizing the Ouija board post. I private messaged her and told her I actually knew a great deal. She then went on to mention that she used one when she was a teenager, and stated that because of that, she's had experiences that have affected her to this very day. I asked what she meant by that. She was extremely reluctant to tell me because she was scared that I would think her crazy. She even told me that she told a priest of her faith about her experiences, and he said that her troubles were that of the mind and not the spirit. Basically, the arrogant guy was politely telling her she was insane. After some reassurance with me, she went on to tell me about her living hell. She told me that she used to have friends when she was younger that meddled with the Ouija board all the time. But what she did not realize at the time was that they were purposely summoning dark spirits. Susie's mom never let her leave the house after a certain time, but one night she let her go out, and she went to her friend's house to hang out because her friends were having a party. They pulled out the board and started doing and saying some very strange things. The moment she saw that board, she was filled with dread and felt a chill in the air. One of her friends came in holding a coffer, which she assumed to be red wine, and he offered it to the group. She saw everyone drinking from it, and since she was a huge germaphobe, she refused. What happened next felt like a huge nightmare. It has severely impacted her to this day. She found out later that the coffer was filled with the sacrificial blood of a cat. She later discovered this because she found the body of a gutted cat outside. She was horrified. Later on, she confronted her friends about the cat and the drinking of its blood. She wanted to understand what they were trying to do and why they didn't tell her what was going on. They probably didn't tell her because, knowing Susie, she would have noped out of there really fast. When she demanded to know what they were doing, she didn't really get a straight answer. Her relationship with her best friend that hung around with this group of people became strained from this experience and soon got toxic. She stopped talking to her shortly after. She would see the members of this group in the hallways at school, but Susie never talked to them again. The backlash from that incident didn't end there. She told me nothing was ever the same after that night. Soon after, strange things began to happen to her and around her. Something stuck with her, something attached itself to her that night, and it has stayed with her ever since. She told me it didn't matter where she was or where she went. Whatever it was followed her. She told me that she has learned to live with it and ignored it, but others around her were starting to have experiences and it was scaring them. She told me of an instance where she fell asleep with the webcam on. She was talking to her cousin late at night one evening. She suddenly woke up because her bed was shaking. She sat up, and her cousin told her she heard a man's voice coming from the laptop, and the picture on her end went out. She told me that that wasn't possible. She was the only one in the house at the time. There would be nights where she would open her eyes from sleeping and see something watching her. When she did this, she couldn't move. It was a scary-looking man who would soon disappear before her eyes. She told me that one of her friends absolutely refused to come over anymore because weird things always happened when she did. Susie told me of another night where she went to her mom's house. Susie, her mom, and her nephew were all heading out when suddenly they heard a man with a very deep voice call her name.
Susie.
She looked around to see who it was. She looked at the window and there it was standing. It was there only a moment, and then it disappeared. Her mother didn't see it, but she definitely heard it. Her mother knew something strange was in that house, and it terrified everyone. Susie said other than her, only her nephew has ever seen it. Everyone else has only heard of it and felt its presence. Now, these kinds of experiences have been going on since she was in her mid-teens. At the time of her telling me this story, she is now in her late 20s. I decided that I was going to help her rid herself of this spirit. I told her that I was Wiccan, that I have experience with these kinds of matters. I was going to help her get rid of this possession or attached entity. I had this conversation with her the evening of October 30th of 2016. After I said goodnight to Susie, I tucked in my daughter and got ready for bed. My husband at the moment was already sleeping. I was in bed by 8:30. At exactly midnight, now officially Halloween, I heard the radio clock go off in the second bedroom on the other side of my house. It was loud, and I was surprised that it didn't wake my husband or my daughter. That bedroom is a guest room, and no one sleeps there on a regular basis, so I had no idea what that sound was. I didn't have any guests that night, so there was no reason why it should have been going off. I got up quickly and went to the other bedroom and turned on the light. There was the alarm clock blaring loud music at exactly 12 a.m. I turned it off, and right at that moment, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I was covered in goosebumps. I felt a dark presence in my house. I knew exactly what it was. It must have been Susie's friend trying to scare me. Well, I wasn't scared. I was angry, and I told whatever it was to get out. Soon after, my goosebumps went away, and the tingling on the back of my neck subsided. I'm surprised I didn't wake my husband or my daughter with my outburst. I went back to bed angry and irritated. The next day, I heard from Susie again. She was telling me that the spirit had been tormenting her, and that it was worse than it has ever been. She told me that it was shaking her bed, clawing at her, and at one point had thrown her up against the wall and knocked her to the floor. I told her that I knew it would get angry with her, because she is talking to me and we are trying to get rid of it. And I told her about it visiting me the previous night. She apologized, but I told her not to worry. It did not scare me. I immediately went out and got her a kit to do a smudging of her home and herself. I also made some anointing oil. I explained to Susie that she needed to do the cleansing to empower herself. Susie later came over to my house to obtain the things needed to do the cleansing that I had acquired for her. When I saw her, she told me that the entity was trying to keep her from visiting me at all. Apparently, her car wouldn't start that day. She also had problems with her computer, and she hasn't been receiving messages on her phone. I asked if she wanted me to come over to her house to help her with the cleansing. Susie is a very determined woman, and despite her haunting, she's a very strong one too. She assured me that I had given her enough detailed instruction and that she did not need me there. So Susie went home and I didn't hear from her. I texted her the next day to see how things were, and she informed me that she didn't sleep that night. When she attempted to smudge her home, the feather burst into flames and she was unable to do the cleansing. If the evil entity burnt her smudging feather, then that was my fault. I didn't even think to bless the smudging kit itself. The spirit tormented Susie all night. She told me she was at work at the moment and was too scared to go home. She was now going on 48 hours without sleeping. I told her to come to my house, that she would be safe in my home, and that she could sleep here. She declined, but wanted to know what to do. I told her to get another feather, and to get holy water and sprinkle that on her kit, and ask God to bless it. She did that, but she knew she would be too tired to perform the cleansing that night, and she was still scared to go home. She asked again what she should do. I instructed her to command the spirit in the name of God to leave her alone and give her peace. So the next day I texted her and asked if she was okay. She replied back that she was at work, and she did exactly what I told her to do. She slept peacefully the night before, for the first time in a while. I was relieved. A few days later, Susie called me, telling me that she got a call from her mother. Her mother told her that she heard loud noises and banging coming from Susie's old room. When her mom went to investigate, Susie's old stuff was all over the place. It looked like a tornado had ripped through the room. Apparently, the spirit had taken refuge at her mother's house after the cleansing, and it made sure to make its presence known. Luckily, though, it did not bother her mother. It simply attacked that room. Susie was upset, and again she asked me what to do, so I walked her through how to cleanse that part of the house. After that, weeks went by without incident. Then Susie and I met up for some Thai for an early dinner a couple of weeks later. When she came to pick me up, we began to talk, and she told me that there was another incident with the entity. But it wasn't at her mom's house or her home. She was visiting a friend's house when her friend's brother came running out of his room screaming. He was yelling, "It's moving by itself." Susie and her friend ran into her friend's brother's room, and lo and behold, and of course he had been using a Ouija board. Susie and her friend watched in horror and disbelief as it spelled out, "I will never leave you alone," over and over again. Susie ran over to the board and said, "Leave me alone and go away." She flipped the board over, and when the activity stopped, she threw it away in the garbage. Even though her friend's brother was angry at her for doing that, she yelled at him to never use a Ouija board again. She didn't have any problems after that. And after hearing that story, I couldn't help but think, oh, for God's sake. Now, I know there are those out there listening to this story, not believing a word of it, or thinking me and my friend are crazy, and that's okay. I hope those of you listening that think that never have an incident to change your perception. Ouija boards are never to be used by children or most adults for that matter. They're not toys, and serious harm can come to those who simply play with them. Demons in the Orchard. Submitted by Deathman. I've never really believed in any supernatural hauntings before, but what I experienced in the orchard a few years ago still haunts me to this day. Walking home from school one day, one of my friends named Brian told me about an orange orchard here in the city where I lived at the time. He told me if you're walking in the orchard at 12 in the middle of the night, you'll see something like a ghost in the orchard. I didn't believe in ghosts at the time, so I just thought he was making up stories to scare me. Then he told me that one time when his dad was driving home with his dog Pepper in the truck, his dog jumped out of the truck and ran into the orchards. Of course, his father stopped the truck and went into the orchards to find the dog. Walking inside them, he found the dog on the ground, whimpering as if it had been hurt. His dad carried the dog out of the orchard and back to the truck, but while walking he saw something like a shadowy, slender figure running through the orchards. The noises it made were inhuman and terrifying. After telling the story, Brian dared me to go into the orchard to find out for myself, and I accepted the challenge. He told me the location of the orchard. So I woke up at 11:30 that night, threw on some clothes and rode my bike to the orchard. I was a bit headstrong back then, and I would do anything to prove my bravery. I believe I arrived at the orchards at 11:55 that night. I walked into them and brought only my video camera to record my experiences. Thinking back on it, I wish I had brought a friend. I stopped where I was surrounded by orange trees all over, and I hit record on my camera. I waited until it was 12. While waiting though, I was staring at the oranges on the trees. I smelled the air, then shifted my gaze into the stars of the night sky, listening to the air passing by my ears. Soon it was 12 midnight, and I'd gotten myself in the mood to be scared. I began to walk around inside the orchard, keeping my eyes peeled for anything bizarre. For a while, I was more worried about there being security around the orchard or something. I really didn't think I'd see anything more than just trees. Even still, I continued walking. Soon, I heard a shout from far away in the orchard. It sounded like someone was yelling. It might have been the owner, so I stayed hidden and low, and I slowly made my way back out of the orchards. But the shouting drew closer and changed in tone. It was some kind of yelling, and I couldn't tell what it was saying. But very quickly, one thing became clear. This voice did not sound human. I looked over where the yelling was coming from, and I saw a red light moving side to side. Then another red light came, and they just both disappeared. Luckily, I had my camera on them the whole time. Walking back where I had my bike, I heard walking behind me, footsteps hitting the ground hard. I turned around. Seeing what was behind me haunts my dreams to this day, and it makes me regret ever going into that orchard. On the ground before me lay a corpse. It was covered in rotting scratches, and the head looked like it was burnt by fire. The flesh on its head was brown and crisp, showing part of the skull from the forehead to the chin. I nearly screamed, but before I did, I blinked, and when my eyes opened again, the corpse was no longer lying down. It was standing up. It was looking up at the night sky, releasing a terrifying screeching moan, and it made me fall to the ground, screaming in panic. Was I hallucinating? I pulled myself up as fast as I could, and I ran full speed to where I hid my bike, and at the same time my heart felt like it was going to explode. I turned my head around and saw that whatever was there was gone, but there was something else in its place, a silhouette of a tall, thin figure. It was nothing more than a shadow, a slender shadow. Not soon enough, I burst out of the orchard, hopped onto my bike, and rode home as fast as I could. When I arrived home, I fell in my bed and covered myself in the sheets. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I could not stop thinking about what I saw. The things I witnessed that night proved me wrong about ghosts not existing, and it stopped me from going out at night alone for a long time. That Demonic Presence. Submitted by Chris B. I grew up north of Orlando, Florida. Where I lived was kinda in the middle of nowhere, and the nearest store was 20 minutes away. So yeah, it really was the middle of nowhere. When I was around 8 or 9 years old, I had a few strange things happen to me in our home. Nothing too bad, but it made me think. The first incident was someone calling my name. I would always ask my parents or my sister if they had called me, but they never did. The second incident, which started to really creep me out, was I would get woken up by someone shaking me awake. Now, to make it clear, whatever shook me was grabbing me by the hand or my feet. And again, I would ask anyone if they tried waking me up, but they would say no and look at me in confusion. Yes, this is kinda creepy, but what comes next still terrifies me to this day. One night, I woke up needing to use the restroom really bad. The bathroom was right next to my bed, while my sister's room was across from my door. The living room was next to my sister's room, and I had a family room behind the living room which I could see from my bedroom. Beside my room was our front door and the kitchen. Anyway, I get up and head to the bathroom. I happen to look toward the family room, and I wish I never did. Plain as day, there were two glowing red eyes looking toward our kitchen. And immediately I froze, trying to explain away what I was seeing. Maybe it was some sort of reflection. I was terrified and filled with dread, and when explaining it away didn't work, I started blinking, thinking I was maybe seeing something or maybe something was in my eye. Then I began hoping I was in a nightmare, but after a certain blink, its gaze was now on me. My eyes widened, and I could not scream. The thing never moved, but the eyes were fixed on me, and I was more sure than ever that this was all too real. After what felt like an eternity, I was able to move one of my fingers enough to close my door. The moment I broke eye contact, I could finally move. I ran to my bed and got under the covers. I was thinking it was going to come after me, that I would hear animalistic, large footsteps coming my way, but I never did. Needless to say, I barely got any sleep the rest of the night, and of course, when I told my family about it, they didn't believe me. Also, this was the last experience I had in that home as well. Now, I know I wasn't dreaming. I know I had gotten out of bed, and I saw that thing. I had never been more lucid. I know what I saw, and I will never forget it. Even as I'm typing this experience, I'm getting goosebumps just recalling it. Call me crazy, but I swear I can still sometimes see those eyes when I close my own. Darkness in my bedroom. Submitted by Miss Victoria. My story isn't long, it's one that is creepy, and although I was very young, it sticks out to me still, clear as day, and I know that it really happened. My anxiety is building up, just remembering it. Now, as I recall, I was about 3 years old when this happened, and before you think no one remembers things before they're 4, this memory was very traumatizing, so much so that it stuck with me forever. It was a typical night. My mother got me ready for bed, and my dad tucked me in after. My room was right next to my parents' bedroom. I was still sleeping in a crib at this time. I remember lying there in the darkness, because I never would go to sleep when my parents put me to bed. And when I looked at the end of my crib, I saw this dark form. When I say dark, I mean it was so dark that it made my already dark room look like shade on a sunny day. And then it spoke to me in a deep voice saying,
"If I don't get you now, I'll get you someday."
I began to scream for my parents, and as soon as my dad came and flipped on the light, the dark figure was gone, just like that. After this experience, I never slept in the dark again. I absolutely had to have a nightlight, and to this day, I'm not ashamed to say that at 26 years old, I rarely will sleep alone in the dark. I have to have my dog with me at the very least. At the time of this incident, I was not yet baptized or anything like that, because my mom believed that I should make my own religious choices as I got older. I don't know what that thing was, whether it was a demon or just a dark entity of some kind in the house trying to scare me. I don't know if it's going to come back. As I got older, I did become a Christian and I did get baptized, though I'm not super religious or anything like that. I haven't really had any more paranormal experiences like that since, other than my dad visiting me and talking to me after he passed. I don't know why I felt compelled to share the story, but I think as children we are more sensitive to the paranormal, especially compared to adults. So if your child is saying there was something in their room, you might not want to doubt them. The Dark Demon. Submitted by Montana. So this happened just last November on the 11th. I don't know why this happened or how, but this is my story, and I'm still very physically and mentally shaken from it. One night, I was just sitting down and watching some anime, chatting it up with my girlfriend, like we usually do. Well, around 10:50, my girlfriend was in the middle of a sentence, and then she suddenly stopped talking. I didn't know why, so I asked if everything was okay, but she shushed me. As I sat in my bed and listened, I heard a low, raspy voice call for her. I was confused because her mom and stepdad got in a fight, so her mom left and her stepdad went to work. So I don't know what I was hearing over the phone. Of course, I asked her if she was playing a prank on me to try to scare me or something. She does that every now and then. Next thing I know, we're back into a normal conversation. I still don't have an explanation, but I think something just startled her. Later on, we started to video chat because she hated the feeling of the phone digging into her ear. So as we were video chatting, I heard a loud bang come from the kitchen, my kitchen. So I walk into the kitchen only to find my dog getting into the pile of trash. He had tipped over the trash can. And then suddenly, I heard an even louder bang from upstairs. I was already up, so I went to check it out, and I noticed one of the big windows were wide open. When I walked up to close the window, I noticed that there was blood on the glass. There was even a tire laying on the floor and a dent in the wall. Now I have no idea what happened or how that got in there, but I decided to call the cops and let them investigate. Apparently the blood was from a cat, and the tire was from a small cell down the road. But that doesn't explain why the tire was on my floor when no one that lived here was up there or had brought it in. The police called it in as a man with mental issues and said, "We'll keep our eyes open for him, stay safe, and to try to trim the branches off the trees outside." All of this was more weird than creepy, to be honest. Eventually, I went back to my room, still on the phone with my girlfriend on video chat, and then she asked me, "Who was that standing behind you?" It sent chills down my spine. I asked, "What are you talking about?" This couldn't have been a man, because when she described it, through the little light I had, she said their arms were reaching out towards me, and whoever they were as tall as the ceiling. Now, if there was an 8-foot tall man and I walked straight past him, I think I would have at least seen him. But apparently he only showed up for her. When I went back upstairs, I decided to look in the garbage can, and it turns out that whatever decided to throw the tire was at the garbage can too. Because inside the garbage can, there was a dead cat, and that's why my dog was getting into it. I wanted to throw up, and I did not want to be alone that night. Later on after that, after what my girlfriend had said, when no one was home, I would go down to the basement and turn on my camera and look behind me. I don't know if I was stupid or just curious or both. I wanted to see what she saw. But never once did I see anything behind me, though I did give myself a few good jump scares. On November 13th, I decided to take another look downstairs. And again, when I turned the camera on facing me, there was nothing there. I was about to shrug off the whole paranoia, but then I decided to switch the camera mode to face the front. And the moment I did, I wanted to die. Some sort of shadowy thing was sitting there on top of the washing machine staring down at me. I nearly dropped my phone. I ran back upstairs so fast. While running, I switched the camera back to facing me just to see if something was pursuing me. And luckily, there wasn't. The moment I was out of the basement, I heard the loudest bang coming from down there. But this time I decided it was not a good idea to go investigate. Well, at least until my brothers got home. When they did, we all went down together. We took out our phones and brought flashlights. And sure enough, that thing, whatever it was, showed itself to all of us. And once again, I found myself running up the stairs, this time with my brothers. I don't think any of us have ever been that scared in our lives. Once our mother was home, we confronted her. We told her that something was haunting this house, that we needed a priest or something to bless the home or at least take a look. Well, seeing that we were all saying the same thing, my mom decided to call a priest anyway, just to get us to shut up. I don't think she ever believed us. Later that week, when one came by, we told him what we saw. He blessed the home and went along with our stories. What was weird, though, was the fact that the priest told us, before he left, to delete any photos or recordings, audio or video, of this thing if we caught any. Now, even if we had recorded it, I had never heard of a demon or ghost or anything like that becoming more angry and aggressive just for having pictures of it. And that creeped me out a little bit more. It kinda makes me worry that writing this and sending it out on the internet might not be the best idea. I don't know what that entity was, or if it even had anything to do with the cat in the trash can and the tire in our house. Maybe they're just two separate stories occurring at the same time. But it gets you thinking, if they really are two parts of the same story, that makes this demon even more terrifying. My Family's Paranormal Past, submitted by Becca S. Paranormal experiences must run in my family or something. I've heard a ton of stories from most of my family, and I'd like to share a few. My mom told me of the time when she, my dad's sisters, and a few cousins of hers played with a Ouija board. This is before my parents were married. They were hanging out together at one of her cousins' houses, and no parents were home, so they thought it would be the perfect time to play with the Ouija board that they had secretly bought. So they played, and they asked the normal questions. Is anyone there? What's your name? Stuff like that. The planchette moved though, and they were all skeptical at first. My mom got a little freaked out, especially if no one else was actually moving it. They were all scared, and they decided to say goodbye and put it away. After they said bye, the phone rang when someone answered it. There was no one there on the other side. They hung up, only for it to ring again and again and again. Every time they answered, no one would be on the line. After several times, they stopped answering and let it ring. Then doors all throughout the home began to open and slam shut around them. They decided to throw away the board, and it stopped, but after an hour it began again. So they decided to grab the board, and after some research, decided to burn it. They took it outside and threw it in the fire pit, and set it on fire. And the second it began to burn, they heard a blood-curdling scream echoing from the flames. That was the last time she ever played with the Ouija board. She's a very religious person, and unlike most parents, she always believed me about my stories. Something else also happened when my brother was 5. He woke up one morning to my great-grandmother sitting at the end of his bed. She said to him, "Don't worry, I'm with Jesus now." This scared him. He ran downstairs and told Mom, and she thought he had just been dreaming. But later that evening, she got a phone call from the hospital. Apparently, she had died at about 4 a.m. in the morning. My mom looked at my brother in tears as she remembered what he told her that morning. Now, my story is a bit different. When I was 11, I finally got my own room because my older sister moved out, and my other older sister moved into that room. I then moved into the smallest room in the house. My younger brother shared a room, so they got the biggest. But I didn't complain. I loved my room. It was the right size. A year passed by and nothing strange happened. Until one night. Do you ever get the feeling in the middle of the night that someone is watching you sleep, and the feeling is so strong that it wakes you up and you have to check around you? Well, I got it, and I woke up to a black figure standing at the edge of my bed, just watching me. I was horrified. I shut my eyes tight and pulled the blankets over me. I didn't open them for what felt like half an hour. When I finally did open them back up, he was gone. But that wasn't the last of it. This kept happening until I wasn't scared of it anymore. Years passed and the shadow figures would still linger, but they never did any harm. Occasionally, though, they would touch my feet, and they would wake me up in the middle of the night, or smack against my windows or door. But that's it. I'm 15 now and it's still happening. I haven't told anyone, especially my mom, because after her childhood Ouija board experience, she gets very paranoid about avoiding such demonic things. If I told her about this, she'd probably try to control every aspect of my life to get rid of it, or even blame me for it because of the music I listen to or the movies and shows I watch. She thinks they open gateways to let demons in. I don't know about that, but I ignore it and go on with my life. A lot of people joke about paranormal encounters, saying that it's a joke, saying that it's all not real, that it can be explained away. But let me tell you something. That's from people that never experience anything themselves. They think they're right because that's all they know. But if it ever happens to you, it's not funny. It's not a joke, and it's 100% real. I don't think people will ever understand. Demon. Submitted by Christina B. My family and I moved into our new home October 22nd of 2015. For a while, everything seemed fine. We were all happy and loving our new home. A few months went by, and I started to hear knocks on my walls. My family would freak out about it, but they would eventually shrug it off. but I couldn't ignore it. It started happening more and more, and I began to get the feeling that someone was playing with my hair. I wanted to believe it was just my imagination. But one night, when I fell asleep in the front room, all my fears were confirmed. I woke up around 2:40 in the morning. I wanted a cigarette, so I walked into the kitchen and turned on the light. I started rolling myself a cigarette. When I finished it, I turned around to walk over to the light switch. Well, when I turned, I saw this big black figure in the doorway of the kitchen. It was huge, and I could see red eyes coming from it. I screamed, and when I did, the thing just vanished. I was so terrified. The weird thing, though, was no one heard me scream, but I swear to God, I screamed at the top of my lungs. 3 nights go by and nothing else has happened, until one night, I heard my daughter call my name, but her voice sounded off. I went downstairs and I opened her bedroom door, only to see the same big black figure hovering over my daughter. I screamed at the thing, and once again, it vanished. My daughter woke up crying and said I'm never sleeping in that room again. I can't say I blame her. I had my daughter come upstairs and make a bed on the couch, and things were fine for a couple more days. On a later night, when we all went to bed, I woke up around 2 in the morning to get a glass of water. When I walked out into the front room where my daughter was sleeping, the dark figure was there again, hovering over her. I yelled at it to get away from her, and it vanished. I ran to my daughter's side, and she looked at me in fear. She was crying, and I saw that her PJ bottoms were forced down to her knees. I wanted to vomit. The next day, I didn't hesitate to call a priest. They sent over someone to get rid of this demon in my house. And ever since then, we haven't had any more sightings, and everything feels safer than it did before. I simply can't thank that wonderful priest enough for what he did. And as a mother, I've never been more disturbed or horrified by something in my life.
Past Shadows from Anon. It started a month ago. It was on a Wednesday after school during my high school art club. For this particular club, our instructor decided to take us down the road for a visit at our local cemetery. They took us there to sketch cool gravestone designs. I'd been there many times before, but not to this section, as none of my relatives were buried here. The town had a giant graveyard, and the town itself is minuscule in comparison to nearly every other town located in North America. At the time, freshly fallen snow covered every bit of the sidewalk, along with layers of ice from the mixture of snow and rain we had a few days ago. I remember, it was quite cold that day, and my fellow members of the art club and I huddled together to stay warm, clutching and shaking with our sketch pads and pencils, our feet sinking through the sticky, thick snow. We walked around for about 5 minutes until we finally reached the old cemetery. It dates back to the 1700s. It looked quite beautiful. The snow covered the barren branches of trees and cloaked the top of the gravestones. The instructor told us to go explore and have fun sketching out the various designs. The thing about this gravesite was that forests surrounded it. Like many buildings and areas in this small town, surrounding it was just wilderness. The large mass of woods consumes a section of graves too. Some of those graves are lodged in between trees and can be barely noticeable to the eye. Being my adventurous self as always, I grabbed my friend's freezing hand and walked around into the forest area of the cemetery. We walked for a little while and approached an old burial vault. I didn't pay attention to the name printed in bold letters at the apex of the chamber. Rather, I just paid attention to the environment, not wanting to trip over some up-sticking root or slip on a patch of ice. There was really an odd vibe to the place. It was different from the other parts of the cemetery. I was cold, but this place seemed to make the hairs on the back of my neck and arms stand up, like a different kind of chill. This usually doesn't happen to me, but I was quite freaked out by the feeling around this old burial vault. I turned over to my friend, about to tell her that we should leave. I could tell by her facial expression that I wasn't the only one who thought this. To sum up the creepiness, it felt like someone, just one other person there, was staring at us, even though we couldn't see them. I know it's cliché, but it really felt like we were being watched. It was coming from what seemed to be the inside of the vault. Exchanging glances again, I took my friend's hand and I started to walk back. Even though we were leaving, that feeling only worsened, causing our walk to quickly turn into a run. Now the thing about running in snow mixed with ice was it was easy to slip. That's exactly what happened to my friend. She slipped and fell, causing me to fly backwards onto my back. I looked around. First I saw that we were near the group instructor, and then behind us I saw nothing. The feeling of something being there was completely gone now. We laughed in triumph as we helped each other up, and a little while later it was time to go. My mother picked me up since I didn't have my driver's license yet, and we drove home through the now lightly falling snow. That evening, I was getting ready for bed at around 11 that night. It was Saturday the next day, so I stayed up a little longer. I've always had this irrational fear of looking into mirrors at night. I have no idea why. Maybe I'm just afraid of what I might see. That night, however, I felt exhausted. I had a bunch of assessments that week, and I just wanted to rest. Right after I finished brushing my teeth, that weird vibe my friend and I had felt from the cemetery earlier that day returned. I stared at the flowing water of the sink and was reluctant to look up. Curiosity and caution consumed me as the hair on the back of my neck stood on edge again. Something was drawing me to look into the mirror, but I felt too scared to do it all at once. Slowly, I averted my gaze from the flowing source of water toward the mirror. When I looked into the glass, I was relieved to see nothing there. Well, that's what I thought at first, at least. There was something else there, not in the mirror in particular, but a certain burning smell, kind of like sulfur and rotten eggs. It was foul, but faint. Squinting, I looked closer into the mirror. I noticed my shadow, but that wasn't my shadow. Mine was reflecting onto a different surface than the one I was looking at. So whose shadow was this? This shadow was tall, nearly reaching the ceiling, which admittedly isn't that tall as we lived in a trailer-sized home, but it still was unnatural for anyone who lived here. Not to mention the shadow had an eerie arch to its back. The shadow seemed to slowly walk off into the hallway, which was completely dark as everyone else was in bed. I was absolutely terrified at the sight of this. I turned on the light of my phone and booked it down the hallway into my parents' room. I told them what had happened, waking my mother and father out of a very deep sleep. My dad believed what I said, but my mom, being a skeptic, was only irritated. Along with my dad, we called out a loud prayer, making darn sure that anything in that house heard it. The funny thing is, none of us are religious, so it was surprising that the feeling did go away just as quickly as it appeared after we were done praying. Fast forward to just the other night. I'm not sure if this relates to those events, but I got that feeling that I was being watched again. It was 2 a.m. this time, and I was awakened by a very loud sound. It was so startling, so frightening, that I woke up with my heart beating outside my chest. I turned on my light, only to see that the giant mirror that was literally screwed into the wall
had been unscrewed and had somehow fallen onto the ground. Sluggishly, I left the warmness and security of my bed. Then I lifted up the mirror, which was face down on the ground, suspecting that somehow my cat, or gravity, had knocked it down, even though that should have been impossible. On the glass, instead of it being cracked or shattered, instead, there were scratches and claw marks that hadn't been there before. The ground below the mirror was clear, and there was no way anything was protruding to make those claw marks. I was on edge, but I didn't want to make a big deal of this. I didn't want to wake up my parents again. So I set the mirror between my desk and dresser so that it wouldn't be able to fall and wake me up again. As I did this, the hair on my arms were completely on end. I was rightfully freaked out. When I went back to my bed, I noticed my cat was sitting there. He was on top of his cat condo before I went to sleep, but now he was staring at an area near the mirror, wide-eyed and beginning to hiss. I turned the lights off, literally sprinting back to my bed. I pulled the sheets over my head, fearing that if I was too slow, I would witness something. That feeling was still there, but I managed to calm down a bit, relaxing to the point that my eyelids were getting heavy again. But just before I nodded off into sleep, I heard another startling loud sound, different from the first. I lifted up the sheets and peered out. The mirror was still there, but something was off. The lights were off, but I swear I could see something moving in the darkness of my room. I quickly got up and turned the lights on, and I was shocked at what I saw. I turned, and somehow in that brief second where I got up and turned on the light, the mirror now had a massive hole in it, a perfectly circular hole. I began to pray aloud. I closed my eyes and curled up on the floor, and eventually, the fear and terror went away. I'm starting to think that something at that cemetery attached itself to me. I'm afraid it will never truly go away. A terrifying discovery from GT Insider. A few years back, when I was 17, I had a friend that I loved hanging around with because of the simple fact that he was genuinely an interesting person. He loved the same games as me. We liked the same music. It was generally what I would call a good friendship. I never once imagined that something like this could happen. The longer we were friends, naturally, the more I learned about his family and his life. He had no heat during the winter, no AC during the summer. He also did not have access to his own room or shower. This family of his, of about 5 people living in a small trailer, of what I can assume was one that had been abandoned at some point, and repurposed into a makeshift living arrangement, were all basically confined to a living room and a very small bedroom. Not to mention that they only had one breaker for the entire house. I found out later they were only able to run a window AC unit that froze up so often that the house would regularly be 90 degrees or more. Besides that, they did have a TV and a PS4. My family was quite generous and caring for other people, and they actually allowed my friend to come live with us, as we did have an extra room. It would be a nice way for him to continue his life. He had his own job and he could support himself, so there shouldn't have been a problem, right? Needless to say, I thought everything was going very splendidly. We went to a Black Friday sale at Walmart together, got a new PS4 so he would feel more at home. He continued going to work as usual, and I even got him a phone that was way better than his $30 ZTE that he had been using. As time went on, issues began to arise with the living arrangement, mostly because his mother was still drawing food stamps off of him, and he ended up moving back to the house that I took him from. and eventually he got sent to foster care. Fast forward to just recently. I woke up this morning after having a dream that people were watching me from all around the house in different places. When I woke up, I had this intense curiosity to go check where those people had been hiding. Well, when I did, I was horrified to find phones hidden around the house, all of which had been connected to small chargers. They were recording our voices. They were everywhere, dozens of them throughout the house. Each of them was a ZTE Z812 phone. There was one behind the fridge, one in the lower part of my entertainment center, one under the bed in the spare bedroom, one under the sink in the middle bathroom, and one in the wall behind my TV in my room. All of them had been rooted and were running some kind of software that recorded things, sent it in packets to a source of some kind, then deleted the oldest data on a loop so that there was always room for a recording. I was terrified, realizing that many of my private conversations had been recorded, and God knows who was listening, and for what purpose. I lost contact with the guy a long time ago. I have yet to be able to find him again. And to this day, I'm still finding little devices around the house, and I'm scared to think that I'll never find them all, and he'll always be listening. I saw it from the tower, from Leia Kuro Okami. I'm a certified corrections officer in the state of Florida, meaning that I actually went to a police academy and learned how to be a CO. There's a big difference between COs and guards. I actually guard the public from those who go against the norm of society. You see guards at crosswalks and such. Anyway, as a CO, I was assigned to a night shift called D shift. I worked 5 days, then 2 off, then 4 days and 3 off. My shifts always run 12 hours, so from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. I was at the mercy of up to 300 inmates. This night in particular, I was in a tower with an AR-15 and a radio. Keep in mind that I work in one of the worst prisons in Florida. So as I was up there, we got a proximity alarm. No big deal, it was windy and the wind sometimes trips them. I went ahead and looked through the scope at the area as our outside patrol car rode around to it. I didn't see anything. Nothing there, so I reported it as such. I wrote it in my log and went back to sitting in the chair, waiting for my shift to be over. At around 1 a.m., the alarm was tripped again in the same place. The wind was still blowing pretty bad, so I thought no big deal. I again looked through my scope at the area, but this time, I froze. What in the hells is that? I thought to myself. Something was standing in the shadows. Now being a prison, it could be an inmate trying to escape, or a civilian trying to throw contraband over the fence. Yeah, it happens. I've even shot down a drone carrying contraband into the inside. Anyway, I spotted something and reported it to the center gate. They sent the patrol car over to take a look around. Whatever it was, it ran faster than the car was going. They just barely caught sight of it, although they could not tell what it was. My shift soon ended and I went home, pushing it from my mind until that next night. I was back in the same tower, same equipment as before. There wasn't as much wind that night, but when 1 a.m. rolled around, the alarm tripped again. This time, the crew wasn't happy. The prison went on alert, but not full lockdown. Not just yet. This time, the moon was brighter, and it helped light up the area. When I looked down the scope, I finally got a good look at it, and I was absolutely dumbfounded. I can say that what I saw looked kind of like a wolf, but it was standing up, like a person.
The fur was as black as its shadow. My breath caught in my throat as I watched it. The center gate began calling me, yelling at me to report what I saw. But I was paralyzed. Even to this day, I couldn't just say what I saw to someone. It would cause me to lose my certification fast. But I know I'm not the only officer that saw it that night, because the roaming patrol car saw it too, and it scared the living hell out of both of us. We never did say what we saw to the higher-ups, for fear of our jobs and sanity. Sure, you might not believe this story, but in those prisons late at night, it's not always the inmates you should be afraid of, because things do go bump in the night. Demon in the Dark, from Brother Tony. I'm 33 years old and live in Austin, Texas. 12 years ago, I was a member of a Christian church in Killeen, Texas, due to my stepfather being stationed on Fort Hood. One night I was staying up late watching television. My family was sleeping, and my then girlfriend didn't come over, so I was bored and alone. Around 3 o'clock, I became sleepy and decided to call it a night. I went through my usual ritual of praying before I went to bed. Now, I'll give you a quick layout of my mother's house. When you first enter through the front door, you have to walk through a long foyer, and the first room you see is the living room, which will also lead to the kitchen. Once you're out of the foyer area, you can turn right and go down a hallway that leads to the bedrooms. The living room is decorated like most. Pictures, coffee table, couches across from the television. But my mother did have a big grandfather clock for decoration, which was broken. It was really just there to add flavor. As I decided to go to bed, I figured I could pray in the living room and then head to my room after that. I left the television going for light, but I had it muted. As I began to pray, I felt something off. Suddenly, the clock, the broken clock, began to tick. The ticking noise with each tick grew louder and louder until it was an echoing boom. My concentration was now broken. I stopped my prayer and got up, trying to look at the clock to see if the hands were moving, but I couldn't. The light just from the television wasn't bright enough to see. I walked into the kitchen and turned on the light, but to no avail. The kitchen light was not close enough. I could still hear the ticking noise growing louder in my head. The temperature in the house felt like it was dropping now, even though it was the middle of a Texas summer. Now I'd had enough. I began to grow frustrated and scared, so I walked across the living room to cut on the light. The light switch is right where the foyer ends. The hallway to the rest of the house begins. When I made it to the light switch, I had the urge to look down the hallway, and what I saw caused my entire being to freeze. There was a large, dark figure standing there, facing me. The only description I can give of it is what people claim shadow people look like. Now, I've watched plenty of horror films, and I've yelled for the protagonist to run when they freeze up like that and look at the monster instead of just running away. But I now know what that feels like. Everything in my body and mind was telling me to run, scream, to do something, but I was petrified. I finally snapped out of it, closed my eyes, and began to pray again. Then I cut on the light, and everything was back to normal. The temperature was warm again, the ticking noise was gone, and the figure had disappeared. That was the most terrifying moment of my life, and I hope I never experience anything like it again. The Silver Creature, from Silver Bullet 54. I've seen some weird things my entire life. Even still, I'll always take sketchy stories with a grain of salt. One of the strangest stories I'd ever heard was from a friend in Florida who told me about a silver creature that he had seen before. He said it wasn't an animal, person, or a decoration, but something else, which was a weird way to describe it, because what's left after that? He challenged me to do a stakeout with him to see what it was, and I agreed. While I was down there, we actually talked to a local cashier at a store who corroborated my friend's claim, saying he had seen the same silver creature. He even showed me a drawing of it. The thing was flat, thin, long, and just plain weird. I commented that it looked more like the gelatinous slime from Dungeons & Dragons, but my friends insisted that this was real. During the first 5 nights, there was nothing to see there, except the occasional bird, person, or dog. But on the 6th night, that was when the show happened. At 11 p.m. on the 6th night, I was starting to get antsy. I told my friend to keep watching from his bedroom window, while I went out to stretch my legs a bit. As I was walking outside, my friend began to tap on the window. I ignored him, thinking he was trying to freak me out. But the tapping became so insistent and non-stop that I started to worry. I turned to the window. He was now pointing his finger to the left of me. I looked and saw something stranger than anything I'd ever witnessed. It was about a foot tall, thin, twitchy, and was silver in color. I spun to my friend's window and he nodded to confirm that that was what he had seen. I began to approach the thing, but as if in response to me being there and approaching it, it just flattened and began to slide, yes, slide, into the forest. I was so gobsmacked by this, I actually froze for a full minute. I stared at the trees and didn't move or speak. I was actually carried back inside by my friend. When he set me down, I began to ask him, or attempt to ask him, What? But my friend interrupted and simply said that was the thing he was telling me about. I had questions though. Like, where did it come from? What the hell is it? But obviously my friend did not have an answer for this. Luckily for us, whatever the thing was, it seemed to be uninterested and even afraid of people. But still, my human curiosity is begging me to find it again and to reach out and touch it. Gelatinous blobs, strange wolf-like creatures attacking prisons, and demons in your home. These sound like people you definitely want to get a drink with. A drink of blood, that is. I hope you enjoyed tonight's stories, and I'm hoping you're liking this randomized approach to stories so that we can cover more topics. If you did enjoy the video, be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe. If you want to share your story and possibly have it narrated, go to darknessprevails.org or darkstories.org. You can support the show in other ways by using the links below. There's a link to my Patreon where you can donate, or check the link to my store where you can get some creepy cool merchandise. Now, as usual, here are my 5 favorite early comments from the previous episode, titled, A Skinwalker Climbed into My Sister's Room. 6 True Horror Stories. Delicious Lee says, grilled pineapple on pizza. I'm not anyone to judge. I have heard that is pretty good on Canadian bacon pizza. But I don't know if you and I would get along, Lee. Old-fashioned Canadian folk says, I'm addicted to these videos. Keep it up. Nothing like a good horror story. You've got that right. I particularly love Canadian horror stories, because the Canadian wilderness gets awfully spooky. So Speaks Galactus says, who knew skinwalkers were so kinky? I did. I've always known. Oh yeah. Herpy Derpity says, dang, I've been seen without a bath towel again, huh? Wouldn't be a problem if you'd stop streaking into people's windows. I mean, I like it, but not everyone else is gonna like it. And Bull Moose says, I'm a big tough moose. Yes you are, Bull Moose. Yes you are. Well, that brings us to the end of this Darkness Prevails episode. But don't worry, more scary stories are on the way soon, so stay tuned. Until next time, here are the credits to my amazing patrons who continue to donate. They're pretty awesome people. Remember, stay safe out there, and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one. There's a Demon in Lake Park. From Brett 4798. When I was 16 years old, I started seeing more and more paranormal things. It was as if I was targeted to be tormented by demons and spirits. My grandpa once told me that it was a curse that ran in the family. I was never sure that I believed all that, until one night. It was a Friday night in January. We lived in a small town and there wasn't much to do. So as usual, I sat in my room on my phone, waiting for someone to ask me to hang out with them, waiting for myself to come up with a better idea if that didn't happen. After a while, I got a text from my friend Jerry. The text read, "Hey man, let's get spooky tonight." I knew exactly what he meant. He wanted to get in his old truck and drive around on creepy roads. I was bored out of my mind, so naturally I said yes to him. I got dressed real quick, then got in my car. It wasn't long after that I met Jerry and some other friends at my friend Cam's house. We sat around for a while, talking about Lake Park that's a few miles outside of town, remembering the urban legends about it, while we waited for my girlfriend at the time to show up. The most well-known legend about Lake Park was something about a guy taking, tormenting, and ending the lives of random girls. They say he preyed upon them at Lake Park a long time ago. Now let me get to the good part. The truck was full and my friend Jerry was driving with Tommy in the passenger seat. In the back seat was me, my girlfriend Maddie, and another girl named Mary. We drove down the path that goes to the back of the park. We drove under this light pole that supposedly was out of order and didn't receive power anymore. But the moment we passed under it, the light clicked on. Seconds later, the light went off, as if something or someone had turned the light on just for us. It was really strange. I wrote it off as maybe some malfunctioning motion detector, and maybe they didn't get around to uninstalling the power to that unit. I don't know. We slowed down and rolled down the windows after that, beginning to listen to the sounds around us. Sure enough, it wasn't long until we started to hear some strange noises coming from the forest around us. I was expecting something creepy to happen, sure, but what I did not expect was the amalgamation of screams in the distance, feminine screams. Our little group got freaked out and tried to blame this on distant animals that just sounded like screaming, but I didn't believe that. Not in the slightest. Our friend Mary then suddenly screamed, saying that she saw something in a tree. But no one else saw it, and perhaps besides me, no one else believed her. As we continued our drive, I turned around and focused my attention on the trees. To my horror, I saw exactly what she had described. A dark outline of a decaying body hanging from its neck from a large tree limb. I shouted out what I saw to the group, and Jerry stopped the truck. As we peered out the windows, we all were filled with this same awful feeling of absolute terror and dread. We continued to look and listen, but we didn't dare get out of the truck. It was too quiet, almost silent. But then, I heard what sounded like a faint whisper, a child's voice saying,
Help. Help.
When I turned to the direction of the noise, I saw where it came from. There was a pale-skinned little girl dressed in tattered gray clothes. She was about 20 feet away from the truck. I stared on in shock for maybe 10 seconds, but then she vanished. After a couple of breathless moments, I regained my composure and told the group about what I saw. Mary started to record the forest around us on her phone, which oddly enough immediately crapped out. Soon enough, my attention was stolen by something behind a tree 15 yards away from us. I could only describe it as a phantom-like shadow. It had the body of a man and stood about 8 feet tall. Its eyes were deep, dark red, and you could see goat-like horns on top of its head. Everyone saw it. For some strange reason, though, that still wasn't enough to scare us away. Maybe we were gluttons for fear. So we kept watching it, as it would disappear for several minutes, then we would spot it again for only a few seconds. We eventually noticed that it was getting closer to our truck. Then I saw it right behind the truck through the mirror, and I literally screamed to Jerry, "Man, get us the hell out of here!" As he started the truck, I could hear from behind us a deep and sinister voice.
Stay.
He floored it then, gravel flying out behind us as we went up the path, leaving the park behind us as quickly as we could. We must have been going 75 down that old crappy country road. I'm surprised we didn't wreck. It was then that my friend Mary announced to us that she wasn't able to record any of that. I sighed. What we experienced could have been world-changing. After we all made it back to Cam's house, we got in our separate vehicles and left. Only then, on my way back home, did I feel relieved and safe again. I had to take my girlfriend home first. She lived in a town about 30 minutes away. When we departed from Cam's house, it was 11:30. When we got into my little Toyota truck, she sat in the seat and passed out immediately. It had been a long night after all. I did try to shake her out of it, to wake her up, and give me company throughout the long ride, but nothing I did could make her move at all. I went ahead and started the car, driving our way to her house. If she was still unflinchingly asleep by then, I would just carry her inside. As soon as we got out of town, I was able to wake her up at last, but when she woke up, she acted like she had no idea what was going on. She even had an expression of sheer terror on her face. Then her eyes did something weird. They sort of rolled back in her head. Then she immediately passed out again. I was beyond concerned at witnessing this. I stopped the car and tried repeatedly to get her up. Then she suddenly started twitching and convulsing, which got worse and worse. I thought she was having a seizure. I screamed and shook her and did everything I could, but she wouldn't budge. Then she stopped moving and went silent. After a minute or so, she began mumbling something that I could not understand, something that sounded almost as if it were a different language. She said it in a deep and sinister, gravelly voice. Then as I made the connection in my head, my heart began to sink. It sounded like the same voice that told me to stay earlier. I continued to drive, now speeding the remaining 30 miles as I was scared to death. When we got into her town, she finally snapped out of it. She had no memory of this either. She didn't have any memory of anything since we had left the park. She started rubbing her leg and saying that it stung like crazy. Soon enough, I pulled into her driveway and turned on the dome lights to get a better look. When she rolled up her pant leg, I saw 3 scratches. It looked like she was scratched by a person with disgustingly long fingernails. When I looked closely at the scratches, they were scratched into what looked like a VI, the Roman numeral for 6. Now, I'm no biblical scholar, but I do know that 6 is the devil's number, and that scared me even more. Later that night, I went to my usual church to talk to the pastor, since his house was right next to the church. He didn't seem very happy that I woke him up at 12:30, but I didn't care, because I was scared and I needed some answers. He told me that the things we witnessed in that park were an omen of great evil. That's what I already thought, but this served as confirmation. I called my friend Jerry, and the 2 of us went back to the park. We took one look around, just to be sure that we weren't all going crazy. Yet plain in the day, in the middle of the park out in the open, I saw it again. Those red eyes piercing me, followed by another monstrous growl. We left right away. Lately, it's been pretty quiet at that park. I've driven by it several times, yet nothing more has happened. That experience back then, it scared me pretty bad, and to this very day, I'll never go back to that park alone. Creature in the Elevator, from M. Jean Romeo. Note from the author: this is a story written by my brother that he wanted to share with all of you, so all the credit for this creepy tale goes to him. I'm a 32-year-old guy from a fairly small city in the UK. My story happened about 2 years ago, yet the events still feel like they happened yesterday. I still get goosebumps even telling this story. It all began when I started a new job at what I'll refer to as the walk-in center. It's like a hospital for non-emergency patients. I worked 12-hour shifts alternating from days to nights, and I had several strange experiences in that place while working the night shift. But this experience was the most memorable of all. It was just a regular day. I'd left nice and early for work, and the walk there was uneventful. When I arrived, I was swapping with the day shift workers as I normally did. They did their handover and they left for the night. I sighed as I knew it was going to be a long night. The start of my shift was normal. Between 8 and 10 p.m., there were a handful of people coming in to see the doctor. Just your run-of-the-mill patients. Then it went quiet, and I knew not much else would go on for the rest of the night. I just sat at the reception desk playing on my phone to pass the hours. It got to about 1 a.m., and one of the elevators at the end of the hall suddenly came up, and the doors opened. I raised my head expecting to see someone there, as the security guard would often come up to check everything was fine. I thought to myself that someone must have pressed the button from the ground floor. The doors closed and I glanced back at my phone, not paying it much mind. But then a few minutes later, I heard the elevator come back up again, but faster than usual. This time I stood up, my eyes staying on the elevator as I watched the doors open. Again, no one was there. I was confused. What the heck was happening? I thought. Suddenly, the second elevator opened as well, and the doors seemed to close faster than was possible. Both elevators then shot down to the ground floor. The sound was so loud, I thought they'd crashed down in the elevator shaft. Concerned, I stepped back. There had to be a rational explanation for this. Both elevators then came up so fast I could hear the elevators hitting into the shaft. I couldn't believe what was happening. The hairs on my arms began to stand up, and I felt uneasy as if something was there that I could not see. This continued to happen over and over again, and the lights began to flicker in the room. By then, I was terrified and knew that I needed to get out of there. I scanned the room and saw the emergency exit. I kept my eyes on the elevators, which by this time were in a constant up and down pattern, each time getting louder. I took a gulp and slowly started to walk toward the exit, not taking my eyes off the elevators. As I did this, the lights went completely out. I panicked, losing my way. There were no windows. I was in pitch black darkness. When I regained my composure, I saw the light of the exit and walked towards it. In my panic, I hadn't noticed that the sound had stopped and the lights had come back on. My eyes adjusted to the light, and when I looked back toward the elevator, I couldn't believe my eyes. The doors were partially open, and poking out of the gap were two hands. But on closer inspection, I realized that these hands had very long black fingers with yellow claws, and the hands gripped the door so tight I could hear the metal bending. My whole body was frozen in fear. The lights started to flicker again. The hands went back inside the door, and instead a head began to appear. I felt so petrified, like an animal being pursued by a predator. It was like I was living a nightmare. Its head was humanoid with black skin and yellow eyes, slits for a nose, and this smile filled with sharp teeth. It stared at me, as if to taunt me. I thought in that moment that this was it. I'm going to be this thing's prey. Then, to my surprise, I heard shouting from the stairwell. "Hey mate, are you okay?" The security guard had come to check on me. He walked in and the lights came back on. I hesitantly looked back towards the elevator, and thankfully, the creature had gone. The security guard explained that he had seen the elevators going haywire and tried to call me, but the phones weren't working, so he decided to come up. He went to closely inspect the elevators, and they'd all been badly smashed up and bent. He asked me what happened. I paused for a moment and decided not to mention the creature. Instead, I simply said, "I don't know." At the time, I was just ready to go home. The next day, I had to go in and talk to my manager about what happened. She explained to me they had to call out an engineer to figure it out. Apparently, the guy had said it was just a motor malfunction, and it sent the elevator out of control. But I knew that wasn't the truth. That creature I saw, I couldn't explain it. Afterwards, I did my own investigation online to see if anyone else had similar experiences, but I could not find anything conclusive. I no longer work there, and I haven't seen the creature since. I hope it stays that way. The dogs won't stop howling. From Dog Bless You. We bought this house in the woods of northeastern Oklahoma nearly 3 years ago. Ever since, we've had a few strange happenings, but nothing too serious, until recently. Before, it was little things, like creepy shadows in the basement, the feeling that something was reaching for you as you turned to go upstairs, the dogs occasionally refusing to go downstairs at all. You know, the kind of things you can shrug off as your imagination playing tricks on you, or your anxiety overriding the logical part of your brain for the moment. A couple of months ago, I smelled something dead outside our house. Not too uncommon, since we've got a couple of barn cats and 3 German Shepherd Bloodhound mixes who all like to hunt and bring us the best pieces. No matter where I looked on our property, though, I wouldn't find a single thing dead. None of the dogs or cats had a single speck of blood on them, and none of them had that "I've been rolling in something dead" kind of smell. I brushed it off and went about my day. That night, though, I heard whispering outside the bathroom window. It was a real creepy and low sort of voice, even demonic sounding. I told myself to keep it together. It was probably just angry boars, or something having a territorial dispute far enough off behind the house that it got a little distorted. In hindsight, I can see just how much I'd already begun to reach. A few hours later, probably around 2 a.m., I was still up with the dogs when I heard my sister giggle to herself in the bathroom. She made one of our inside jokes, giggled a bit more, and then the bathroom went real quiet. Her bedroom is up in the loft, and 9 times out of 10, you can hear her going up and down the stairs when she needed to go to the bathroom. But I realized I never heard her come down, let alone go back up. Again, I rationalized that I must have had the TV turned up too loud, or I was distracted and missed her footsteps. I did ask her about it the next day, though, and she swore up and down that she never got up that night, and definitely never remembered laughing to herself over a joke. She could have just forgotten, and the smell of a dead thing that had come back, probably just one of the dogs passing gas after they ate something they shouldn't have. Yeah, that's it. That's all it was, right? Some time passed with nothing too crazy going on. It was all manageable. A couple of times my sister swore she heard someone screaming outside, but I told her it was probably just a cougar. Those things make some truly terrifying sounds for those who aren't used to it. I really should have listened. About a week after the last time she heard screaming, she said her and her boyfriend both got awakened in the middle of the night to something clawing at the bedroom window. Lord, I wanted to tell them it was just trees in the wind, but we don't have trees close to the house. And well, any creature that managed to actively claw at that window would have to be very skilled, be able to fly, or it would have to be very tall. I tried to ask if they thought it could have been a bat or something that hit the window and was scrambling for purchase, but they both confirmed that no, it was deliberate. It sounded like someone or something was trying to open the window, and when they couldn't, it got frustrated and ran its nails along the glass. Sis said she got up to check and see if something was there, but all she saw was a normal night sky. The 3 of us checked the window from the inside the following day. Not a single darn mark anywhere on or around it, best we could tell. We only got about a 2-week period of nothing before it all started up again. See, 3 nights ago, I heard someone tapping their finger on the glass of the bathroom window. When I looked up, there was nothing there. I went back to brushing my teeth and heard it again. When I looked, there was nothing. Again, frustrated, I finished up and walked out into the living room, where my sister was watching TV. I spoke to her. "If I wind up dead, just want you to know that I heard some tapping on the bathroom window. There's nothing out there that I can see, though." We joked about needing to kill whatever it was with fire. Then we went on with our night, me trying fruitlessly to sleep in my room and her watching cheesy romance flicks on TV. The next day, the dogs tore up the living room. Now, they've always been a bit of the destructive when bored types, but this just usually means dismantling their rope toys, chewing holes in dog beds, or eating any unattended shoes. It's never been ripping up books, DVDs, and knickknacks off the shelves, and proceeding to shred every last bit of them. Heck, they've destroyed so many valuables over the last couple of days that I've lost track. It's like they've suddenly lost control. Fast forward to about 2 hours ago as of writing this, about 5 a.m. I went down into the basement to get my laundry out of the dryer. And this overwhelming feeling of dread hit me like a freight train as soon as I hit the steps. Something wasn't right, but I couldn't sleep until I had gotten the clean bedding to put on my bed anyway, so I muscled through. Now, the lights downstairs don't always work the best, so forgive me for being so dumb, but when they started flickering the second I turned them on, I just said, probably just the wiring. This house is pretty old. Then just kept on with what I was doing. As I bent down to get my bedding out of the dryer itself, I swore I could feel someone watching me from one of the unused, unfinished rooms off to the right. I swallowed the urge to freak out. I gathered my goods, shut the dryer as quietly as possible, and started heading back out of the basement. As soon as I began going up the stairs, I could hear something following me. Someone. They were walking towards the steps at a brisk pace, much faster than I was. And when they made it to the stairs, they began to run up them after me. I say they because, best I could tell, it sounded human. It sounded like an actual person was chasing me up the stairs from the shadows of my own basement. Good God, they were fast. I ran up the rest of the stairs, hearing that. Since I knew there was only about a maximum of 14 steps between me and whatever had been lurking in my basement, I went as fast as I could, but I ended up tripping on the very last step, flying forward. All the dogs gathered around me, freaking out. Their hackles were raised, and they were doing that bloodhound alarm baying. It was so loud, but it was about the only thing I could hear over the pounding of my heart in my head. I looked behind me at the stairwell, and there was nothing there. No evidence that anything had happened except for a pillowcase I had dropped on my way up. Once I got up and the dogs got quiet, they herded me as far from the stairwell as they could. They got me here into my bedroom, and they won't leave the room even for their favorite treats. Every sound is making them call out an alarm. They keep watching the doorway as if something is threatening to come through it. Guys, I think my house is legitimately haunted. Cats have 9 lives. From The Forlorn Bat. I've got one more story for now. If I recall correctly, it happened in April of 2020. I'm going to preface this by saying that this story involves harmed cats, so if that's something you don't like, you might want to skip this one. I went to my sister's house with her after she stopped to visit our grandmother. We had a pretty fun night. We made a little fire and made s'mores while watching a meteor shower. It was her, me, her husband, and his can of beer. At one point, I asked if we could make the fire bigger, and after a hold my beer joke, her husband went off to get a huge armful of wood. After our fire died down and we had our fill of falling stars, my sister drove me home. This is when we had our encounter, so to speak. We had our music on and were chatting when a small creature darted in front of the car. Unfortunately, my sister was going too fast to slow down, being as we were driving down a desolate country road. Nothing but cornfields for miles. I shut my eyes as I find roadkill to be plain depressing. Witnessing it happen would be much worse. I cringed at the sound it made. There was a definite crunch, so there was no denying that we'd hit something. I am the sort to use dark humor to cope, so I called my sister a heartless cat killer and added something along the lines of, "At least we have some fitting background music." It just so happened the song that was playing was Don't Fear the Reaper. But my sister almost cried. We get to my grandma's and I say goodbye. An hour later, I get a text from my sister saying that she saw the cat she had just hit standing on the side of the road, not a scratch on it. The next day, I drove to the gas station, more or less an excuse to check it out in the daylight. When I made it to the spot where the accident happened, there was no trace. No blood, no mess, no body. Absolutely no sign that anything had been hit. I'm not exactly sure what this was. Maybe a ghost or some kind of creature masquerading as a cat. My sister even threw out the word zombie. I told her that she might have seen a different cat, but she mentioned that it had the exact same markings on its fur as the one she'd hit. Personally, I like to think that it might have even been a real cat, and we simply found proof that the old myth that cats have 9 lives is true. Though ghost cat is my second choice. Demon in the Attic, from Stuart. This happened back in 2015 in Dayton, Ohio. I had just returned home from a 2-year mission trip for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. A week after returning home, I found myself struggling to sleep long. I would wake up during the early hours of the morning as my internal clock was still used to the UK. I woke up around 2 a.m. and pulled up my phone, logging into Facebook to see who was online. As I was browsing Facebook, I received a message from a friend named Sarah. The first message she sent me said, "I'm trying to exercise my house. There's a black mass gliding across my living room floor." Somewhat freaked out, but having some experience with these situations on my mission, I told her to quickly leave the house and to stay at her mother's house just down the road. A few days later, she invited me over to her house for dinner and to show me where she lived, as she had recently purchased the house. Having just returned from a mission trip, I was accustomed to and even sensitive to things spiritual. As she was giving me a tour of the place, I noticed it felt void of any good spiritual feelings. In essence, the Spirit of God did not dwell in that house, and it had a miserable feeling inside. First, she took me upstairs to her bedroom, which was also the attic. As she led me, I noticed the stairway up looked oddly dark, and as I stepped onto a landing, I had the strongest feeling that I passed by someone else, although there was nobody else to be seen next to me. I still remember that feeling, like I was being glared at. I felt this way on the way up and down the stairs. Next, she took me into her kitchen, which led to her basement. Before we went down into the basement, she said,
"This is where all the crazy stuff happens."
As we stepped down, the basement was dim and cold and cluttered with boxes of belongings like most basements in older houses normally would be. We just stood there as she casually talked to me for a moment. Then we both stopped dead in conversation. What we heard didn't come from the basement, but upstairs, more particularly her attic bedroom. We heard heavy, angry-sounding footsteps stomping across the floor. I could see the sheer terror in Sarah's face as she looked up. As the stomping across her wooden floors continued, she said,
"It's never been up there before, and it's never been that angry. I don't think it likes you being here. It probably knows you serve God and is threatened by you."
Right away, we went upstairs and made our way to the front door. Again, as we passed by the attic stairway, the door was open and it seemed so dark, and again I felt a menacing glare from a being I could not see. Keep in mind that no one else was in the house with us, and if anyone had entered the house, we would have heard it. As we stepped out into the front yard, we spoke about what happened. I could feel eyes watching us from her attic window. During the 2 weeks after that, my friend Sarah began to experience more paranormal activity. She would often wake up to the sound of her boyfriend's voice without him being there. And on occasion, she would experience sleep paralysis. She even heard a woman crying at one point, and an additional male voice swearing at the crying woman in her kitchen. After some convincing, I got her to agree to let me and a few other missionaries from my church to help her and cleanse her house. On a sunny afternoon, Sarah, myself, and 4 other missionaries spent the day doing service for her. We went through every room, helping her clean, organize, and unpack more boxes to give her house a more at-home feeling. After that, we all sat down in her living room, talking, then finally kneeling down together. Now I know the method we used for casting out any bad spirits isn't what most would think of, and it's nothing extravagant as shown in movies, but it's simple and quick. We gathered around, and one of the missionaries offered a prayer, and using the priesthood authority he was given of God and the church, commanded any unclean spirits to leave the house, and invited all things good and of God to bless her home. No drama or anything else happened. As the prayer finished, we could feel a distinct change in feeling within her house, and all the rooms in her house felt calm and peaceful. We committed her to strengthen her relationship with God through prayer and Bible study, that doing so would help maintain a spiritual environment in her home. As the weeks and months went by, I followed up with Sarah several times, and she had yet to experience any more paranormal and demonic events. Her house continued to feel the same as it did after we prayed together. But one night she messaged me, told me she had heard a woman crying, and that same male voice swearing at the woman. The unclean spirit attempted to come back several times, but it was never fully successful, so long as she kept her faith and relationship with God strong. Perhaps the house itself attracted it. Since then, she has experienced shadows looking at her and peering at her and other guests around corners. She's been through some bad relationships and has even messed with tarot cards, which brought bad energy or spirits back into her home, but none pose any threat to her or her new baby son. Every now and then, her dog will bark at random areas of the house, as if barking at someone that isn't there. Creature in the Morning, from Jacob J. I'm no writer, and I'm not a horror fanatic, but I do enjoy listening to some scary stories. As for me, this is a real experience I had one day at my new house. It was around 4 a.m. when I began to hear noises coming from outside my window. I thought my neighbors might be cleaning their cars or dragging a tarp down their driveway, but I looked, and I didn't see any people. Of course, I was confused and concerned that I might be hearing things, but it got louder as I put my ear to the window. I kept looking outside for about an hour until I heard a turkey, which are quite common here. I love to watch them, so I tried to find them, but I couldn't. It was like it was just out of sight trying to hide, so I stuck my head out the window to look around the chimney, but still, nothing around my house. I started to hear the static again, and I kept watching until I saw something that I did not expect to see. It was large and transparent like a ghost. It had 2 arms that came to a point with no hands or paws. It had shorter legs. The creature appeared to be large. It stood over my neighbor's bushes that were 7 feet tall. Whatever it was stopped when I started watching it more carefully, so I ducked down behind my curtain so that it wouldn't see me. But I was too late. When I looked back up after 5 minutes of noise growing so loud it was almost deafening, it all stopped suddenly. I started to relax and tried to calm down by watching American Dad, but I still felt terrified, and I've seen some terrible things that made me question whether humans are the good guys, but this was the icing on the cake. I began to hear something that resembled the sound of when you ping your iPhone from your Apple Watch, but mine was on the charger. I even got up to check to see if it was malfunctioning, but it was dead. It had been dead for about an hour. Then it started getting louder. I got scared. I tried to cover my ears, but it didn't seem to work. It was like it was coming from my own head. Eventually, it began to fade, but I felt something keep pushing me and pressing into my bed. I knew it wasn't my mind playing tricks, and I was trapped in a room with this thing. I held my cross to my heart and a knife to the air, waiting to die, but eventually it stopped. I was alive, and I was back to normal. Whatever that thing was just backed off. I don't know if it left me or is just waiting. There's no way I'll ever know what it was, and I hope it never comes back. But if you have any idea as to what it may have been, I'm all ears. Stalked by a skunk ape. From Jeglinger45. I'm a 23-year-old guy. Ever since I was 5, I've been camping, fishing, and hunting in the pine forests and swamps of Central Florida. Though these days I don't do that so much, thanks to my work in the military. Now, in my days I've seen and heard many strange and unexplained things, from what I believe to be aliens, to homicidal poachers, to even strange animals. So I'd say I'm well versed in the weird goings-on of the woods, at least in Florida. This occurrence happened when I was 16. My dad and I own a sizable portion of land in Central Florida, and we use it as our getaway from busy South Florida. One night we drove out to one of the dirt crossroads and gathered our gear. We left the vehicle tucked away and we walked up the dirt path for about 2 miles, to be sure the vehicle didn't spook any hogs or deer. I climbed up into our tree stand while my dad went back down the 2 miles to post around the vehicle, so if I shot and spooked anything, it hopefully flushed towards him. I stayed on the tree stand for a good 3 hours, give or take. Didn't see anything. The tree stand was tall enough for me to see the road, and my dad signaled me with his flashlight, telling me it was probably a good time to go. As I climbed down, I started to notice that much of the usual night sounds fell silent. Obvious signs of a predator in the area. During my 150-meter or so walk to the road, I felt uneasy and watched, thinking to myself, oh great, a panther is watching me right now in the pitch black, and I won't be able to see it before it's too late if it decides to pounce on me. Eventually, I made it to my dad, telling him that I think a panther was stalking us. We started walking back at a slow pace to the vehicle, because if a panther was around, the worst thing to do would be to run. With 2 people, the panther will probably not like its odds and go away. Only, as we were walking, my dad and I heard a thud behind us. We looked and shone a light there. There was a large rock, about 4 pounds or so, I'd say, with upturned dirt where it landed. We looked at each other, like weird, but ignored it, thinking we had just not seen it when we walked past. Further down the road, we began to hear something running, then it stopped abruptly in the palm fronds at that point. We knew it wasn't a panther, because they don't advertise their movements like that. Maybe a big hog. But then another rock came flying past me, nearly hitting my head, and that thought was gone. My dad and I then started to notice this disgusting smell. It was like wet fur with swamp rot mixed with hog smell. It was bad. This was an entirely different smell altogether. My dad told me to chamber around in my rifle as he pulled his pistol. We started to speed down the road, rocks being thrown at us but never hitting us, and the loud footfalls of something massive and bipedal chasing us down the road through the palms. Whatever this thing was, it really wanted us gone. It was purposely making itself known. That is something an aggressive bear might do if you are wandering into its territory. We reached the vehicle, tossed our weapons in, still loaded, something we never do. But it shows we were worried about this thing chasing us. Though I never saw it, my dad said he did when I was safely in the vehicle. He said that he looked back and apparently saw a rather tall shadow darting into the palms. He couldn't make out any features, other than it was covered in fur. I don't think the thing wanted to truly hurt us. It just wanted to scare us away from its territory. But one thing I know for sure is that it was no panther or hog. Thinking back, it had a lot of the same mannerisms as what they say the Bigfoot has, and the only thing in Florida that I think it could be in the cryptid department would be a skunk ape, especially with that sort of smell. Maybe it was a dog man, but their sightings in Florida are few and far between. But my dad claims to have not seen a tail.